Had to unmute the microphone. Okay, we got that much, but now it's a question of like, I get thousands of notifications that the sound is not happening. But anyway, now I want to know if we're actually getting any consistent video or if it's freezing, because we may have a situation where my antenna is frozen where we're getting our internet because we've had so much blowing snow. And I got to just see if like we're even going to stay live or not. Actually, okay. You guys are saying, hey, we can hear you. Now it works in Colombia. Glad that it works in Colombia. The stream is okay. We hear and see you clearly. Video is good. Well, that's great. Yeah, isn't it weird? With the kind of topics that I talk about, isn't it weird that that would happen? Isn't it weird that here we are, and I have to use my crappy internet connection in order to be on with you at all, and the one that's 500 over 500, supposedly 500 megabits per second, no go. And that's basically never happened before except in the direst winter circumstances when we have lots of snow. There are times where the weather is so freaking bad that our entire antenna that our internet relies on gets covered in snow or ice or something. And so that was one of the things I was going to say. Oh yeah, so you guys like the pink. Okay, great. I just felt a little inspired by the fact that in the middle of all this stuff that's going on, we've had these crazy winds, okay? It's been really, really, really bad. Now, this is what happens every year. This is not new. The area that I live in experiences extreme tornado-style winds regularly. And so Sunday, when we were going to do the show, I got stuck in one of these storms, and it actually just progressively got worse and worse all day. So I just had to call it quits because I'm not going to do a show in a violent, crazy windstorm. It's just not my scene. I'm sorry if that offends you, but you know, you're going to hear it, and it would actually, you'd hear these bashing noises over my voice, and it would sound really strange. And audio recording is great for a lot of things, and I have a really cool system here. I'll give them a little shout out. This is Universal Audio's Apollo, and it's an extinct model now. It's called the X4. But then inside here, I've got plugins, as they're called, and the plugins do a real-time de-reverb and a real-time de-noise. And there's other things you can get. You can get the Apollo Duo, where it's just 2 channels. This one happens to have 4 channels, and it's got a compact size. So I have real-time de-reverb and real-time de-noise, and it works pretty darn good. I mean, I also have curtains hanging up around here, which again you can see in the wide shot. I've got the curtains right here. That's very, very important for so many people now. Everybody has to do video, and one of the most important things you got to do for your own videos is dampen background noise. You don't want any echo. You don't want to hear an echo in the sound. So at one point, I learned that you take chairs and you put towels on them. You can just take ordinary, regular chairs and stick them in front of yourself and put towels or blankets over them, especially if you take 2 chairs, put them on either side and have a blanket over the top. You know, it doesn't look professional for everybody else on the outside, but like, it's going to give you amazing sound absorption. It's going to drastically reduce the amount of reverb on your voice. And so use the towel trick, if nothing else. And I've actually got 2 towels hanging above me right here. The towels just happen to work really, really well. So these towels are kind of nice. They have an aesthetic on there, a little leaf that looks cool. But it's, you know, they're towels. I mean, so there's a whole, I've got a bedspread hanging down over here on my right. There's a whole bedspread that I have attached to the ceiling that's about, you know, the width of a queen-size bed, and it just cuts through the middle of the room, and that absorbs an enormous amount of noise. And then I've got curtains all the way along here. This is all curtains. And then you can see over here, again on the wide shot, I've got sound-absorbing foam as well. So anyway, that's just a little technical note. Egg cartons work better, says Shao and Gum. Okay, well, you could move your mic higher up on your shirt. It's down too far. All right, we'll try that. Let's see if that sounds any better. Yeah, it does get me a little bit higher up in the levels. That's a good idea. Thank you. Did you just come from the dentist? Hope you're... People say the weirdest stuff. I mean, if you actually like read your comments in the middle of while you're talking, you can get totally distracted. And I think that maybe I have an above average talent to hold my train of thought while trying to read comments, because it gets pretty wild here. Anyway, Wood is good, says Gizmo. Leanne Boudreau says, warm greetings on this Wednesday. Thank you for blessing us with your talk today. Beverly Adams is back. She says, thank you. Yay, all my friends are here. You guys make me feel like I have a family, and that's good. You know, I mean, I do, but, you know, it's an extended family, and that's a nice thing to have. And when people meet me in public, they're always very excited. So anyway, as I'm talking, I have a dead voice. I even have a sound absorber right over the top of my head here on this beam. There's a sound absorber up there. There's all this stuff on the wall over here. I've got it on the wall over there. I've got the towels. I've got the... You really need that. So, like... You can do curtains. Curtains are great. You get long curtains and you hang them up along the wall. That's what, if you notice on Joe Rogan's set, what does he always have in the background? He has these crimson red curtains. And that's how he's going to get that radio sound. So that's a technical aspect of recording engineering that I think everybody should know in this day and age. Dentist makes sense. It is almost tooth hurty in Eastern Standard Time. Da-boom, psh. Ooh, okay, 2:30. You guys are hilarious for cracking me up. So we got 2,100 people watching, which, you know, on a Wednesday afternoon, hell yeah, that's freaking awesome. So a lot more people are going to be watching this after it's over. They're going to see the playback later on today, but that's okay. You know, somehow, using my crappy internet connection, the one that's just 15 over 15 instead of 500 over 500, this one works and the other one doesn't. But we're only broadcasting at 4, so that's more than 15 is more than triple what we're using. Okay, Roger Zabarik says YouTube keeps dying through Orlando's spectrum. Phone through the carrier gives good feed. Glad to see you today. Thank you. Well, I hope you can see me, Roger, and everything's okay. Nobody seems to be saying they're having problems. Lori O'Hara donated $20. Thank you very much. We could hang out all day like this, and then I'll never get through the slides. But no, I really do appreciate the donations. They're awesome. David, what do you think about Billy Carson? Says Ali Gree. Wow, yeah. I've never seen anything like this happen before. He is getting pounded. You know, my friend Arthur is saying that, like, he's got dozens of videos coming up in his YouTube feed saying derogatory things about Billy Carson, you know, and I just feel really bad for the guy. It seems like it's happening on a very epic level. It's never really been like that for anybody in the conspiracy arena before. I would say that he's getting hit a lot harder than Corey got hit in any point in our history. Honestly, like, you got podcasts with 5 million views and they're doing this whole expose and he showed up at somebody's door. They have a camera footage. Look, I support him, and I hope that the allegations are proven to be untrue because he is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. All kinds of people are saying stuff about him, and I get it, man. I mean, maybe some of it's true, but you know what? There could be false victims as well. So just be very discerning. Don't assume that because somebody says that he did something that it's necessarily true. I'll just put that out there because we either hang together or we hang separately, right? Larry Newkirk says, watching from your favorite city, Lawville. There's 5 ways to pronounce it, as they showed us. Louisville, Kentucky. Lazy right eye. Are you talking about mine? Well, I don't know. You know, you have to decide for yourself. Maybe I am a little. I mean, look, it scares me when I don't get on the air right away, and when we have these huge bandwidth problems. Oh, Skeeter just donated. Thank you very much. It's a scary thing, man. If you start to sit in the chair and you're updated on all this stuff and you got everything ready to go, you got your slides ready to go, and then all of a sudden the darn thing doesn't even stream and it's frozen and nobody can see you, it's like, oh my God. So I'm feeling good today. I, as you know, have been documenting for you this, let's go to that slide. I've been documenting for you this cosmic proxy war between positive and negative NTI. Oh, Joe Schmo said, please update us on the Radcliffe wave. Thank you for the donation. Anyway, I don't really think I have a lazy right eye. Nobody's ever said that before, but at the same time, that's kind of a dissociative sign. And yeah, I'm not altogether here yet. It's going to take a while to really get here in the room with you, because we've had crazy wind, we've had crazy noise, this is the only time I could do it. And then what was so strange was that even this morning, we had enough wind that they give you the wind glyph on the weather app. You know, it's no longer a sun or clouds or anything. You get this frickin' sideways wind on the app, like a widget thing, a little avatar of wind. We had that right up until it all kind of magically stopped around 11:30, and I'm going to go live here locally at noon. So at 11:30, finally, all of a sudden, the wind stopped, and within minutes, the sun came out, and it was so beautiful, and it was like that just a few minutes ago. We got some clouds now, but the wind has stopped, and it only stopped at the exact hours. So literally, the difference between the wind icon and the sun and clouds icon, right? We got sun and clouds icons at 12, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then at 4, it goes back to the wind icon again. So the wind is going to come back. It's going to be too noisy for me to do this show. Oh, Tracy Ann, I can catch it out of the corner of my eye sometimes. The guy who shot the drone, who is he going to pay damages to? That would be an interesting question. Tracy Ann says, keep on, David. Love your work. Many blessings. You're the best movie ticket around. Steve Schuster says, you are amazing. Well, I hope I got enough camera fluidity for you guys to keep changing things here and there. You know, this is a great time to be alive. We've got so much going on. It's a very, very exciting moment in our planet's history, because all of these events, as disruptive and as terrifying as they can be, I mean, we're literally talking about, oh, you know, there might be, don't worry about the drones, right? We figured it out. Don't worry about the drones. We know what they are. It's our shit, but we're looking for dirty nuclear bombs. So just, everybody can calm down. We're only looking for dirty nuclear bombs, okay? It's no... Oh, great. Thank God. Thank God it's our stuff, and they're looking for the dirty bombs. You know, that somebody's got the radiation levels are spiking. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Now I feel so much better. Can you even believe this stuff, you guys? Anyway, Bo Nielsen, I just saw that. 149. Thank you very much. So look, we gotta keep camera fluidity. We gotta keep camera motion. You know, we don't want to get static for too long. I literally, angry daddy on the drones. You think for 1 minute that you can fly that goddamn thing over my house in my neighborhood in front of my wife and her kids and her beautiful grandchildren, and we're trying to get together and have a perfectly normal holiday celebration. You have the nerve to fly that goddamn piece of garbage over the top of my house, shining lights down upon my family when we're trying to have a peaceful and enjoyable dinner. And then once we get through the whole darn thing, thinking that it's aliens or that somebody is out there trying to get us, oh, don't worry, it's only your stuff. It's somebody in the United States. They just don't want to tell you what the hell they're doing, disrupting airport traffic, whatever, scaring people, flying over his house, whatever. Listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. Oh, I forgot what I was going to say. God damn it. You know, it was something... Oh, yeah, drones. Okay, right. So listen here. Now, Angry Daddy rules. Thank you guys very much. David, you remind me of Steve Carell, Pure Gold LOL. Yeah, there's a lot of influences I have. I thought about it. I was influenced by the Pink Panther, you know, the Inspector Clouseau. And he always had this kind of like really funny, like he'd do these crazy things with his eyes and stuff, you know, and like So the whole Pink Panther thing is there. I'm so old. I'm 51, that Carol Burnett, I'm going to be 52 in March, if you can believe that. I'm past my prime by CNN standards. But Carol Burnett, we used to watch that show. I'd laugh so hard. And, of course, the original vintage Saturday Night Live, John Belushi, Dan Aykroyd, Chevy Chase, Bill Murray, they were all on television live when I was a kid in the 1970s, and I watched this stuff, and there would be these jokes that my parents would be laughing at, and I wouldn't understand them. And now I know why, because the humor can get a little racy, and you have to disguise it in a way where the kid watching is like, why is everybody laughing? I'm not so sure about that. Anyway, yes, Angry Daddy has a lot to say about the drones, but he forgets what he's saying sometimes. That's part of the character, So what the hell is going on here? What are we really in for? What are we facing? What is this all about? And the answers are coming. First of all, I want to note something really important, and that is that many people are putting out very terrifying narratives about this. And if there is supposedly some type of dirty bomb that's being hunted down, well then, what if it goes off? Oh my God, it would be bigger than all these other terrifying events that we've been through in the past. I want to say right up front that we are dealing with a strange cosmic proxy war that involves non-terrestrial intelligence. The insiders use the term NTI to refer to, again, the idea of a non-terrestrial intelligence. So this is the big theme of my show, and if you've just gotten here for the first time, I want to let you into our little circle. Yes, we believe in extraterrestrials. Yes, we're cool with all kinds of sci-fi stuff. Yes, we are into conspiracy. Yes, we learned all these things that are really amazing, that shock the hell out of you. And the truth is very uncomfortable. The truth is essentially a bitter ingestion of medicine. You have to swallow the bitter. You have to taste real horror in a way, because to understand the difference between positive and negative non-terrestrial intelligence, or NTI, is to understand the difference between what we've already had described to us in so many ancient traditions, that there are good guy spirits and there are bad guy spirits. Some of those spirits might exist in a non-corporeal form and they appear in a ghost-like capacity. Okay, that's true. But some of them also exist in physical bodies that are flying around in our airspace and we don't know what they are. And that's been acknowledged by Congress now. So anybody that's still trying to play this whole ridicule UFO people thing, well, guess what? The government finally caught up to us. The government did tell us the truth about UFOs. The government did tell us that flying saucers exist. The government did tell us that Roswell was real, that they crashed, and that they got the technology. That's now official. Okay, I saw something over here, so... Ever cooperate with Alex Collier, the proclaimed Andromedan contactee? His intel fascinating light. Can't say I agree with his Bible talk, but hey. Yeah, there's a lot of people who've been doing this for a long time, and I think that everybody has pieces of the truth, and I've always just said follow your bliss. If somebody's work really inspires you, then I'm not going to knock them down. We always should try to hold together as a team, and what I offer is something very unique. We have these... tapes that I created in the 1990s, as we said before, and these were dictated through a remote viewing protocol. Let's go to 3 again. So you can see right here, these cassettes are still in great shape. I've kept them very dry. They haven't gotten wet. They haven't been in a flood, thank God. They haven't been in a fire. No smoke damage. So hopefully it'll stay that way. But we're in very tough times. There's all kinds of intensity. David, you're 51. You are not old, sweetheart. I'm 70. I'm starting to get old. There's your trama. Every now and then she's got to come through because, DEI, you have to give equality to those who identify as a trans woman. and actually feel more comfortable participating in grandmotherly activity. It's how I create nuances in my life that make me feel so good about myself. She started to get a little southern in there. I don't know what that was all about. I did notice when I was in Australia, when I was in Canada, there's so many people there from Australia who work up there, and they all start to blend their accents. And so you'll actually hear them sound like they're from Sydney, Australia. And then when their mind starts thinking about something, maybe when they lived in, I don't know, Germany, then the German will come out in their accent. It's really fascinating. And I noticed that people's accents do fluctuate, but my characters do that in a really funny way. Tramaw should sound like she's an Italian grandmother from New York. That's right. I mean, I grew up around that stuff. I heard lots of those accents everywhere, and I loved it. So, you know, it's always fun to play around with these characters, and my old high school buddy Jude and I might do a show at some point together, and we'll bring in some funny characters, because this is nothing new, man. We were joking around like this in high school, and I just finally figured out that, you know what, it's funny enough that it's worth doing it on a live stream. People love it. And I was inspired by all these things. So when I had those tapes come through in 1999, that was the last portion of a series of works that were done with remote viewing, which is a protocol to create data from your super consciousness. Apparently, some part of you floats outside of your body. It goes to a remote location. It can view things, hence remote viewing. And then I modified those protocols that are supposedly designed to have 99% accuracy, where you simply describe where they tell you to go, but all you get is these nonsensical numbers that are random, that they assigned to the target. And then even your guide doesn't know what the heck the numbers are. So both of you are blind. It's double blind. And then they go send people out and they look at things. And they actually describe them very well. So remote viewing was always one of the most exciting things about the Art Bell show. And he had people on who revealed how the protocols work. So in 1996, while I was an avid Art Bell listener, I began practicing these techniques, modified with my friend Joe Mason's technique that he called the dream voice. I met him in Richard C. Hoagland's discussion forum. The dream voice is where you listen to the background chatter in your mind as you're first waking up in the morning, while you can still remember new details from your dream. That's important. You want to stay really tranced out, not very awake. In that state of consciousness, you then listen without analysis. This is the remote viewing protocol. No analysis, no emotional reaction. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. You don't need to go to the bathroom in any way. You're not hungry in any way. You're not overly fatigued. Your body is comfortable. And you go into a very, very deep meditation, and you're not supposed to listen to the words. You're not supposed to, or what in the case of remote viewing, the data. The thoughts, this is what's so strange, and what I learned is that your thoughts will naturally bubble up. Angie, thank you very much. 3330, I love that. I don't know if you probably can't see that, but we have exactly 3,330 live viewers on a Wednesday afternoon. Hey, I'll take it. That's not bad. Thank you guys. So it turns out that ancient religious texts were written this way, that it's a process that can be trained in monastic orders, in priesthood societies, in temple environments. The access, sometimes insiders have called it hearing. I've heard it called hearing by one particular insider connected to the Catholic Church and all the secrets of the Catholic Church. And they value hearing, as they call it, very, very highly. The ability to hear accurately the voice of your higher self. And so, historically speaking, there are many cases of NTIs, again, that contact ordinary individuals. Sometimes they're humble, sometimes they're not so humble. And then those individuals are given a dream or a vision or a prophecy or something. And the ones that really take off in ancient texts are the ones where the prophecy comes true. And something that started out as just a channeled message turns into, wow, They actually showed up. The beings actually did what they said they were going to do through this particular channel. And so what makes this Michael Prophecies so unique and interesting is that I dictated it in 1996, and it stopped being dictated in 2000, most of it in 99. I did some other ones after that. There's more material, but I think I had a lower level of reception because my life had become stressful. I was now online. I'm dealing with, trolls and haters, and as that happened more and more, the connection got thinner. So it really does require that you live a very peaceful, meditative life. These protocols of remote viewing require you to be in a good place. And if you add the angelic protocols that I got later on from allegedly Archangel Michael, that's what the being said it was, or beings, it's like a whole, it's Earth's masculine energy force in the fourth dimension, embodied as a masculine voice, basically. That's what it is. So it's said. In the Law of One, actually. We showed you that quote before. There's only one place in the whole Law of One. You go to lawofone.info and you look up the word Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L. And I think there's only one of them in the whole book, and that's what it is. It talks about it being humanity's masculine self in the next dimension. So this Law of One stuff was very important to me, and it was the reason why I started doing my own dream voice in the first place, is I'd already been reading the Law of One for 11 months before this happened. And it was a cosmic perspective of a living cosmos where there's a one intelligent creator, there's one infinite creator, and that infinite intelligence is the only identity that really exists. And then we are in some type of fragmented duality where we don't perceive that identity the way that it normally would be in its own state. We are fragmented into galaxies. Galaxies have stars. Stars have planets. Planets have organic life forms. They say in the Law of One that the human type of being is about 40% of the whole known universe. So you're going to find humans 40% of anywhere you go in the whole entire universe. And then all of those humans on billions and billions, trillions of worlds, inhabited worlds, throughout the whole cosmos, they're all part of this one consciousness. That's pretty heavy. So these are amazing philosophical concepts where maybe I kind of blow through them really fast now sometimes when I'm talking because I've gotten used to it, but you got to step back and give that some space to expand in your mind. Like, wait a minute. There's 40 billion Earth-like planets in the Milky Way galaxy, according to NASA. 40 billion Earths. And let's presume that based on how many people are hanging around out there in the universe, that if life doesn't evolve on one of those planets and create some type of human, which is what that galaxy will have, it's going to have humanoid beings of different varieties, anywhere on any planet. But if that planet is uninhabited, it probably won't stay that way for very long. So maybe early in the galaxy, there's like a gold rush as people try to colonize various planets. But then as they get those planets colonized, what ends up happening most of the time is that settlers die. There's some type of catastrophe. They don't realize the sun is going to blow up. The sun gives off this solar flash, let's say. There's a catastrophic event. Volcanoes go off. Rock is dumped on everything. 40 to 400 feet of rock is dumped on everything. It's like the tilling of the soil. The Law of One calls it harvest because it's the tilling of the soil. Your planet is essentially covered with a new surface, and it's like painting over old paint. And in this case, multiple insiders have confirmed that you can dig deep down into the earth, sometimes even a mile or two, and you can find cities that at one time were on the surface of the planet from extraterrestrial settlers who were on their gold rush, and then they get wiped out, but some of their people make it, and then those people no longer remember that they were settlers who came to this planet from somewhere else. And they got trapped on this planet. There's a disaster. Their clock gets reset. Now they don't remember that they had the ships that are buried underground because, you're until you get to a high level of technology, you're not going to discover this stuff that's under the earth anymore. It's not going to exist. We're up to 3,500 now. And we have Mr. Catfish 2100 says, yeah, it's a forest out there for sure. So yeah, try to vibe in with the concept. The idea is that according to the legends of the, the highly classified shadowy groups and occult societies and all this kind of stuff, this is what they keep trying to tell us. This is their story. And you see it in Battlestar Galactica, and then the Dune prophecy. There was a moment in Dune prophecy that really freaked me out when they said, I forget what they called it, former Earth. And then you all of a sudden realize that like House Harkonnen, House Atreides, they're fighting over this spice that gets you spiritually high that's on this particular planet they call Dune, I guess. And there's these sandworms that live there, and the sandworms create the spice. And then they said that they came from old Earth. And it's like, oh, there it is again, the extraterrestrial migration. I am no one says, bro, so good to see you in the middle of the week. I love it. Tramon Company live, baby. Yes. We have a drone update from you. Legitimate facts. Yeah, this whole show is based on the drone thing. And again, I don't want you to be afraid of dirty bombs. I don't think that's going to happen. The beings always stop that. This is a very common part of UFO lore that, again, we are dealing with a proxy war between positive and negative beings. So we had already predicted in the past that there was going to be an event involving extreme fear and fake UFO sightings, that there was going to be something, because first of all, we were expecting this kind of stuff to happen before November. We didn't know how this was going to work out. We didn't know that it was going to be a landslide, and that only is the result of pretty amazing, interesting behind-the-scenes work, because they were very confident they were going to win, and they didn't. It's quite interesting that that didn't happen. So, okay, well, the enemy got off of its footing. The enemy lost track of the narrative for a while, but now they got to come up with something else. And we were already hearing that the final card they're going to play is to try to fake an alien invasion, and that it was going to be something that would be really scary and freak everybody out. You've heard me saying this for weeks, folks. Yes, you previously called it. Here it is, says Laura Church. I'm not afraid of anything, says Energy Center TV. Sounds like the Tartaria concept, the old world covered over. Yeah, that's probably not written by a private individual. Let's just leave it there. I've talked about that before. Blimps and buildings, I called it. But yeah, that stuff is everywhere. It's everywhere. And it permanently messed up my X feed once I blocked that stuff, by the way. It never went back to the way it was. All of my toys got taken away, which I found very sad and interesting at the same time. But anyway, I fixed it to the most part. But what we're dealing with, again, is this concept that there was actually a major Earth movement, and that the pole shift and the 200-mile-an-hour winds and the tsunamis that sweep across the continents. I mean, look, this is the stuff nobody wanted to talk about. When I was trying to get a Hollywood movie made called Convergence, we had, as a major part of our data, this overlooked information where there are certain places, one of them is in Alaska, where you dig down into this like peat moss, and you find, or sometimes it's other stuff, it's not always peat moss, but there's different types of terrain. Sometimes it's in like an oil deposit, and you find the massive, massive numbers of mastodons, giant sloths, saber-toothed tigers, these crazy prehistoric creatures. And there's this massive, massive gyres that go on for, in some cases, hundreds of miles. And all the entire thing is in that muck of peat or boggy, marshy, or like oil. It's just bodies of mastodons and saber-toothed tigers and woolly mammoths and giant sloths and weird creatures that don't even exist on Earth anymore. So the Earth itself is very catastrophic. The fossil record that we actually have, that was from 11, 12,000 years ago, that all these wild animals got wiped out. I mean, the Earth was a crazy place to be. It was very, very dangerous. And so when you think about that level of catastrophe that would create that type of an event, it is biblical, and it is an extinction level event. And so we do see many, many examples of mass extinctions. Mass extinctions are a thing. So how bizarre to find out that the Earth had an extremely advanced society here. Atlantis is a lot more advanced than we usually thought. They had flying, wingless, cigar-shaped craft. Even Edgar Cayce's readings were reporting that in the 1920s and 30s. They had the ability to levitate huge blocks of stone and carve it like it was made out of soft clay. So they did all kinds of cool stuff with that. So you get this very high advanced technology that also has stone, seemingly old-looking stuff, but that's what they can build. They love it, so they keep doing it. We have A Trust 100. Hi, David. Greetings from Jalisco, Mexico. Quick question. Are the orbs angelic, or what are they? No, I'm not saying that the drones are... I don't know if you're talking about orbs as drones, but the drones, we'll get into that. Let me just stick with the narrative, because you're asking a question that I'm about to answer. I know I get the same information inside. David and others are affirming it. I don't Zoom or vlog, says Daryl S. Let's see a mass extinction of evil. Well, we don't really want evil to go... We don't want violent extinction, but we just want peaceful justice. That's what we're really looking for, is justice. And so, yeah, there was a very advanced society here that got wiped out. Atlantis was 3D printing their own meals. They had holographic technology. They had consciousness interfacing technology. So there were, like, for example, my insider Arthur was talking about the crystal gun that he was told about from somebody working at a defense contractor. They'd gotten this from somewhere that he didn't know where, and you could dial in different types of crystals into this thing that looked like a big six-shooter. You dial in the right crystal, and then you aim it at a stone, and you could levitate the stone. And the different size crystals apparently were for different size stones. And they found this stuff, and there's been a whole suppressed history. We really are not the first ones here. And yet, at the same time, the whole Christian paradigm of God the Father and God the Son is actually real in the law of one. And there are messengers of both polarities. So ancient texts tried to get us hip to what was going on. They talked about angels and demons, and now we find out, yeah, there's extraterrestrials visiting the Earth because of the superior technology they have. They can remain undetected. We don't see them unless they want us to, unless maybe they get shot down and crash like in Roswell. But that would normally be the only instance of that. And there's definitely been things like Project Pounce and very intense, Project Moondust, Project Blue Fly, various things that were intended to go and get those crashes and bring them back. Sergeant Clifford Stone talked about that. Somebody was asking me to talk about the Heinz 57 on X today. Okay, so Sergeant Clifford Stone was one of the original Disclosure Project whistleblowers. This was back in 2001. I went out there for the May 10th closed executive VIP briefing. Dr. Stephen Greer was running it, and he had 39 witnesses there, and I got to meet all of them over the course of that week. Sergeant Clifford Stone dazzled me the most. In his story, he was working for, I believe, the Army, and then he got in touch with somebody who I think was a naval colonel, it was Navy. I think it was Navy. And the colonel brought him into a crash retrieval project, which I think was Blue Fly. And they had this inch-thick book, or maybe it was 3 inches thick. It was like a 3-ring binder. And it had all these characteristics of 57 different types of extraterrestrials, NTIs, operating in our airspace. And he said a surprising majority of them looked human or similar to human beings. Not like the Greys with the large eyes, not reptilian or insectoid or anything like that, but very conventional or slightly odd-looking humans. And this is one of the weird things I keep saying, is the human ET part is a very big thing, because these ETs do sometimes appear before us, and it only has to do with whether we as a society are ready for it in that era of history or not. If we are ready for it, they will show up. And they bring the same message, and that's why world religions don't really differ all that much. Most of the major world spiritual teachings, they talk about one infinite creator, they talk about love, they talk about learning to be more loving, and people who practice these teachings end up having ascended abilities. In Christianity, we call them saints, levitating saints. It happens in Tibetan Buddhism. They have 160,000 documented cases of rainbow body. Various Islamic sects had very cool things happening to people, like in Sufism, for example. People were getting clearly ascended abilities. They would activate their special light body again. So this has shown up in various cultures throughout time. There is a philosophical core to what the good human ETs want. And one of the things I found so fascinating was, and I talk about this in the Michael Prophecies, our original Law of One progenitor texts came from George Hunt Williamson. He was one of the first people to really write this stuff up. He was having a radio telegraph contact, that's Morse code on the ham radio, that then apparently turned into an in-person contact. Another person who had that was George Van Tassel. Another person who may have had that was George Adamski, the three Georges: George Williamson, George Van Tassel, George Adamski. The 1950s human ET contactee phenomenon was a big, big deal. And Williamson found several contactees who answered the same 100 questions the same way, and they appeared to be getting authentic extraterrestrial messages. And so from that body of data, we heard that there were 53 in the Law of One. In one of the, I think it might even be in session 1 of the Law of One, it says there's the confederation of planets in service of the one infinite creator, comprising 53 different planetary civilizations. And so that implies that each one of them looks different. So then they say 53, and then I think in the George Hunt Williamson it was like 52. It was very, very similar. So maybe there was a new one that joined since the late 1950s. That's possible, because the Law of One was in 1981. So maybe a new group joined. But then where you don't get anything about this in the Law of One that's really interesting, that is in the George Hunt Williamson material, is what he calls the unholy six. And again, this came from the deeply audited, verified, proven, probably the best channeling anybody's ever done. It would include the Edgar Cayce work, the Law of One, and then this 1950s stuff. So in book 4 of my Michael Prophecies, the whole first half of it is 1950s era material that's now expired copyright. You can excerpt from it. And so I bring in large excerpts of this 1950s material because it's amazing. But one of the things they talk about is the unholy six. So if you add 53 plus 6, you get 59. And that's only 2 off from the Heinz 57. That was, because they called it the Heinz 57. There was 57 varieties of humans or extraterrestrials of hominid nature visiting the Earth, and they needed to know what they were going to find in the flip book. So the flip book would tell you what kind of craft they had, what kind of faces they had, what kind of clothing they would be wearing, where they were from, and if they crashed, then, what did they know about these events? Were these dangerous? And so one of them was like a Sasquatch or a Wookiee. I said that on X. And that's really hilarious because of Chewbacca in Star Wars. There was apparently a lot of intel being leaked in Star Wars. But a lot of them just look like normal humans. But then the unholy six, right? There's 6 groups that are evil. That was very amazing because according to Uncle Jack, who's the source of the Colin Mcer character, "G'day, mate." When I talk like that and I say, "Cheerio, get on with you then, get on out there in the bush, mate." I mean, that's a picture-perfect impersonation of what this guy really sounded like. It was hilarious to talk to him. He was always so funny. But then he also had been involved in horrible, horrible, horrible things. And so the part of this character that I don't usually dwell on is these very horrible stories that he could tell you about stuff that was going on and stuff that he had seen and stuff that he had been involved in, including wet work. So, we keep that mostly out of the character just to keep the integrity of the character higher. But the real character is all that funny stuff, but then these stories that just make your toenails curl because they're so scary. So he told me, And, you know, again, he's working for the R family in the British who took over Great Britain after a certain Napoleonic event. You know, we know about that. I've talked about that before. So he worked for them. And they were the main point of contact on Earth for this Draco-Reptilian space program that hardly anybody on Earth gets to know anything about. In fact, the entire traditional group that you'd associate with the people on Earth who are doing all the nasty stuff, and we've heard them so many times, and everybody's kind of learning, okay, yeah, this is real, and they really exist. Even if you're up at the presidential level, even if you're up at the level of the head of such and such organization or foundation, nobody is being told the truth about what happens behind this one family and then this whole secret space program that they're running. The entire hierarchical structure of it on Earth, they don't know anything about this. It's not on their need-to-know basis. So they don't realize that even if they're seeing, again, as we've said, if they can summon lower astrals in certain ceremonies, and they can see what appear to be visual manifestations of these creatures, then they don't know that there's actually flesh and blood, physical reptilian ETs that are a lot taller than us in some cases, 11, 12 feet tall, very intimidating, and they are cannibalistic to humans. They do exist. And I've heard this from several different insiders, some very distracting material, you know, about how people are being brought in and then they disappear, and some of those people are actually being used in a very unpleasant capacity, as you can imagine. So, sure enough, right at the end of this whole thing, as we're getting ready for January, and we're expecting like disclosure, and we're expecting arrests, and we're expecting all this amazing stuff that I've been telling you to get ready to happen, we got extreme fear and fake UFOs in the form of these drones. So we're going to talk today about what I think they are. Let's just read a couple. Oh, wow. We're now up to, this is great. We're now up to 4,168. That's pretty much the same as a decent weekend, like on a Sunday. So a Sunday on a Wednesday, Carl Frederick says, what? The real Flash, if you say so. I know he said he's been saying it for quite a while now. It's the sun, it's the sun, it's the sun. So anyway, oh no. David, are you aware that a master musician, the great tabla player Ustad Zakir Hussain, who played with John McLaughlin in the indie jazz fusion group Shakti, and also Mahavishnu Orchestra, I didn't know if he played in that one, only 73 years of age and major loss. Wow. Moment of silence for Zakir Hussain. I did get to meet him because he was performing in Planet Drum, which was a show of just drums that was done by the percussionist from the Grateful Dead, and it was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, it's a lot of drumming, 3 hours of just hearing drums, but, it was great. I loved it. It was like the drum section in the middle of the Dead show, but then way better and much longer. It was fantastic. So I got to meet Zakir Hussain, and I remembered looking at his hand, and he had this muscle, and that's one of the ways you can tell when somebody's like a great drummer is that they've got this really big, if they do this with their thumb, it just pops up like there's an olive stuck under their skin. He had this huge frickin' bulge right here. I was like, whoa, okay, yeah, that's the kind of hand strength you need to be able to do all this hand percussion. So, yeah, very, very cool. Sorry that he was lost. That's really sad. But, so let's get back to the main topic of the day, which is, what are these things? Well, first of all, in the aerospace company, as you've heard me say so many times, we're developing things like this. This is our SM-39. It's the fastest jet that will have ever been made. It also can work as a spaceship. It already flies. We've already got it digitally flight tested. And in light of Stavati news, we've got incredible. I mean, I don't want to be immodest, but we're just winning on an incredible level. We had something else pop up 2 days ago that really helps us out in the very short term. But now, because it's all gotten really close, I'm under a strict non-disclosure. So anyway, I can't talk about it, but it's great, and I think we're gonna be. It could. I mean, honestly, the thing that just popped up a couple days ago That might happen within 2 weeks. There's other stuff that might even happen before the end of the year. We've got, I'm not even allowed to talk about it, so I can't talk about it. But anyway, we are intending to build technology that fundamentally violates what we think is real. A levitating machine, a machine that actually just uses anti-gravity and it hovers off of the ground. That seems impossible, but the Navy declassified those patents that were essentially the Kenneth Shoulders, Chris Beskar technology. Kenneth Shoulders designed the idea of these exotic vacuum objects or charge clusters, and you just roll electricity off the end of a needle, and then you shoot these little charge clusters at a solid object, even like my glass of water here. And if you hit this with enough charge clusters, guess what happens? It just starts levitating. And one of the things that we shot, which I hope we can get the movie Levitation done, maybe they need money, so maybe I'll bring money in once we get some, that would be nice. Anyway, my lips get dry. I mean, it's freaking dry. I live up in a desert, 8,600 feet. We've had crazy, crazy wind. It's been very intense to live here lately. So now it just feels like I've got 2 lines of grease on my mouth. It'll take a while for that to go. No, let's kind of cut down on that a little bit. It's pretty crazy. The whole grease mouth thing, I don't know if David Greasemouth Wilcock doesn't quite have the ring to it that it should, All right, that's better. That's not as bad. So we can build this stuff. We can build hover cars. We can build power cells. We have a battery company that got basically the gun or the money game. They got the company tried to buy them out and tried to essentially put this on the shelf because, it's probably going to be really bad for the battery industry once this new stuff comes out that lasts a heck of a lot longer. Anybody that doesn't have it, their technology will become obsolete. But again, that's going to take years. Just to go into a manufacturing boom to be able to make these batteries for your smartwatch and for your smartphone, it's not going to happen overnight. But the technology that does exist is much better than what we're using. Much, much better. 6 times higher energy density, maybe perhaps even up to 30 times energy density. If you have electric cars with 30 times energy density, you could drive them 10,000 miles without charging them, maybe more. And so that is apparently attainable to us, but the company doing that, again, got, blacklisted. And we're now lucky enough to be forging a relationship with them after they had this very strange, hostile attempt happen to them. So really good things are happening, but again, we predicted this, and so I get the I told you so points. You can laugh if you want to, you can say da-da-da-da-da, but bottom line, this is what we said was going to happen, and it's happening. You would have never imagined that you'd have a fake UFO sighting. That's what's happening. You would have never imagined that the fake UFO sighting would be something that caused everybody to be really freaked out, sketched out. That's exactly what's happening. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? That's a really good question. What is the underlying reason for why these things are up in the sky? Who made them? What are they doing? What's this whole deal about? And we're at, 54 minutes, so I'm already burning up a lot of time here. Well, you really need to have a whole different perspective on reality to understand what's in the Law of One, what these beings were teaching us in the 1950s, and what the Alliance is now endorsing week after week with their posts that have tied in so perfectly with the stuff that I'm telling you that, it's beautiful. And so when they make posts now, it becomes news. They're becoming the source of news. You see things pop up on other websites, usually without credit, but I give them full credit, and we talk about what they've got to say, and they have a lot to say about this. And first of all, in our company, in Stavati, I saw drone products in brochures that we were given the opportunity to sell and market. We've had various packages of drones come in that we could look at and say, do you want to do this product or not? And that includes all the varieties that we see out there. So we've had 47 come out and speak about it now, that they know what it is and they're not telling us, but they should. And then, the regular White House has been very evasive on it. But then we have alternative news that kind of just surmounted all this and said, oh, yeah, this is our stuff. And they appear to be sniffing for radiation. So that's probably going to be my favorite interpretation as well. There was some initial attempts to try to blame it on Iran or China or something, but no. Now it's basically been confirmed this is our stuff. We know what it is. And there's various testimonies, at least two major ones, that we're going to look at today about where this came from. So, why did we say, what was the prediction of why there would be fake UFO sightings and extreme fear? Because we have this worldwide adversarial force that is hidden away in the top corporations, in military groups, in governmental circles, in media, in pharma, in corporate, financial, big agriculture. There is at the top levels of control in our world, there is an organized group that is not disclosing anything about who they are and what they are. And that this group actually has a very weird set of beliefs. We're talking about esoteric philosophy. We're talking about very strange things, unlike any publicly recognized religion. You got to go deep down a rabbit hole, and then it gets really scary because for whatever reason, apparently this religion practices what most people would think of as evil, and they get incredible results. They've got wealth, they've got fame, they've got power, they've got political mobility, they can make things happen, they can reform the world. And when you get through what Uncle Jack was telling me about, there's only one family on Earth that knows what the hell is really going on, and they're not allowed to disclose it to anybody else in their organization. So everybody below that one family doesn't know about this. Kings, presidents, prime ministers, they're not on a need to know. But when you get to that level, that's your unholy six. And Uncle Jack told me that there are Draco reptilians that have 6 different genders, and that they are on a spectrum of female to male. This was one of the funniest things that he ever said, and that they look different. They don't even look like they're anything from the same species at all. And apparently what these Dracos have done is they've gone around in different planets where they found other reptilian evolved life, and they brought them in and they gave them their own DNA, so they start DNA mixing, and that's how you get into this, they're partly Draco because they have some Draco DNA, so they're on a gender spectrum. That's what they would call it. So you have 6 different types of being that look totally different, but they're all part of this gender spectrum. There's your unholy 6. So it's pretty fascinating the way that, the George Hunt Williamson data that said, I think it was 51 or 52, and the Law of One said there's 53. Then Sergeant Clifford Stone's Magic Book said 57. But then there's also, again, you got to add in the unholy 6. So the Law of One plus unholy 6 is 59. The George Hunt Williamson plus the unholy 6, I think 51. It goes right up to 57 exactly, or maybe 58. But it sounds like we're talking about something that everybody can kind of agree on. And then Pete Peterson was telling me that these ETs are both positive and negative, and that there are positive beings that have been working consistently with our military agencies here in America and in other countries. There are positive beings working with them in underground facilities. And that those beings included Valiant Thor, which was a human ET that showed up in 1957 at the Pentagon and apparently helped to write this thing called the Plan, which is essentially designed by a time-traveling intelligence to prevent us from having to go through a catastrophic pole shift, to prevent us from having a solar flash that cooks us into hash browns, where instead of all those catastrophic things, they allow the events of 2020, and there was 3 big things. There was getting sick, there was a treatment, and then there was, a result in November, right? So there's 3 things, sickness, treatment, and result, that happened in November. Those events, and the fact that a lot of people didn't like the result of November, triggered a planetary awakening. It triggered an understanding that there is a group here that is going to create conflict on both sides. They want to own both sides of a war. They want death. They want suffering. They want famine. They want poverty. They want people killing each other, people eating each other. This is not a joke. Evil is real. Evil does exist, and there's various ways you can find it. But what most people don't know is how organized it is and how centralized it is and how much they get along with each other. When you look at the UFO community, we can't get along with each other at all. You know, there's infighting. There's all kinds of like backstabbing and harassment. And, you know, again, I feel bad for Billy Carson. Whatever part of it is true, I have no idea. But he is getting hammered like I've never seen anybody in the conspiracy community before. He is getting freaking pounded with all these expose videos, and it's very sad. I mean, maybe it won't be sad if it turns out this stuff is true, but I can't help but wonder if people are just throwing dirt in there and, you know, making things up. I mean, that's why, again, you got to find out. You can't just trust what you see, especially when anybody in our community is getting slammed. If it's a UFO person or a patriot, you always got to dig as deep as you can. Make sure this is really, really true before you make up your mind about something. I would want the same due courtesy for myself, to be given that confidentiality that says, you know, okay, we know what's really going on. There's people who have lived with me. If there was anything crazy it's kind of the stuff that they're accusing him of now, if there was stuff like that I had done, there's no way to hide it. If you're a public figure, if you're very famous or whatever, which I am because of the Ancient Aliens thing, you know, apparently in the nursing homes, you hear my voice all up and down the hall because half of the people are watching Ancient Aliens. So that's crazy, you know, and I get spotted everywhere I go. So if you have an extramarital affair, or if you try to be polyamorous and you're not in a married relationship, you're going to get caught 100% of the time. If you rip people off, you're going to get caught. There's no way to survive as a public figure if you engage in criminal activity. It will come out, and people will have a joy of exposing you. So this gets into the proxy war thing, that there's actually positive and negative influences, and the negative influences want you to be sexually promiscuous. They want you to hurt other people. They want you to be abusive. They want you to be impatient. They want you to be jealous. They want you to be angry. They want you to be traumatized. They want you to take your trauma out on other people. They want you to be a hurtful thief who, you know, destroys people's lives. That's the negative influence. If those elements exist, then to whatever degree that person is susceptible to this negative influence. Like, this would be my left shoulder, okay? So if you got the negative on this side, positive on this side, they're both talking. So that analogy is incredibly real. And you can't simply go to church on a Sunday and get baptized and get saved and stop that negative voice from ever being able to speak. It does not work that way. The Law of One says this is a moment-to-moment discipline. That's why I don't want to get overly focused on mass meditations. All you have to do is meditate with us once in a while and everything's cool. No, this is about the discipline of the personality. It's a very important Law of One concept. Disciplining your own personality so that you have the ability to be aware of the difference between positive and negative. You need discernment. You need discretion. You need understanding. You need wisdom. These terms, somebody just liked it enough that they threw money at me. See one right here. Okay, here we go. Somebody's got some information. I don't know anything about this. Somebody was just telling me about it. I'm like, oh my God. Ed Creeder said, I watched the interview. Billy Carson completely discredited himself, and now he's threatening lawsuits for Wes Huff and for the host. This is sad. Yeah, I mean, all I heard was that he sat down with somebody who was an expert in Scripture, that he had been on Joe Rogan and tried to say that Jesus isn't real, the crucifixion wasn't real, that, Christians are a cult. And then he sat down with this text guy, and the text guy's pulling out books and saying, no, you're wrong about this. And now he's all pissed off, and there's supposedly dash cam footage and all this stuff. Botanical Bro 888 says, the world's religious zealots are using Billy as an example to keep people asleep because Mr. Carson has been assisting in freeing many people from their religious delusions. Okay, yeah, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Enjoy your information dump, says Richard Warner. And we're up now to 4,600, so we basically have the same number as on a Sunday. So thank you all for being here. I guess it's like what time now on the East Coast? It's getting towards the end of work. So we might have some people, just kind of watching us on the side while they're doing other stuff, getting paid to watch the show. So thank you. Don't forget to hit whatever it is that you're supposed to do on YouTube. It's like a subscribe button or something, right? And you're supposed to hit like. So thank you for doing that in advance. Yeah, the real Flash. I don't defame those public figure truthers, even with what I know. I try to understand them, support the good side, even the compromise good side. Yeah, I totally believe that Jesus did die on the cross and was resurrected, and that he was baptized, and that he created a path to salvation for the planet. That is definitely in the law of one. Okay, let's just be absolutely clear. This is what I believe. Now, okay, other people have other ideas. He argued this on Rogan. That's painting a target on you. And so now there's all these videos. And again, I'm very, very skeptical, no matter who it is, when somebody in our community is being attacked. I'm like, wait a minute. If it's one of ours, then we got to check everything 3 times over before we make any conclusions about what the hell is going on. All right? But, if all the different things that are thrown around now are true, then yeah, he's probably going to end up having people come after him in lawsuits and, I don't know. I mean, it's a sad thing. So in the mainstream world, in the showbiz arena, we have these very prominent domino effects that have been started by certain events. And as you've heard before, and we will say again, the implications, using that word in my sentence here, the implications are vast. So there's many, many individuals who we were taught to look up to and idolize and trust. And now there is a famine of trust. Now there is an epidemic of distrust. And these people are not being looked at favorably, and they're not being, given the benefit of the doubt. And as these things come up, they're having to step down. They can't, do what they were doing before. And there's examples we're going to go through today. One of them was this guy who's a rapper. So again, as I've said so many times, it's too early to know which of these rumors are true. So we don't want to say anything for definitive. But the rumors have fundamentally changed our world in a way that really hasn't crystallized into something new yet. We still don't really know where this is going. But then if you hear what I've been saying, the Alliance is this group within the military of the U.S. and other countries. It's a majority of military and intelligence groups in the U.S., and they are actually working to give us freedom, unlike any freedom that we've ever had before. Freedom from suppressed technology, freedom from suppressed information, freedom from suppressed physics. The Alliance has all of the technology of the Majestic 12, the Roswell reverse engineered stuff. Majestic, which would now be, considered Space Force, I guess. And it's really what the Alliance is. There's only 10 people that are involved in what they're doing with the plan, as we've called it, but those 10 people are then plugged into a whole other world that the rest of us don't get to know about. 35 levels of need to know above the President of the United States. It's called Cosmic Top Secret Clearance. And when you're at that level, it's considered common knowledge that they have these human angelic ETs coming here and talking to them. And so I'm very happy about that. We want that to happen, And what the Valiant Thor helped the Alliance apparently create something called the Plan, which is now creating a massive ongoing sting operation. Oh, I tried to mute it, but I only got it in one nostril. Sorry to Kwan Hung Chan if he's sleeping right now. I don't want to make loud noises for you as you're there in Korea, I think is where he's from, right? Something like that. Anyway, maybe he's still awake. Maybe he'll show up. But so this massive sting operation is ongoing, and this is a very big part of what the Alliance is about. It's being done one at a time, exactly like Bible prophecy in the book of Matthew, Matthew 13, the picking of the wheat from the chaff, and that there's these tares among the wheat, these weeds that grow up, and they're plucked out from the wheat one by one at the end of the age, and those who are still here after this happens will shine like the sun. It's part of what the Bible says. One of the weird things that happened this past week is that somebody found, I don't even have a slide for it, but somebody found new writings of Matthew 12, and that might have been a subtle dig by the DS because it was different than the existing book of Matthew. The semantics were different, and they were suggesting that people were actually adding to the Bible and adding their own ideas and their own words. So that needs to be researched more. But yeah, a new version of Matthew 12 just showed up. And that's exactly the verse right before it starts talking about the idea of the wheat and the chaff, the wheat and the tares, the wheat and the weeds. It's the Ascension passage in the Bible, and right now they find this new version of it, and oh, well, it's a different Matthew 12 than the one we know. Isn't that weird? So look, as I said before, the sting operation is going on, and this is why we're seeing the stuff that we're seeing. This is why the predicted onslaught that we knew would happen, we were telling you it's going to look like a UFO, but it's not going to be one. It's going to scare the crap out of everybody. And it's, as we said, Werner von Braun on his deathbed told his secretary, administrator, Carol Rosen, Dr. Carol Rosen, he said, look, the last card they're going to play is the invasion card. You're going to see it happen, and it won't be real, and they're going to try to scare everybody with this. And they were trying to play that narrative of it being a UFO or a series of UFO. I mean, this is crazy. I don't even want to get into it now because it's like, okay, everybody's talking about the drone thing. Everybody's got slides on it. Oh, it showed up over DC. It showed up over, New Jersey. It's showing up over here. It's in UK. Okay, well, what if the main purpose of this is just to try to freak us out and create some type of emergency? Now, maybe there was something they wanted to set off, because that's exactly the agenda of the negative. They want depopulation. They want lots of chaos. So yeah, we know there are groups on Earth that want to create mass casualty events. We usually call them terrorists, but they come in all shapes and sizes, and this is getting everybody scared because, I mean, on the good side, like, let's hope that if the story that they're telling us is true, that means that the things that are dangerous have been found. And in fact, I have a slide here. Just this morning, David Nino Rodriguez was reporting that the material that they thought they were looking for, that they found it. I hadn't seen this on the regular news, but he's doing a show about it, so maybe he's got inside intel. I don't know. That would be great. I don't like having to worry about this stuff, but I also have a cheat sheet in the form of the Alliance. And then another cheat sheet in the form of the Michael Prophecies, this time-looped material and these tapes I did in 1999 that are now speaking to us in the present. This has been ongoing for me pretty much since January of 2022, when I really began unsealing these tapes. I published them online in 1999 and 2000. It runs from 96 to 2000. It was done through remote viewing. The voice was Archangel Michael, supposedly. And today we're going to hear a new reading from a new being, actually, a being with a Hebrew traditional name. And it means, the name is Yuel. And this is definitely a group within the Archangel Michael mass consciousness. Yuel would be one of these focal points of that consciousness. So I believe it is still part of Michael, but it has a differentiation with its own name. So again, this sting operation is going to lead to disclosure. It's going to lead to real UFO truth. That's not what we're getting right now. The reason I think this is happening is they want to get people, they're hoping they could create something bad. And this is exactly what I told you, right? They're going to try to create something bad. Oh, well, guess what? We have an emergency. We need to pause election. We need to pause the whole process. We can't go through with January. We're going to have to keep the people who are in there now in there because they've got to manage the emergency. We're not letting the new guy in. We can't go through with that. It's an emergency. That appears to be the Hail Mary pass that they're trying to catch to get this thing to work. They were highly unexpected of the landslide. This did not work out for them. And when we get to the Alliance messages and the messages of Michael that I received in the 1990s telepathically. They're time looped into the present. What does that mean? It means that they tell us prophecies in the now, and you're going to see more of those today in this reading. It's incredible. Ever since the beginning of January 2022, I've been reading these unsealed prophecies, or unsealing them, as I say, in real time, as I read the words. Because remember, I had thousands of pages of this stuff. It's 7 books that I've created, Michael Prophecies, and they are describing everything that's going on right now. So please, don't indulge in fear and think, well, you know, Michael was right about everything else, but then all of a sudden he's wrong about this, and we're all going to die, and there's not going to be an ascension. No. This is scaring the pants off of us. This is creating a mass fear type of situation so that we have an awakening, because fear is useful. It gets you looking for the nature of the problem. The fact that the outgoing people, you know, the change has already happened by November. As they're on the outs, they are acting really badly. And even people like my father, who supported them, are now like, wow, you know, these people really are evil, you know. And so it's pretty amazing to be talking to my dad and to have him, you know, we delicately talk through these areas. But what he doesn't understand is that this is all leading up to a global moment of truth, the expose of a very organized evil that nobody realized existed unless you were a so-called tinfoil hat. And then, oh yeah, I've heard about that stuff. Well, most people haven't. And then the Michael Prophecies and the ET component, which again goes beyond what we're hearing from the Alliance, say that this is going to trigger some type of global ascension event. Now, what does that exactly mean? That's crazy, right? Well, no. The 1950s ET messages that I've been telling you about were very, very specific in saying that our solar system was going to change, that the sun was going to give off a flash, that the planetary orbits would change. Earth is no longer going to have 365.2422 days a year. In fact, the ideal Earth orbit has already been changed. It was 360 days a year. That extra 5.2422, like in the Mayan calendar, those are the forsaken days. There was a solar flash 12,000 years ago that changed it from 360 to 365 and pissed everybody off. So I don't know what the next Earth's orbit is going to be. I mean, probably the closest harmonic number of days after 360 would be 384. So I've never heard this from any ET stuff that has been revealed, but maybe that's what the number of days is going to be. We don't know. But harmonics is a big part of it. It's a harmonic number. It's 360 is also a number of vibrations per second that gives you a note on the white keys on the keyboard. So is 384. Maybe not a white key, but it's one of the harmonic numbers where you get the vibrations per second, and if you vibrate air at that frequency, you hear a musical sound. Well, you don't usually think about the idea that the sounds that you're hearing are only just variations in how fast air is vibrating, but that's what it is. And then it gets weirder when the differences between the sounds in the octave, the white keys on the keyboard, you take those ratios between the vibrations of sound per second, the vibrations of air, and then you expand those ratios to the frequencies of visible light, and the exact ratios between the colors in the rainbow match the ratios between the white keys on the keyboard. That's crazy. And that's been proven by Dale Pond in his book Physics of Love. So, okay. Wow. That's a really big thing for a lot of people to process, just this holographic nature of the universe, that sound and color are so interconnected. And in the law of one system, there's 7 densities, 7 colors, 7 sounds in an octave, and these represent 7 major levels that we go through in our evolution. Pillars and Strategies, 1333. Thank you very much. We're at 4,800 people watching live, so we are at full Sunday strength now. You have truly unique kindness that emanates peace. Why would people freak out about drones when there are cloaked ships all over the earth above, seen occasionally based on clouds showing exhaust trails? Well, a lot of people are living in fear. They don't really understand the big picture. They don't really see what's actually happening to us and where this is all taking us as a planet. And, you know, I think I've got some pretty good insight on this stuff. So thank you for your donation. Anyway, the arrests that we're talking about, that we're going to expect, they will be on a vast level. There's going to be many people that are implicated all at the same time. There will probably be some type of very, very public events around all of this, and it's not going to be like just a week or two. There's going to be a whole lot of stuff going on. It's going to last for a while. It's going to be upsetting to a lot of people. We don't really know how this is going to turn out yet, but we know a lot of people are making deals, and hopefully most of them are just going to get, life in prison sentences. And, but we don't know. I mean, it's all up in the air. So anyway, the greatest sizzle of the week, I think, is the Yuel reading. And it was so good that I am moved to read it first. And this was from February the 22nd. So in our last show, we'd gotten up to January 21st, 1999. And then in that 1 month between January 21st and February 22nd, there's passages that are great. They're time looped. They're incredible. And I read a lot of them on Friday. I did a big unsealing on Friday because I hadn't gone past the 21st, except maybe very briefly. And I was shocked at all the stuff. I mean, they're talking about the drones. They know what's going on. They, as in Archangel Michael and this new being Yuel, they know what's going on. So it's pretty freaking wild. It's mind-blowing. It's amazing information. And we're looking at an Ascension event sometime in the future. All this stuff is coming our way because when the Alliance does the arrests, that's what brings about this golden age. And that's what brings about no more UFO secrecy. And as people are told the truth by their own authorities, this then gives permission for our extraterrestrial relatives to appear. And, you can laugh at this if you want to, but nobody really is except for one compromised individual and a few of his friends. So I don't even look at it as real. I mean, it's very likely somebody's paying him to do this because he's been so persistent. So, people almost unilaterally are in support of what we're doing. And again, prophecy is something I never expected that I would be involved in at this level. I did that stuff in the 1990s. I moved beyond it. I kind of got into my own thing. I'm like, I don't need to focus on these readings anymore. That was another time in my life. I stopped doing it as a business by 2005, and I just kind of retired from it. I'd done 500 client readings, So will the selling of the lists prevent release of the people's names on the list? I don't think so. I think there might be some of that, but no, this is a very, very big thing. So again, we're going to go to February 22nd because this is the next place in our timeline where we have a gorgeous, amazing, huge reading that comes in that just literally brought me to tears when I was reading it. I could not believe how good this was. And we're going to, on Sunday, so I'm going to do another show on Sunday, providing that we're not in an emergency condition. And we're going to go back to the January 21st and then move forward from there. So that's what we're going to do today. And as I've said before, we have these angels and demons influencing opposing factions on Earth. The positive is teaching kindness, and the negative teaches the practice of evil. So borrowing on my own slides, we were expecting this mass UFO event to create distraction. The latest theory is that what we're seeing in the sky is some type of nuclear sniffer. So here's a really cool piece of information I dug up. It showed up on the 13th, and it's got all the intrigue and cloak and dagger and all that kind of stuff. So this is I'm not subscribed to him or anything, but it was cool to find this. Bob's News. This account was deleted, yet it's the most believable reason I've seen for everything that we're looking at. 2.6 million views. Again, this is bigger than the media. So what does it say? I'm one of a few groups who know exactly what these things are. This is going to go into the void. I have no followers. I'm going to share anyway. And please retweet it. And so here we go. What you're seeing are American-made. I'm not going to say the rest. They can detect the presence of gamma rays miles away, but what is that? That's the stuff we attribute to radiation, electromagnetic waves that penetrate you and cause cancer. These are built to make inspections. The normal ones that he's talking about, but these ones aren't. So then this whole account got deleted, right? In the late 2000s, the DoD needed a response to various threats coming into our various areas. They've been stocking up on these for a while. Some were deployed when there was a threat over there of the same thing to that area. They look weird because they're heavy, and they have giant cryo coolers mounted and giant horn antennas to communicate on, I guess that's microwave frequencies. And then I can't read the bottom here, hold on, that cannot be jammed. Okay, so they can't be jammed. Funny micrometer wave frequencies. I think it's different than regular stuff. This is where I come in. The technology these use have few suppliers, both for wave equipment and the high purity element germanium that you need. The same suppliers are the backbone of my industry. What are they doing? Collecting information of how the public will react, PSYOP, and testing their ability to sweep a port city and look for these particular things. Okay, Jersey was chosen because we're the closest port city to New York. New York would be too dense for the waves that it uses to work properly. Isn't that interesting, huh? But why is the DoD being silent? Again, in a scenario, we have a threat of something happening. The public doesn't know about it. They need to know how the public would react if these were deployed to sweep a city. Well, yeah, I mean, but they're making more fear by not saying anything. What many don't realize is that this is the reason we're here. That was the first time we ever deployed them in a combat zone. But make no mistake, they're for protecting the homeland. As they bought, are you ready for this? Hundreds of thousands of them to act as swarms capable of sweeping a city. Hundreds of thousands of, if I can say it quickly, the HPGE thing, right? That's the only time I'll probably do that, but I haven't bothered to look it up. If you want to, go ahead. I haven't wanted to attract that kind of attention to myself. Hundreds of thousands of these, and we know what they're for. So then this guy shows up, and he says, hold on. He says, sorry for the typos, I'm on the train. And then, so then he says, I'm on the train home without my glasses. It's very bumpy. I had to get this off my chest, as all day I'm hearing people genuinely afraid when they should be in awe of the capabilities we have as a country to keep us safe. And for nerds who know a bit about what I'm talking about, take a look at a close-up of them. They operate in a grid, both to sweep areas, but also because the communications are done with a mesh network operating at 200 gigahertz plus, which is very directional, right? I mean, it's the same kind of thing I've got here, and needs bulky horn antennas mounted. Should note, I'm not a military expert, but I spent a third of my career as a radio frequency engineer. We're only hired in military, telecom, and finance. I'm speculating that this is just a drill, but I know exactly what those things are. My guess is that the situations we're facing made them a priority. Make no mistake, this would be the greatest threat to our country. If something happened in New York or central LA, we would be crippled. The evidence we need to respond, the evidence we would need to respond in kind would be impossible to get in time or not at all. All our toys would be worthless with no target. And how do I know they're not foreign-owned? Well, because I'm confident of what they are. But even if you didn't believe me, you can see they have bright lights on them to keep our own air traffic safe, something the enemy wouldn't care about. And then somebody said, is this plausible? And then somebody puts up a video of something. It's like a split wing configuration, similar to one of the ones that we're going to be doing. He says, I can't rule it out, but what was most distinct to me was the clustering and flight patterns of the footage I've seen. That screams sensing, not logistics. And there are few things with emission patterns to sense that they need to cluster to detect besides these rays. I really hope that's what's going on. And he says, it is, my friend. I'm sorry that truth can't come from a more recognizable and verified source like our government. I understand why they can't, though. The threat of even the panic from a threat is still a threat in and of itself. Well, it was only a couple days later that this story went completely viral, as you undoubtedly have seen. This is on the ZH homepage. New theory that the sightings may be nuclear sniffers following elevated New York radiation levels. Now, you see these red dots there, but actually, it's not that elevated. Okay, it's not great, but it's not anything like really, really dangerous either. It's just that it's detectable that there's a little bit more than usual. And yeah, I mean, kudos to 47 to not go to Bedminster right now because, you know, you might get 2 or 3 chest rays of something, you know, the equivalent there. It could be something like that. But I mean, that's still way, way less because I did a lot of due diligence on this. Let's see what it says here. The founder of an aerospace company specializing in military-grade drones published a video on TikTok sharing his thoughts on the sightings. His expert opinion is alarming, leaving many wishing that Paul Krugman's theory about the alien invasion was true instead. And then it goes on from there. Now, just this morning, here's David with a cigar in his mouth and his hand. I love it. Drones find the target substance. Did the mystery drones find the missing source? It seems that they finally found their target. According to the United States NRC, the source has been found. So let's hope that that news turns out to be true. Let's hope that everything has been found and that the technology of which the whistleblower said they have hundreds of thousands of them. Let's hope that's actually what's going on. We got 5,000 people watching on a Wednesday. Thank you guys for being here. This is great. I feel wonderful about that. So look, I'm not scared. And again, the positive beings have told us to look out for this kind of stuff for a long time. And so getting back to that, Yuel, the being we're going to meet today, and Michael clearly know exactly where we are. In the Michael Prophecies, there is no prophecy of a widespread nuclear destruction. That is not going to happen. Instead, they tell us that they will stop these disasters from happening, as we've already seen in the history of the UFO community. You go back to Robert Hastings, look this up. I don't have any video from it because I can't do that on a live stream. But if you go back and look up Robert Hastings at National Press Club in 2010, he brought forward multiple, just like Dr. Greer did in 2001. 9 years later, he brought forward multiple insiders saying that they had seen these things powering down our installations. Donna Miller, thank you very much, making them radioactively inert. We have a former Apollo astronaut, Edgar Mitchell, saying, yes, this is what's going on. This is what they're doing. And that some people are lucky enough to get direct meetings with these types of ETs. So it's a fascinating situation. Oh, Black Swan Sybil donated $50, says, tell your house I said hi. Yeah, the house is alive, and thankfully right now it doesn't let me know that, but believe me, by 5 o'clock the wind is going to be crazy. It's totally still right now. There's no noise. David needs more likes, peeps. Smash that like button, says Ronnie Rock Smith. Snowing up here in the woods of northern Pennsylvania, says Kevin Morgan. Great to see you today. Your information is top-notch as always. Thank you for what you do. Let me just blow my nose real quick. I'll mute myself here. Hold on. Yeah, the noise of a stuffy nose is not very aesthetic, but it's tough living in this wind. Let me tell you what, it is tough. So I get tougher every year that I do this. I'm so glad that I don't have to bring my dog through this anymore. She passed away. This was always hard for any animals. In Alaska, they apparently put Vaseline on their dog's paws so they can walk outside without getting cold. It just gets really freaking cold. Larry Newkirk says, I'd love to see you collaborate with Greg Braden or Graham Hancock, maybe both. Would you join 47's Cabinet of Vast? Yes, I would. And then I have worked with both Greg Braden and Graham Hancock, and I would love to do so again. They're both awesome. And, I heard Graham apparently said something about that he'd love to, talk to me again. Well, that would be great. I would be happy to work with him. Phi Life Cypher says, hey, David, proper treat for a frocking Wednesday, dude. David needs to do the Sean Ryan show. I don't know what that is. How are the turkeys? Well, Turtle Bean asked that. They're not around. I mean, the turkeys are all, it's not really hibernation, I guess, but they stay in the trees and they mostly sleep and they burn body fat and they don't come out and they don't eat anything. And they're in kind of like a, very mellow hangout in seclusion in nice warm places. I mean, none of the birds come out when the wind is going. I threw some seed out for them last night. It was still there today. When the wind finally stopped, now I see woodpeckers, stellar jays, chickadees, magpie. We get the magpie. We get the nuthatch. I've started to look up some of the names of these birds. Sorry you lost your dog. So hard to lose our man's best friend, says Joe Smith. Yeah, it was very difficult. But, you know, she was 16 years old. She lived a very long life. And, you know, we got stuck here because of the bankruptcy involved in having this tax debt. I am in touch with the IRS, by the way. They've been great people. We've had a wonderful interaction with them, and they're very supportive. We've sent them documentation of upcoming deals, and they believe us. So, you know, I'm going to become a major taxpayer once we get to the point of doing these things. And so they recognize and respect that. So there's no issue. There's no trouble going on. Everything is cool. But so anyway, Robert Hastings in 2010 brought us this really, really cool information about how all these different whistleblowers are saying UFOs showed up and then the nukes don't work. They're not radioactive anymore. So this is a very widespread observation from credentialed military and civilian whistleblowers. This is nothing new. Again, this was 2010. But the old guard does not want us to have this technology. So, you know, they're scanning for everything. They're making us scared. They made us think it might be an alien invasion. Now the other alternative seems even worse. And again, I would encourage you not to panic about this. That's what they want. And one more story before I'm going to take my first break of the day. I take a 2-hour break to go use the restroom, and it's going to be great. I'll tell you, I need it. I'm overdue. But another thing that came out this past week that was, or maybe a little bit more than a week ago is when it started, but it's very, very significant, is that tech startups have been systematically destroyed. This is essentially a whistleblower coming forward and giving high-level testimony confirmation of what we already knew in our company. Like, for example, we had a guy in Las Vegas who was ready to give us money. He has a big company. I've known him for a long time. He's a good friend. He wanted to do free energy. He wanted to do anti-gravity. He wanted to get into, I mean, we talked to all different types of inventors. There was a guy who had an incredible air conditioning technology, a heating and cooling system that was brilliant, that, you know, was basically free energy. We talked to people that supposedly were burning water. We talked to all kinds of interesting folks. And so he had the money, but he had put it into a fund and he was going to release it to work with us, and he was never able to access his money. They just simply would not let him cash it in. Stardust, I wish you Merry Christmas, David. Starseed, love from Ohio. Thank you very much. So he couldn't get his money out, and then we had another lady who was going to give us a loan, and then she was invited into this investment program. It says it's got high yield, and it was the same amount of money she was going to give to us, but she was going to make a greater income off of this trading program, and it would be faster. And so that's an example of a deal that was very, very close. It would have stopped my bankruptcy. It would have healed my life. I would have been able to pay off the IRS. All the pain would go away. That was months and months and months ago. And right when she was about to do it, she got this trading program offered to her instead. Oh, it's, you know. So, and you know, it probably was something that they really paid for. Somebody really paid for that and gave her that deal and gave her those profits just to make sure this didn't happen. We've had, you know, disruptive individuals come into our company who had hidden agendas, who probably were not who they said they were, and led us down rabbit holes. And then, you know, the purpose is to make sure that nothing ever happens. So when this came out in the news, I was blown away. Ashley says, looking good, David. Thank you very much. Yeah, so we're coming up on the 2 o'clock Mountain Time margin, but I wanted to read you this first. So, Silicon Valley Titan Mark Andreessen says that the former folks wanted to take total control over artificial intelligence, that only there'd be a few companies. So here we go. You got to check this out. I'm going to read you the whole thing, most of it. Silicon Valley legend Mark, the general partner of Andreessen, said that he attended absolutely horrifying meetings where the government vowed to take complete control over the AI technology. After being asked to elaborate on these meetings, he replied, "They said to me, look, AI is a technology that we are going to completely control." Completely, because they know what it is. They know that there's a negative AI, and so this is like a worshiping kind of thing for them, ultimately. The Draco and everybody else is controlled by an AI. That we've heard that many times. Everybody knows that at the top levels of classified secrecy. These meetings would presumably have included so-and-so who was named as the AI czar in 2023. I'm sure she was very, very effective. Very effective. This is not going to be a startup thing, he added. They actually said flat out to us, don't fund AI or any other tech startups. It's not something that we're going to allow to happen. And what was the year again? Let me go back and see that. Oops. Did they say the year? Hold on, folks. I guess, oh yeah, it was 2023. Maybe it was even earlier. We don't really know when the meetings are. Okay. They said flat out to us, don't fund AI startups. It's not something we're going to allow to happen. They are not going to be allowed to exist. There is no point. Now, if you want to know why we haven't been able to get a deal yet, why we haven't been able to get money yet, they're not going to allow it to happen. So thankfully, this has been peaceful. I mean, we haven't had anybody, well, no, there have been crazy things. I had 2 incursions onto my property. I had an inch-thick legal document come my way. This has nothing to do with my ex-wife. She and I are getting along fine. This is something else, but it's an inch thick, and it's not even legal, and we can easily get it, overturned. But I got hit on Friday the 13th during the night in the wind. Cop comes up to the house in a car, hands me this inch thick stack of paper, says it's a subpoena. And the whole thing, as it turns out, I would have to voluntarily agree to it, and I'm certainly not going to. So I'm protected. It's going to be fine, but it was very shocking, and that had a lot to do with why I didn't have a show on Sunday. Now you're hearing the truth. I just didn't want to go into all the details on X. So look, this is ongoing. That was what just came in. I have to pay a new retainer to get a new attorney now. I have to fight back. I have to prove my case. And it's the same kind of shit that you saw happen in 47, right? It's the lawfare, that there's these attacks that come in, and it's nobody, thankfully there's nothing really going on. Thankfully, Beth and I are getting along fine. That's not what it is. So please don't get mad at her. That's not what it is. And I would be honest with you if it was. But anyway, they're not going to be allowed to exist. Well, this has greatly hurt, my life and my ex-wife, because we've had this overhang of tax that I thought I'd be able to easily pay. We had deals lined up. It seemed like we were right around the corner. Pay the taxes, pay the IRS. No, what have I had instead? 3 years of this total miserable lack of money. But, the IRS is very happy that I kept the company going because they see that I'll be paying it now. We showed them some proof that really wowed them. Their eyeballs popped out, and they love us now. So they're patriotic, and they love what we're doing for the country. Anyway, their startups are not going to be allowed to happen. They're not going to be allowed to exist. They said AI is going to be a game of 2 or 3 big companies working closely with the government, said Andreasen. Now, here, somebody just commented a big one here with a donation. So Bree says, David's work confirmed the Logos is absolutely real. Things I wished would become reality have come to be. Thank you to all life beings, collectives aided. Emmanuel, ready for hover cars? But first, truth and divine justice. Amen, Bree. Thank you for writing that. Okay, so back to here. So once again, it's only going to be 2 or 3 companies working closely with the government. That's it? My God. I'm paraphrasing, but they said we're basically going to wrap them in a government cocoon. They don't want anything like Stavati Aerospace at all. He added, in these meetings, the government conveyed we're going to protect them from competition, we're going to control them, and we're going to dictate what they do. So the protection from competition includes, the fact that all of our deals, when we get really close, something happens and it goes bad. That's just been the game, and, but now there's too many of them, and they're all happening at the same time, and I don't think it's going to be stopped anymore. But yeah, we've been obstructed. It's had a really deleterious effect on Chris's marriage, on our board of directors, and it's an outside source. It's now been proven what's going on. They went on to say that he replied to government officials and said, I don't understand how you're going to lock this down so much. The math for AI is out there, and everybody's teaching it. And they literally said, now wait for this. This is so crazy. During the Cold War, we classified entire areas of physics, anti-gravity, free energy, and took them out of the research community, and entire branches of physics, Holy crap, can you believe this? Entire branches of physics basically went dark and did not proceed. And if we decide we need to, we're going to do the same thing with the math underneath AI, he added. But it's not just the math under AI, it's the whole entire paradigm of not letting any other tech startups happen except for 2 or 3 companies. But thankfully, we are winning on multiple points. And now I want to bring on the time loops. So this is right at 2 o'clock. So I'm going to take my pee break now. But before we do, I want to give you some perspective on this. So let's cut to that. Okay. Now, what we're going to do here is I'm going to replay the same comedy video that you saw last week because it's about 5 minutes long, gives me enough time to actually go to the bathroom, to actually eat some extra protein. I didn't want to eat too much before I did this show because I was like, you know what, if my stomach is full, it's going to throw me off. I'm not going to be in my best condition. So anyway, what we're going to do is play the same comedy video that I shot 2 weeks ago, and this was when my ankle was basically broken. I think I broke my ankle. Definitely the first one I did to some degree. There's one little fracture in there at least. And then I re-broke it when I was shoveling, and I had to hobble around on crutches. Now, I wanted to give a little bit more background on this. If you look at certain types of music, like country music, what do? They're always paying off the listener with these fascinating colloquialisms about country life. Pickup trucks, picking up girls, drinking beer. She left me and I've got tears in my beer. You know, so there's always these colloquialisms, there's always these southernisms that make you feel really good because it's like, it gives you that cultural connection. And then I noticed, not only is it country music, but, you know, Billy Joel really did a great example of it with Living in New York. If you listen to his music, there's all these colloquialisms about living in New York and, you know, the type of people who you meet in New York. And then he did Allentown, Pennsylvania. He's talking about the coal miners. So Billy Joel has all of these regional sensitivities, and there's all these very interesting things worked into the music that are cultural references for people who live in New York. Then you got the same thing in rap music. You know, like, okay, so KRS-One at actually in one point in his rap says, I'm fresher than your grandmother's fried chicken recipe. Don't test me. You ain't a chemist and I sure ain't. But he said, I'm fresher than your grandmother's fried chicken recipe. And so everybody would laugh when he said that. And so that's a colloquialism, right? Like, yeah, your grandmother might have a great fried chicken recipe. And there's a whole bunch of them. I mean, you know, rap music, it's the whole entire culture of living in Harlem or in the Bronx or Brooklyn, and, you know, guns and 40-ounce malt liquor, which is this beer that you drink that's harder than regular alcohol. It's like got a shot in it or something. So 40s, you'll hear them talk about that. I mean, tons and tons of regionalisms. So anyway, regionalisms are what make the art more approachable to the viewer when you add in, like in country music or like in Billy Joel with New York or like in rap with rap culture and ghetto, you know, the ghetto, they mention the word ghetto, all this kind of stuff. Don't you look anybody in the eye in the ghetto, you know? So like, okay. Well, that's what I do with Australia. That Uncle Jack, in order to help prove to you that I really knew this guy, I loaded this particular performance with dozens of regionalisms. And some of them are really funny. Like, for example, Uncle Jack would always say that everything's better in Australia. So I take the crutches and then I make fun of it by saying they're better in Australia. When I don't really know if that's true. Dangerous animals in Australia. So I bring up the dugong, which is like the manatee. And you'd think manatees are peaceful, but in this, they're actually very dangerous. And I also did some other funny stuff. There's, at the end he says, your Pommy accent. That's actually a real phrase. A Pommy accent is where an Australian sounds like they're from Great Britain, like from England. So basically an English accent is a Pommy accent. They love Vegemite, which is this yeast that you put on sandwiches for, like, I would imagine it would be, I mean, I don't really like the taste of Vegemite. It's very salty, but you can make sandwiches out of it, like maybe a good roast beef sandwich. You might be able to get some mileage with Vegemite. Then there's also the Olbus oil, which is this oil that the Australian military uses. It's very minty. So anyway, I loaded it up with these hilarious, it's just this endless array of colloquialisms. Another one is that in Australia, in the bush, they have a lizard called the goanna. So the goanna shows up. And then another thing that was very funny that he used to do, he'd talk out of school, and he would give me information about things like the Knight Templars, but then he would be very vague. And, you know, you get excited thinking he's going to tell you something cool, and then he just kind of said, they've been about, mate. They've done their thing. Little of this, a little of that. You know, so anyway, what has ended up happening is that as I've watched this video over and over again, g'day, Colin, somebody says, yes, KRS-One is the man. He knows what's going on. Same as Ice Cube, O'Shea Jackson Jr. They ain't part of the so-called club. Yeah. That album, the KRS-One album, Sex and Violence from 1992, is about as anti-music industry as anything you've ever heard in your life. It's incredible. I think people should listen to it now, honestly. I mean, some of it's going to offend the hell out of you because that element is in there too. There's offensive stuff in there, but that's part of the culture. That's just part of what happens. So anyway, this Colin video is, what has happened is I keep watching it and I just keep laughing. Dr. Amanda Noel, can I make a request? The next potty break will be Angry Daddy waking up to the fact that he's been lied to. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. So anyway, I've laughed so many times. I keep thinking about stuff that Colin McGeezer said when I did this routine. It makes me laugh so hard. So I want to bring this to you while I go off on my break. And so I better, did he mention the Australian drop bears? I actually have mentioned drop bears in my talks before. But yeah, this is, to me, this is very, very funny stuff. You know, the accent does change sometimes. When I got the crutches and I'm first standing up, I did a little bit of Michael Tellinger. He's from South Africa, so I was using the Michael Tellinger accent. Once I get out into the driveway and I'm going through the ice, I kind of go for a British accent, and then I realized it, and then I say, oh, you Pommy accent. Because remember, Pommy means a British Australian accent. An Australian with a British accent is a Pommy. Or a Brit in Australia would be a Pommy too. They call the British Pommies, at least where he is in Queensland, which is like the outback, the bush, you know, kind of country part of Australia. So without further ado, this makes me laugh so much. I think you're going to love it. I'm going to mute myself, and then we're going to have Colin McGeezer. This is really something. So hang in there. Here we go. All right, as your narrator, I'm going to be so much happier once I've gone to the bathroom and had something to eat, so this is great. But here we go. Without further ado, here comes Colin McGeezer. Okay, here we go. I got to get on the right thing. So again, he's going to start talking about the crutches, and then he talks... Oh, the other thing that was so funny, I made up a term spontaneously. Sometimes you do that. The word blarney just means something that's fake or funny or nonsensical. And so I came up with the term blarney wrist. I don't know if that is a real thing, but I invented it. So the blarney wrist, mate, it's how we all do it in England or Australia. You got to use your blarney wrist. I said, you know, Trump's got the boss floss dance. I got to come up with my own physical movement associated with Colin McGeezer, make the character funnier. Trump inspired me, I got to admit that. So anyway, without further ado, here we go. Sorry about the low volume as well. Okay. Boom.
G'day, mate. Cheerio. How you chaps doing out there today? Well, I got a special message for you from your dear Uncle Colin. I got the tools of the trade around here, mate. I got me this decisively wonderful technology. Mate, they make them better in Australia. That's what I've got to say. This is an American brand. and you dial in your height right here. Is it on that one? Oh, it's right there, mate. That's how you know how tall you are. I set it to 6 feet. But mate, you also get into cleaning because you find out that you can prop yourself up on this thing. Put your hand right there. Just like they do in Australia, mate. That's how it's done. You've got to have a special wrist. It's called the Blarney wrist, mate. It's part of the Australian. We've got dogongs. We've got all kinds of things, mate. It's very frightening if you go out in the water. You don't want to get near them buggers. Got me another crutch over here, mate. But today we finally can do this to walk on it a bit, which is a lovely delight. Up there with many other types of temptations that you just feel you have to have. Got me butterfly here, mate. Roses. Spanish moss of some type, variety. Of course, we've got these beautiful thistleheads here. The most dreaded pest plant, but we turn it into jewelry, mate. All right, we've got this right here. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to feed these little buggers because they haven't seen their father in so long. Let's see if we can accomplish this. This majestic feat. So we are approaching the door. We have an unknown terrain outside. Melting sundries of ice and snow and sludge and slush. Equally as dangerous as a bullet to the head, which happens in the bush all the time, mate. People just go missing and you don't know what happened to them. You say, well, big old lizard like a goanna must have come and dragged him away. They've got sharp teeth, very capable of biting, mate. And they like to sink in, if you know what I mean. All right, well, now we've got more terrain challenges ahead, but we do it without trepidation. And yes, we go. There we go, mate. Oh, boy. All right, here we go. It's time for all these little buggers to enjoy the fruits of life. Yes. Pan down a bit. You can see all the tree growth and whatnot. It's all about how you do it with the wrist, mate. It's that Blarney wrist I was telling you about. Very important part of English culture. If you want to be British, you've got to have your Blarney wrist, mate. Otherwise, it could all go tits up for you, if you know what I mean. A bit of time spent in the barrels cause a man serious trouble. It's not what we do out in the East. We've got special pirate techniques, mate, that came from very early in the traditions of Catholic Christianity. The Templar Knights and such, mate. They've been about, if you know what I mean. They've done their thing. They've ingratiated themselves upon the world. Maritime and admiralty laws. Woo! Many other things, mate. This is me, another prize for the day. The atomic leftovers of a world gone mad. This very bizarre, clearly extraterrestrial pattern that appeared in me driveway, mate. What is this? There's all these patterns and shapes and things I don't profess to fully understand within this incredible delight of geometry and patterns and magic. Now that I can walk about a bit, mate, I'm going to enjoy myself because what else do I got here? It's just a bloody box, mate. It's a box made out of pieces of timber, delightfully cut from extreme enjoyment, mate. See, all this needs to get cleaned up, but it's not going to be today, mate. Throughout the day, we're going to see how much the sun can burn away. We might be very pleasantly surprised, mate. But we just take it in stride, because what we're doing is surviving in this very harsh climate, as you would say in your Pommy accent, mate.
Pommy!
You Yanks. You Yanks could never appreciate something like this, mate. It's not part of your vocabulary. You don't have it in the liniment. You can't put enough spice on your skin to smell that way and ever come close to Elvis oil in Australia.
That's true.
Dear Lord. You don't even know about the Vegemite sandwich, mate. What good are you?
Come on, Vegemite, mate.
That sandwich will change your life. It's some sort of black, gooey yeast, and we all use it down under, mate, in Australia. All right, mate, we're going to say cheerio for now. We'll come back another time and make sure that this driveway pattern is going away as it should. Otherwise, tomorrow we're going to come out and shovel it, mate. All right, then. Tip-top cheerio, chap. Bye for now.
See, this is the way I entertain myself. Let me put the mic back on. Hold on one second. Yeah, I forgot to mention another one at the end there. He says, tip-top. And I was like, what would be some kind of really stupid, funny, colloquial thing that he would say that just doesn't really mean anything, but he just throws it in at the end of sentence to have this kind of funny, fast patter. So I thought of tip-top. Tip-top, cheerio, mate. I absolutely love Colorado. It's beautiful, says Anthony Gordon. David, you've contributed to my awakening over the last 14 years. Thank you for being so giving in spirit, knowledge, and investigative passion to these mysteries. Well, we did lose a lot of people, but we also have a lot of people overseas, and so what they do is that they drop off for now and then come back when they're awake again, because they had to stay up really late to watch the show. So we're now down to 4143, but that's still a fantastic number. So the show must go on, and we've got some really fun stuff here. So let me close out of this, and we'll go back to our main attraction, which is the time loops. So let's bring on the time loops. Last week's reading stopped at 121, January 21st, 1999, and it said, many thousands of very credible witnesses do agree, and this is like talking about, I hear the ambiance of UFO sightings because that's how they always start talking about a UFO sighting. Well, many thousands of credible witnesses saw this, right? So that's part of what I think Michael is referring to here. The entire functioning aspect of society that is responsible for these incarcerations is indeed changing very quickly. Okay, so incarcerations, this is where we were last week, and the reason I'm bringing it up now is that we've had a new time loop over this that is so it's scarily accurate. Like, I used tarot cards up until Michael told me not to. I started doing it in 8th grade. It's another way that you can access your higher self and get information. And the tarot cards are something that Michael said, we don't want you playing around with that kind of stuff. Just get the messages directly from us. But again, you can have some pretty shocking things happen. And my mom said, I don't want to use this tarot card deck anymore. It's scarily accurate. It's too accurate. So she stopped using it because, somebody got a bad card and then they had a car crash. It was something like that. But yeah, this is our psychic ability. It does work. We have these abilities. And so these Michael readings are coming through that time loop in a very fascinating way. And this is particularly interesting because, again, it's so scarily accurate. So the incarcerations that this society, so the functioning aspect of society, I think, is the negative aspect, and it's going away. And they wanted to incarcerate us. They wanted, I mean, that's what lockdowns really were, was this type of effect happening for everybody at the same time. Really just, mind-blowingly sad, actually. But everybody had to learn to live alone. And then the very next thing it says is, let Nancy be aware that the opportunity comes from within. Oh, we had a donation, Queen of SEO. Thank you, David. Thank you, Queen. Let Nancy, which sounds a lot like Nancy Pelosi. I mean, that seems to be who they're implying. That's the main one-word Nancy named person that we would associate with Nancy. Let Nancy be aware the opportunity comes from within to indeed change many existing forms of society that have now become tired and worn out and to a large degree useless. We unsealed this last Sunday. And then she fell and broke her hip and had a hip replacement. Okay? So now let's go back and look at it again. Let Nancy be aware, change existing forms that have now become tired, worn out, and to a large degree useless. Read that as if it was talking about her hip replacement. Change the existing form of the hip. The hip had become tired and worn out. She fell on it and it broke, and to a large degree useless. She couldn't walk on her hip. And it's talking about incarcerations, and it's talking about the people that brought that about, that functioning aspect of society. They immediately mentioned her name. So this was really weird. She had this catastrophic fall after she was called out by name in the readings the week before. Now, I'm reading stuff from 1999. I can prove it. I didn't expect that this was going to happen. I'm not cheering it. I feel very bad for her. And I think that, a lot of times if you're over 80 years old and you have a hip injury like that, you don't come back from that. Old people, typically, they break their hip. That's the end. She had a hip replacement, and, it says changing very quickly. So I think this is a good health prognosis for her, actually, because it says changing very quickly. But anyway, that's really scary. Like, oh my God. Like, so the hip injury actually happened. And it's all tied in with an omen, because when people have accidents, sometimes it's like prophetic. It's like an omen. And so it's the stumbling of her faction. It's the fall from grace that they're experiencing. In her case, a literal fall, a literal stumbling. And remember that there was going to be quarantine camps everybody was supposed to go to, mandatory that you go, mandatory that you get certain things done once you get there. This is something that people like my dad can't quite process yet. God damn it, boy, that can't be possible. This is bullshit. He doesn't want to think about it. He doesn't want to talk about it. Look, everybody's got to go through that first level initiation, which is, okay, it's real. Let's laugh about it. And don't act like it's this big source of dread. Yes, it's real. And these positive ETs have allowed this to happen. They couldn't stop it, but our free will determines what we do as a planet. So the ETs stop these bad things from happening, but allow, like a nuclear bomb, but they allow there to be evil that's very dark and very serious. They have to give us free will. So if some people want to be evil, they have to let that happen. They can't stop them, but they can stop us in their rule system from destroying the planet, so that we don't see that nuclear bomb go off. That's why, okay, nuclear drone sniffers, all right, well, you know what? Nothing's going to happen, because, the powers that were have tried crap like this many, many, many times. There's so many times they wanted something like this to happen, and they're not allowed. Go back to Robert Hastings in 2010. So this is actually, this whole passage from January 21st is where our unsealing ended last Sunday. And then they immediately mention Nancy, and they say language that's exactly like hip replacement. Change many existing forms, tired, worn out, and to a large degree useless. And it's the functioning aspect of society responsible for these incarcerations And they really wanted, everybody to be camping. Let Nancy be aware. And then it's talking about these people reaching their karma, which then happened to her. These aspects of society, which they're talking about the negative now, this is something that we haven't wanted to face. They need to be brought under a microscope, given light in the darkest of places. Once you have the light shining on them, okay, then you can begin to stop the corruption. So they just mentioned her. They just mentioned the hip thing in code. They talk about incarcerations. Now it says you can begin to stop the corruption as you shine light into the darkest places, which we all have to do. We have to be sober enough to do that. To bring these actions that were at one time so fitful of the need for justice to be brought down to earth, as it were. So, that's very interesting because the concept of brought down to earth, I should have highlighted that. I'll do it for the next show. But that is what they want to do with these drones. They want to bring them down to earth. They don't want them up there. Somebody might have shot one down. People have talked about shooting them down. Now it's like, well, yeah, it's actually the U.S.'s stuff. Don't worry about it too much. So brought down to earth is a phrase that's prophetic in terms of the drones that we're seeing right now. But then on a much bigger level, they're talking about that we are now seeing the worldwide corruption that's in place. The dark aspects of society have to be lit up. You begin to stop the corruption. That's what we're now doing. I mean, what happened in November, I'm very excited about. And there is a need for justice that we are going to see. So this is incredibly prophetic. And they had just mentioned her, people being brought to justice, and she's got some criminal proceedings coming after her this week. It's all very strange. It is clear that some energetic adjustments need to be made if this battle is to continue unimpeded. And, a karmic adjustment would be like falling on your hip. So this is another kind of potentially veiled reference to what they knew. Apparently they knew this was going to happen to her. Again, everybody has accidents, and in your soul, you learn what you're going to have happen to you before you come into incarnation. You design a life. This is the Dr. Michael Newton books, which are the best afterlife books out there. You design your incarnation. There's a list of things that you know are going to happen to you. And so probably if you go and give Nancy Pelosi hypnotic regression with the Michael Newton technology, she's going to go back into the beginning of her life, potentially, before she incarnated here, before she stepped into a new body. Because again, they confirmed reincarnation. There's tons of weird crossovers with the Law of One in these books. It's phenomenal. The Michael Newton books, Journey of Souls, Destiny of Souls, are the two that you really need to check out the most. And they've sold hundreds of thousands of copies. They're amazing. Anyway, you know that certain accidents are going to happen in your life from before you were born. You choose it. But what you don't know is how you're going to respond to these things. That's the part that's left up to your free will. Your soul might design that you're going to have this car crash at a certain age. You're going to have this betrayal at a certain age. You're going to get a lawsuit, You're going to have this weird bad karma. That's a karmic adjustment. But you as the being in between lives, you're hoping that you're going to make a more spiritual decision after you have these accidents. That's what the regressions would show, is that the spiritual being is hoping you're going to become more loving, more patient, more forgiving. If you have an accident like I did with my ankle injury, it's telling you to slow down. You can't work so much. You got to try to pace yourself. And Nancy immediately got the hip replacement. She didn't want to wait for her hip to heal on its own because she'd be out of commission for, probably months and months and months, if ever. So she kind of got stuck here. But again, maybe she chose this before she was even born. And now Michael is reporting on that a week in advance to build our faith that this is a prophetic intelligence. You get it? Good. It is clear that some energetic adjustments need to be made if this battle is to continue unimpeded as it already had in the past. And again, that's like her fall was a karmic adjustment. And her hip, in order for her to walk unimpeded, she had to have a hip replacement. And therefore, it is through such a system of being clear and concise about what one wants that this is then made most direct in its capacity for healing and transformation. And of course, once you break your hip, you have a hip replacement, you have to heal, and your hip is transformed. So that freaked me out for them to mention Nancy by name, and then all this stuff comes up. So take a look at this stuff, okay? First of all, on December the 4th, this is where it's going to get crazy now. If you've been watching this and you can remember a few things, remember what we just said, okay? We had a prophecy last week. It was talking about Nancy incarceration. Then we see this after I did the show. Nancy's insider trading is under investigation, so it says. And we're going to read this all later, but there was the cybersecurity breach on February 21st from this particular company, and then in the third paragraph what happened to him. On the same day, she made her second purchase of call options. This is where you bet for something to collapse. In Palo Alto Networks, a cybersecurity company later chosen to investigate the breach. So they discovered a breach in their security on February 21st of this year. That's scary as hell, right? I mean, they're paying to have the very best. And then the company that investigated them, she says, oh, let me bet against that. So you can see what they're doing here. And then they say the CEO of this company ended up disappearing and in the middle of a federal investigation led by the Department of Justice. So yeah, this is very curious because, this looks like she's got some kind of tip-off and, very sketchy. Why would they mention that? Because it's sketchy. And then 4.7 million views. And then we have December the 13th, after I broadcast this stuff and I couldn't get back to the show because it was too late. Sunday I couldn't do the show, the wind and everything. She fell down the stairs. Fractured her hip after tripping on marble stairs, per the New York Times, just days after Mitch suffered injuries in a similar fall. Okay, there you go. Everything we were talking about, she might have chosen this from before she was born. But, we all have these things sometimes in our lives. Then she has a hip replacement. It says it right here. She underwent a surgery today in Germany, conducted at a military base. I guess she knew the best place to go, after she suffered a serious fall down marble stairs, breaking her hip. At 84 years old, my God. Such surgeries can raise concerns about shortened life expectancy due to potential complications and the overall strain on the body at an advanced age. So, this again is what they said. Many thousands of very credible witnesses do agree that the entire functioning aspect of society responsible for these incarcerations, and think about all the people that were incarcerated after an event that occurred in when? Oh, right, January. Okay. And who was responsible for that? Oh, yeah. Who was the head of security? Oh, yeah, Nancy. Right. Okay. Changing very quickly. Let Nancy be aware. They said this last week from, January 1999. Let Nancy be aware that the opportunity comes from within to change many existing forms of our society that they were controlling. Now we're not going to go into the hip metaphor, but what is this big picture about? Many of their things that they've created for us, like the technologies, the gas cars, they're tired and worn out and to a large degree useless. We need hover cars. These aspects of society from the negative need to be brought under a microscope, which is kind of what the drones are doing, giving light in the darkest of places, which is what the drones are doing, so it's got that layer too. Once you have it there, you can begin to stop the corruption, to bring these actions that were at one time so fitful of the need for justice, to be brought down to earth, as it were. Whoa. Nancy was brought down to earth when she fell. It's like, yeah, these beings are no joke, man. They knew this was going to happen. It's like multiple layers of prophecy. It kind of freaks me out. It's like, woo, but that's the thing. Don't get in trouble karmically. These beings at various times in the past predicted accidents that happened to me accurately. We talk about that in Michael Prophecies. So, okay, I want to keep the story going. So after this, I had dazzling time loops last Friday, and then we already discussed there was a massive negative greeting Friday the 13th. I get a 1-inch thick subpoena, and it turns out I don't have to do it because it violates, an agreement I already made. But anyway, it happened, and it's obviously intended, any judge would see something like this being done this time of year as harassment because it's right in the middle of Christmas. Anyway, right before that happened, because it was dark when it happened that night, I had been in the middle of an unsealing, and it was so beautiful, and I actually had tears come down my face in this Yuel reading. This being that's part of the Law of One, part of Ra, part of Archangel Michael. It's self-identifying its own, because remember, there's a whole planet worth of beings as one. So I didn't even know about this. I didn't remember this. This is on those tapes I told you. I only started unsealing them again. Well, I transcribed them in 2006, but I go into trance when I do that, so I don't understand it. So, then it was all these years later that I finally, they got transcribed from 99 in 2006, and now I'm reading them in 2024, and they're prophetic of right now. They just predicted in very clever Nostradamus-like language, they predicted, Nancy being brought down to earth in this weird injury that she has. So that's scary. I was like, oh, okay, scarily accurate. So they come out in this next reading on February 22nd with the name Yuel. And I looked it up, and it turns out that it means in Jewish, Hebrew, founded of God. So in old Israel, I guess, there is a Jewish city named Yuel, and it means founded of God. So this reading was so spectacular, it was so beautiful, it was so life-affirming, and everything is in the time loop. It's got references to what's going on right now. I think there's a drone reference in there, but there was a lot of other drone references before this. And I should also mention that all of the things that happened to me this past week that were negative were in the time loop. There were specific negative things that upset me, including the event on Friday the 13th. And they were all anticipated for so beautifully. And I've got to figure out next week, can I use all of them? Or how am I going to articulate this story? Or do I even tell you the story at all? Because they're personal things. But yeah, the amazing, amazing time loops that have been happening. And then after having several of these time loops, but the readings are kind of short, and I'm like, well, it's not the kind of hit it out of the park home run that we had with some of the other readings we've had. Well, oh my gosh, when I got to this Yuel on February 22nd, I was like, this is electrifyingly beautiful, totally massive, wonderful, time-looped, prophetic, angelic message from the universe. It's just crazy. It's so good. So we're going to jump right over to that because, again, I'm going to be back on Sunday. I don't know how many of the slides we're going to get through this week from the Alliance, but we'll at least do some. The wind is still behaving. Nothing is happening, but in about, what is it? Well, by 4, it's 2:30 my time right now, 2:36 my time. By 4 o'clock is supposedly when this is going to start happening, but it only starts at 20, which might not be too bad. So if the wind gets crazy, we're going to have to end the show because it's going to drive me nuts. It's going to get noisy. But how many do we have right now? 4,422. We hardly lost anybody at the halfway, point when they all have to go to sleep overseas. We have Australia, we have Europe, people living in various areas, and they got to either stay up late or get up early to do this show with us. Okay. So the city, I didn't know this. I mean, he spelled it out in the reading. And then I looked it up after I was conscious in 2006 because I didn't even remember this. And then I found out that it means founded of God. Very cool. So they pulled in a full specific word that I didn't know. That's the hardest thing you can do in remote viewing, and we did it here. So this reading about Yuel begins with a prophetic dream. And I think this is talking about the general state of humanity right now and how all the abuses we go through are waking people up and sobering them up. This was pretty rough. Some hard-drinking people I knew from my freshman year of college were making my life pretty difficult. They were harassing me in this small room where we were trying to have a meeting. So I think that in this case, the hard-drinking people, let me just start out with this because we're talking about the adversary, we're talking about the DS, the people that were trying to control our society and work it to their advantage and keep us under the boot heel and actually had much more negativity involved than we thought. these are now being analogized in the dream. Everything's a symbol. So they're being analogized as these hard drinking people who were very abusive to me and laughed at me while I was vomiting, and all kinds of crazy stuff happened with them. They didn't clean up after themselves. They were severely wasted alcoholics that would drink every night except Monday or Tuesday. They played this game called Three Man every night, and then they would drink based on the game, and it was, you basically drink all the time, and they were drinking the 40-ounce malt liquor bottles because, again, everybody was from New York City, and it was all the rap culture. So some of the people I was hanging out with were black. I knew people from every borough of New York, you know, and we all partied together, but I wouldn't drink. I refused to drink 40s. I mean, they tasted horrible, and everybody ended up throwing up from them, and like, oh my God. But they were really inexpensive. You get a 40-ounce bottle of beer for, I don't know what it was, like $3 or something. And there's so many references in the rap music of that era, at least, probably still now, to 40s, because that was part of the culture. So we had a corner store that stocked tons and tons and tons of 40s. There was Old English, that was one of them. And then I forget what the other one was, but there was like 2 or 3 brands, and oh, they were so disgusting. People would get so sick on that stuff, and it's absolutely poison. Ugh. Anyway, so these people showed up in the dream. These people who were doing the 3-man drinking game almost every night in my dorm showed up. They were making my life difficult. This is a symbol of the DS, the powers that were. They were harassing me in this small room where we were trying to have a meeting. It started to get really old really quick. Ward, it's not his real name, was one of the main characters. He dates all the way back to when I was in college. And he was another guy who was a hard drinker and partier. I was talking to this really young rager chick, like a punk girl dressed up in black clothes and black lipstick and facial jewelry and all that kind of stuff. She seemed to have gone out with Ward for a while. Now, he was a really straight dude, so this probably never would have happened. That's why it's kind of ironic. I focused in on her specifically because at first she didn't want to talk to me. I made it a point to try to crack through her eggshell. So the Rager chick is literally a prophetic reference to the people who this negative group reached out to the most. The colored hair subculture, blue hair, purple hair, pink hair. There's a subculture, and it has certain ideations, and so a lot of them jumped on board this whole Hate 47 thing, like really badly. And they felt that they were being given a voice in politics for the first time ever. And if somebody's got your back, then you stand behind them to the bitter end, you know? And so like somebody didn't want to take down, there was a KH sign for November in the streets around here, and somebody waited weeks to take it down. It's like, look, the election's over. I mean, can we please just... No, they didn't. They wanted to leave it there. So, okay, we're at 4,400 people. That's great. Keep making sure that you, if you haven't already done so, subscribe to this channel. We want to keep growing. We hit 500,000 subscribers, which I just think is incredible. That's like, you know, bigger than a lot of mainstream media shows in terms of the viewership that they're getting. So, you know, thank you guys for being here. So again, this girl represents the type of people that they're trying to reach out to. And I made a point to try to crack that eggshell. She did warm up and reveal that she was surprised to know how much of an alcoholic he had been when he was living in the suite with me. She revealed that he had made a lot of progress since then, moving in positive directions. I was happy about that part. So then I put in this note from today, where I say this is symbolic of humanity waking up and changing our lives. And remember, Nancy, so I was guided to jump from January 21st to February 22nd. Nancy has been accused of hard drinking, right? And she fell. Maybe she wasn't sober when that happened. Maybe this is a big wake-up call. Maybe her soul had that in mind. Because look at what it just said. Surprised to know how much of an alcoholic this character had been, but he had made a lot of progress and was moving in positive directions, i.e. the hip replacement. So this could be yet another veiled reference, right? Because in the first, let's go back to the first slide again of this dream. Yeah, so the first slide, as we just said, was, let's go back to this now. that this was hard-drinking people, and Ward was one of them. They drank the 40s. They were making my life difficult. They were harassing me where we were trying to have a meeting. And it started to get really old really quick. So that represents what they're doing with most people. But then the rager chick represents the woman that was in love with the guy who was harassing. Right. So that's the group that they reached out to since the November results in 2020. And I was trying to crack through her eggshell. So here again, now we know they were harassing me, but they were nice to her. Now she realizes that the people she had bonded with were like really criminal alcoholics. And that's where my dad is at right now. So this is astoundingly prophetic. They mention Nancy. There's a veiled reference to it again, the accident that just happened to her. And then they're learning, wow, I was surprised that he was an alcoholic. He'd made a lot of progress since then, moving in positive directions. I was happy about that part. So what this is saying is that, you know, the part of humanity, in other words, the negative stuff doesn't happen unless we authorize it. The higher angelic beings apparently moderate our reality in such a way where we are being observed, and the progress that we make is rewarded to us in terms of positive karma. And we're never made to suffer more than what we need. So we're going through mass initiation right now. The things that are happening are terrifying, like we said they would be. And this creates positive spiritual breakthroughs, which is what humanity really wants. So it says right here that there's a lot of progress, positive directions from this time where they were being abusive to us. So that's the punk culture healing and being healthier. And so this is the entrance that goes into this Yuel reading. So now I'm just going to keep it on the slides for a while. And I'm going to use narrator voice because this reading is so beautiful. I think it deserves a full narrator voice. And so I'll rest my eyes, put my handy dandy sunglasses on, and you know, I'm not going to yell. So if you're lying back, it's going to be cool for. This is probably going to take at least 10 or 15 minutes for me to get through this because it's long, but it's incredibly beautiful. And at certain points, I'm going to pop out, not use narrator voice, and then make commentary on what we're hearing. So here we go. This literally brought me to tears. I bring you the Yuel reading. But first we have another donation. My favorite part of your show is when you say you'll try to fit everything in 2 hours. It always takes 4. The suspense is great because we don't want it to end. Please keep it up. Thank you, and we love you. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, we're at about 4,400 right now. That's just an incredible turnout, as good as many of my Sundays have been. And, you know, it's tough. I spend a long time putting these slides together. This took a lot of work to put these slides together, but they're so beautiful it was worth every minute. And I knew this is long enough that we could only fit one of these in for one show. So on Sunday, we're going to go back to January 21st. But anyway, I don't want to delay this because this is so amazing. So here we go with the Yuel reading. So he speaks in biblical language. So he says the term man. Man must have knowledge. You will be at stretch level right now if you don't steer clear of those obstacles along the way that might present themselves. Okay, so you know, she fell and did not steer clear of obstacles, right? She fell on the stairs, slipped. And then that's a stretch. They said you might be at stretch level right now. Well, you're in a stretcher or you're stretched out on a hospital bed. So I think this is, again, another prophetic reference to what just happened. You will be at stretch level right now if you don't steer clear of those obstacles along the way that might present themselves. And of course, I also had my own ankle injury that was very bad. And thus, the theory that we go on is that before the vacuum is filled by a potential such as air, there is still that vacuum point energy that exists through the superstrings throughout all matter. So I thought this was a drone reference because the vacuum, it says the vacuum is filled by a potential such as air. Well, the vacuum represents the quantum medium that all matter and all reality and all consciousness comes from. And then they mention vacuum point energy. Well, it says, that is actually the work of Dr. Kenneth Shoulders, who created the charge clusters that caused things to levitate, that then went into the Navy patent filed by Salvatore Pais. The Navy declassified a working anti-gravity system. We're going to be building it in my company, and it's referred to in a time loop from February 22nd, 1999. Vacuum point energy. And actually, Dr. Kenneth Shoulders was the father of zero-point energy. He's actually the guy who coined the term, and they use almost the same term, and we're going to be using his technology. So the vacuum filled by potential such as air could refer to the drones, because the drones are in the air, they're filling the air. And then maybe they're running on some weird energy, because that's what people were thinking, they were UFOs. And then steer clear of the obstacles that might present themselves. Well, the drones in the sky are obstacles presenting themselves, and we're stretching into fear. So you will be at stretch level right now. There is still that vacuum point energy that exists through the superstrings, throughout all matter. And then I just wrote the same thing here, sorry. The charge cluster anti-gravity technology of Stavati and Salvatore Pais was invented by Dr. Kenneth Shoulders, father of zero point, and this would make anti-gravity drones, and that's what we're seeing now. It is this potential that demands you to awaken from within. The entity speaks of energy and forecasts great future strides for us. So this is interesting, huh? The entity speaks of energy. So we are actually having great future strides. And I've also had demands. I've had legal demands, things like this. So it's very interesting because with all the other stuff that's going on, it's forecasting great future strides for us. In other words, we are being, the scare of the potential, the drone freakout is demanding us to awaken, and they're forecasting a great future. So that doesn't mean some dirty bomb is going to go off, right? It's just the opposite. It's a wonderful future. This dream deals monetarily with those issues that pop up along the way, as well as those that have arrived through the study of the Edgar Cayce CD-ROM. So, issues that pop up, that again could be like when you fall, your feet pop up in the air. So that could be another reference to it. I'm sorry, it's true. So nice to see that you have arrived at a voodoo point. It might seem more distracting to you now, but you indeed have come a long way. So why would they say voodoo? Why would a positive being, oh, David, a positive being can't say you arrived at a voodoo point? No, they speak in code. You got to think like Nostradamus, okay? So the voodoo point that they are referring to is actually this, think about what voodoo really means, okay? Voodoo is where they create a fetish object, they create a little voodoo doll, and they leave it somewhere to freak you out so that your own mind creates the injury that they show up on the voodoo doll. It's like trying to psych you out, So the voodoo doll would be this effigy that's put in front of you, in front of your house, like maybe if you live in New Jersey. Okay, voodoo, right. A voodoo doll is an effigy that's intended to scare you. It's put in front of your house, and it has a threatening appearance, like a pincushion. Like they stick it full of pins to say they want to stab you or something. So they're making a comparison between the drones as if they were aerial voodoo dolls. And that it's like this black magic is being attempted. And that's actually a very... Oh, we got donations coming in. Sorry, let's grab those. Wendy Linton, thank you very much. She says, thanks for being you. And then Michael Thielman, thank you for your love and service to humanity. God's will is triumphing and exposing all darkness in real time. Absolutely agree. So the voodoo is the use of these fetish objects, which are not voodoo dolls, but they're drones. It's fetishizing you. In this case, the drones are fetishizing UFOs, and they fetishize a threat because they're pincushion dolls. So the drones are actually sniffing for this really bad threat, which supposedly Nino's intel says now they've found the stuff, thank God. But I just don't think the positive ETs are ever going to allow anything nuclear to occur. I always have said that. So this is a very ironic statement. So nice to see that you have arrived at a voodoo point. But this is what we need to have an awakening. It's an initiation. Wow, the sun just came out. It's so beautiful right now. My God. We needed this. We needed to go through something like this as a planet to have our proper planetary awakening. So, and then I was studying the Edgar Cayce CD-ROM. I had just started to read some of the actual Edgar Cayce readings about his past lives and what they said, that he had been biblical King David, and they said that he had written the book of Luke in the Bible. He was Lucius of Cyrene, traveled with Jesus. It was overwhelming because I knew that supposedly I have the same face as Edgar Cayce. We can all see that. I've showed pictures. So that was a very ontologically stretchy thing to try to reconcile in my mind. Like, wow, let me go back to the Cayce CD-ROM and actually read what it says I was and learn about my past lives. I hadn't even been willing to do that before. So then they're thanking me for that here and saying that the dream, like the hecklers online, were portrayed by the alcoholics in my suite. But then it's also, again, the girl who was the punk girl with the colored hair and the facial jewelry, like in the lip and in the nose and the eyebrow and all that. She had all that kind of stuff. She was the one falling in love with this guy, and then she figured out he was really corrupt and awful. So they're referring to the dream in the reading now, and it says it's dealing monetarily with those issues. So these people have been messing with our money. They've made us all broke. We've suffered great financial distress because one of the things they like to do is create economic depressions, manipulating various aspects of society that actually can be done. You actually can control which way the economy goes. And so this new voodoo point that they're referring to is literally like they're comparing the drones to fetishes of UFOs. And then they tried to make us think they were UFOs. There's another one. Eva, do you truly believe that Archangel Michael, Jesus Christ, and the positive ETs are coming next year? I can tell you what is said in the material, and the material is so compelling that I am led to believe it. The material is prophetic. It's a very odd thing. This is low-hanging fruit for trolls. The kind of stuff that I tell you guys is troll fever. They love that kind of thing. They want to ridicule. They want to laugh at somebody who thinks outside the box or says that they had a spiritual contact. They don't believe it. So then they say, well, you must be a fraud. You must be a grifter, con artist, That's why it's so crazy when somebody starts to be accused of all this stuff in the conspiracy arena because, okay, yeah, this is what happens. They come after you, but I don't know. Judy Booth says, joining late, so glad to get my David fix. God bless you. And we're now at 22245 views, and we have 4,412 concurrent viewers. This is awesome. Thank you guys for being here. And so the voodoo is very interesting. Let's keep going with this reading. The square root of 3 geometric spiral that you saw in the dream was clearly meant to illustrate your subconscious learning these things and learning their importance. You definitely demonstrate a lot of knowledge in the dream, and it is still those parts of the lower self that come to dominate figures from your past, etc. I probably should have yellowed that last line, because that's what's jumping out at me now. Okay, so first of all, the square root of 3 spiral is a standard sacred geometry ratio that you use to build like the cube into the dodecahedron or the dodecahedron into the tetrahedron. There are logarithmic spirals, or square root of 2, square root of 3, square root of 5, and that mathematical expression can be applied to a curve and is used to translate from one geometry into another. Most people don't know about this. It's part of the study of sacred geometry, and apparently the little girl, the punk girl, was learning sacred geometry, and I was teaching it to her, and I was showing her the square root of 3. I didn't write that part down, but logically I think that's the part of the dream that was missing, because I never really dictated the whole dream. The reading ended up taking so long that I never came back to the dream, And before I could come back to the dream, I also had tape machine failure. So my cassettes screwed up. The reading finally ended spontaneously. I wasn't able to dictate the dream. So somewhere in the dream, I was teaching the punk girl sacred geometry. That's what the square root of 3 is. Okay. So the square root of 3 spiral you saw in the dream was clearly meant to illustrate your subconscious learning these things. So it's humanity's awakening is represented by this spiral, like the conch shell, and learning their or like the nautilus, rather. You demonstrate a lot of knowledge in the dream and still those parts of the lower self that come to dominate figures from your past. So parts of the lower self of humanity come to dominate us in the past, like in positions of high government. And now we're learning, oh, they're not actually nice at all. They're corrupt, they're evil, they're crazy. They do horrible things. They have this weird religion that, would be anathema to everybody else. But apparently, if you go all the way into the Uncle Jack thing, mate, we've got these reptilians coming in. And they're controlling from behind the scenes what's going on. It's for their agenda more than ours. It's a non-human agenda. Because, again, if people are suffering, they gain energy. That's what they feed on. They call it loosh. So I think the last line here, parts of the lower self that come to dominate, that's talking about, what that guy Ward was doing, that he was the drunk and he was yelling at me. And you remember I was like really pissed off about it. But then she was friends with him. And then later on, she realizes, oh no, he's actually really evil. So this is fascinating. It's all very present, very time looped with what's going on. Free engineering solitude enables us to look one-on-one at each other. So let's just stop right there. Actually, before we go to that next line, free engineering sounds a lot like free energy. Engineering, energy, right? It's got all the same syllables in it. So I think free engineering refers to free energy engineering. That's why I put it in red. And that's one of the things that we want to do with our company, which would stop people from making money off of you for paying for energy, which is 70, 80% of your bills up to could be caused of various forms of energy. If you have free energy, you don't need to worry about that. And I've been living in solitude, which I wouldn't have known, 3 years out in the mountains, no social contact, obviously. So that's like, I've done 3 years as the celibate monk. I don't have any friends I'm hanging out with. I've literally just been living in the mountains, 8 months of winter a year. Every year, the Tibetans, they say they reached a rainbow body in the mountains. Well, if you're up at the Tibetan altitudes, 8,000 feet, you're going to get these winds that drive you out of your mind. And you're going to have to learn how to survive in that kind of emergency climate, like there's a tornado going on the whole time. And I mean, it tore my grill apart. I got to still film that, but tore the door off of my grill. Crazy. So free engineering solitude enables us to look one on another. And we have Jess BH. Thank you for your continued commitment to the Great Awakening. I look forward to your videos every week. Love from Australia. Well, thank you. Let's finish doing this because this is a huge reading. Barring the gates of heaven to the unelect and the uninitiated is no longer the point, nor was it ever. Though for many of those in your orthodox religions, this is the attitude that prevails. So that's where there might be some crossover. Some of the things Billy Carson said I could agree with. It's like, yeah, you know what? Organized religion, as it says in the Law of One, they want to create an elite and they want to create outsiders. And so if you're the elect, if you're the elite, then you get to have special benefits and you take those from everybody else. And they're the unwashed, they're the untouchables, they're lower in the caste system. The caste system is not a good idea. Everybody comes from the one infinite creator. We're all equally worthy. That's one of the things it says. Recognize you are a being of ultimate worth. It's very powerful. But then another layer of this is that the reading is talking about the existing powers that were. And what were they doing? They were the ones who barred the gates of heaven to the unelect and the uninitiated. They had their own religion and they controlled what kind of entertainment you were going to get. They went after, some people might think that riding their Harley is heaven. Well, they went after Harley. All the country fetishes, like in country music, you got John Deere, they went after that. We had the whole thing happen with so many different brands that are essential to country lifestyle, you know. Bud Light was the first one, and then it just kind of went on from there. So, you know, some people, they drink that Bud Light, they're getting to heaven. They're getting their buzz. So barring the gates of heaven to the unelect and the uninitiated is no longer the point, nor was it ever. Though for many of those in your orthodox religions, this is the attitude that prevails. The religions are the ones they're making now, the ones they're making today. And they did want to bar most of society, and they did want to push a whole new set of values on us, and it didn't work. We need to learn to get along with each other, not push ourselves on each other, right? This is a sort of death, an inability to recognize and acknowledge life as it now exists throughout the dimensions, an inability to rectify one's poise with the one creator. After all, Arius was correct in his Arian heresy in 325 AD with the Emperor Constantine of Rome. These different levels of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit are indeed levels where entire planetary races of beings may exist in peace and harmony, and that is an important point. Okay, so they knew I was going to have to cut to the slide. By this point, I had moved out of New York State, but when I still lived in New York State, which would have been up until 1997, actually during the period of 97, I had written some graduate theological papers for a friend of mine's father. She was a jazz pianist, and her father was trying to get through graduate school, and he had these papers, and I got paid to write graduate papers on theology. I know it was a little bit dodgy, but, you know, I did it. And so there was an assignment on this Arian heresy, and what I found out was, through the research that I did in the actual theological books, is that Arius was a scholar who seemed to be a lot smarter than most of the people at the Nicene Council. That's where the New Testament was created, right? They had to vote, like an election, on what books were going to make it into the New Testament and what was going to be cast out. So this one priest, Arius, found multiple scriptural examples proving that each of these layers, each of these terms represent layers of being. So for example, there is a one infinite creator, God the Father, don't get me wrong, but most of the time that you see the word God or something like that in the Bible, it's actually Elohim, which can be read as plural. So there are many cases where a singular God word is used, but that it's actually a plural Elohim. And we just didn't, the way it was translated, didn't respect that Elohim is plural. And then this being is calling himself Yuel, so he's clearly part of the Elohim, and part of Archangel Michael as well. So this is actually what Arius discovered, just what it says right here. I had just been writing a paper on this, so it's like, oh, I know what he's talking about. I mean, a couple of years ago I had. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit are indeed levels where entire planetary races of beings may exist in peace and harmony. And that is an important point. So this is, again, how we bridge the traditional Trinity with what we now are learning about extraterrestrials. Although we would suggest that what is commonly thought of as the Father God is so all-encompassing as for even this definition of it being like a planet's worth of beings, that definition is severely wanting, which means it's not good enough. It is the universe. It's the all-encompassing intelligence. You can understand that. It's kind of hard to say, but the point is that we have all the soul substance within us to recreate each one of you in physical form and project a living hologram. Obviously, this is not commonly done, as it does create a great deal of energy loss, but there are many steps that could be taken. So this was another one that just frickin' totally blew my mind, because it wasn't until September 2021, right before all this stuff started, that I got a briefing and I found out that these energetic beings, some of whom live in Venus, it's not their home planet, but they have outpost inside Venus, apparently. They exist as orbs of energy, but they can project a fully realistic, fully solidified corporeal being. Just with consciousness, they can project from energy directly into that corporeal form, and they could potentially dissolve the form and create another one. And in the Law of One, we read this before, it says they have to focus on a rather difficult vibrational configuration. So I didn't know that this was in my stuff. It wasn't in all the other Michael prophecies, this particular point, but then we unsealed the things that I hadn't transcribed since 2006. I guess I looked at them a little bit in 2013, a couple here and there. Never saw it again until 2024. Right in the middle of what we're dealing with right now. These are time loops from 1999 describing our present because these beings are outside of time. It took me a lot of practice, a lot of work, a long period to acclimate to the idea of how wild this is that they're seeing through time and that these prophecies in 1999 are reflective of the present. And I did not know in 1999 that energy beings project into physical humans, and that's what these positive ETs are. But they're describing it in the time loop, and it blows my mind. So with that in mind, let's keep going. We have all the soul substance within us to recreate each one of you in physical form and project a living hologram. So that implies even if there was a solar flash, they could recreate us in the aftermath. Like, backing up the hard drive. Obviously, this is not commonly done, as it would create a great deal of energy loss. They'd probably have to pull it, I don't know, maybe out of the Earth's core, maybe out of the sun. But there are many steps they could take. So they could basically 3D print all of us back into existence if something went wrong. That's pretty insane, isn't it? They could do it for themselves. Apparently, they can do it for us, every single person on Earth. As we head closer and closer towards ascension, there might well be the manifestation of the right person at the right time, and this being a function of a projection of consciousness of angelic beings, even more than any physical human entity that might arrive. Think about that for a minute. So manifestation of the right person at the right moment, maybe that's talking about the second coming of Christ, and the Law of One says that it represents many, many people attaining Christhood. I mean, I think, the prophecy that was given from Saint Germain to the Alice Bailey group about 2025, that he was going to return 25, that did include Jesus. So the Law of One is kind of sketchy about, like, how is Jesus going to return? But I think he's going to at least show up for some handshakes. But there's a deeper layer to this, though, which is that we're going through an energetic transformation, and the second coming of Christ, the being born again. What this is really talking about is this concept of the ascension activation of the soul, and so you transform yourself and you become like Jesus was when he became Jesus Christ. You have these incredible abilities. That's what is going to happen to people here, some of us who have been doing the homework and have been spiritually enlightened enough to really hit the points they want you to hit, which isn't really about book knowledge. It's about how loving you are, and about how honorable and focused you are, and giving, compassion, sharing, caring. These are the things that really matter to these guys. That's why they wrote all the major religious texts this way, for the most part. I mean, there's distortions, but anyway, so they're talking about a projection of angelic beings. So this again is saying that they're going to project into a manifestation. So this could be saying that they're actually going to appear in front of us even more than any physical human entity that might arrive. They're going to project angelically. And so that's very exciting because, as we head closer and closer to ascension, they might actually appear for us, and they've already told us they're going to. Now, again, I didn't get that briefing about ETs projecting into human bodies until September 21, and they referred to it here. And this is what's so hilarious. I had to leave this in because I feel really bad in hindsight. It's kind of hilariously funny that I was this rude and sassy, but I was. I said, David's note, 5:54 a.m. We're continuing here. This is not new. like, yeah, you know what? I was kind of paying attention to it, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. This is not new. So I just had, you got to be very blasé while you're doing the readings. You don't want to listen to them. I was listening too much. But, you know, I just decided, okay, I'm just going to let them go. I'm not going to try to listen to it at all. But you know what? This is not new. So then after I said that, I felt like, okay, I'm fine now. I'm just going to ignore and let them keep talking and do what they're going to do, because it's conscious. So you got to get your mind out of the way. That was very funny to me when I read that. Then all of a sudden, Yuel's voice gets much louder and clearer on the recording. You can hear the voice totally changes. And I say here, I left this in to show the sassy attitude I had at the time, and it also proves I had no idea what the words were really saying. They say wave after wave of puzzle will present itself. And that's what we're seeing right now with the drones. The solutions might not seem simple in coming or simple in format, and yet they beckon from a world that knows not the inconsistencies of the third density. Our world only knows the glory of the final unity with the all there is. That is the crowning achievement of human civilization. When so much is prepared to happen before you, do not be afraid. This is talking about the Ascension. Do not linger on the sidelines in fear, not knowing whether it is right to move forward. Do not be bullied around by the lower self. This is talking about the DS. Who will gladly amplify your fears for you into towering demons of unwaverability. Another reference to the drones. They're unwavering, they're towering in the sky, and people think that they could be extraterrestrial demons. Do not climb the stones and believe that it is a mountaintop. I live on the mountaintop. It's windy. When in fact all you are doing is clearing rubble away from a structure that you yourself built. Just yesterday I finished clearing the huge 4-inch thick ice floe that was stuck on my driveway. So clearing rubble away on the mountaintop. That was a great one. The top one again is about the drones. Towering demons, amplifying your fears, being bullied, and they're unwaverable. They won't tell you what it is. They don't want to say anything. This is amazing. Peace knows that the eagle's wings must be clipped in order for it to reach its own inner sanctity of purpose. And then, as I was unsealing this the other day, I got loud clicks in the room as I read this and was thinking that the eagle was a reflection of our country under the now departing former administration. Peace knows the eagle's wings must be clipped. Well, they lost. Now all the people that were working for them are looking for a job, and they're all upset that they can't find a job. The wings of that eagle have been clipped, right? It also could be a reference to Air Force One. It's fascinating. This time loop is fascinating. Peace, in order to have peace, they had to get out of the picture. And now at the dream that started this reading, remember, even the punk girl was seeing that. So then I also said the eagle, oh, look at that. Yeah, the eagle could be a reference to the drones in New Jersey and elsewhere. We've already had politicians discussing the clipping of the wings of these drones to bring them out of the sky. And so before anybody could authorize that, shooting them down, now we got this guy that pops up on the 13th. He says, you know, there's actually like hundreds of thousands of these, and they sniff out this stuff, and it's ours, and it's all good, so don't worry about it. It's only a dirty bomb, no big deal. Oh, okay, well, I guess that's not really any better, but thank you. So again, the eagle's wings, peace knows that the eagle's wings must be clipped. My goodness. That is another spectacular drone prophecy. There's many others. They've got this whole thing nailed down. If they're telling us it's not going to lead to radiation disaster, I believe them because they've been right about everything. They told us there was going to be a weird UFO event, you know, at the end of the whole cycle here, and now here it is. So the eagle's wings must be clipped. Isn't that fascinating? A better idea would be to push away all preconceived notions of the past. We're all having to do that. You know, are UFOs real? Well, there's something unidentified that's flying. And instead, live up to the present moment by aspiring to ideals that were never before thought possible. The entire charade with Mercury and Pluto is blinking in and out of your focus now. The astrological forces, I think, express this very consistently in patterns then seen upon the physical. We remind you that your opportunity extends forward each day as you indeed again embrace the truth of your divinity. So hold the phone, go back and look at this. Mercury and Pluto is blinking in and out of focus. Patterns then seen upon the physical. So Mercury represents flight like the winged messenger. Pluto is the planet of death. And the blinking are the lights on the drone. So this is yet another tongue-in-cheek, interesting, clever, prophetic Nostradamus-style reference to the drones. Because of the way they're blinking, Mercury and Pluto are blinking in and out of focus. Mercury is flight, Pluto is death. So it's another reference to the drones. I could not believe this. I got so excited. In the pattern seen upon the physical, the drone is being now seen in our physical skies. But it's like an astrological force, like a UFO. So that blew me away. As Pluto has once again now become the farthest planet from the solar system from the sun in 1999, there has been motion indeed. And they're talking about the motion of the drones, I believe. This sets into place the final satellite positions. Drones are satellites, right? Setting them into place in the final satellite positions, I mean, booyah! You know, it's like, wow. And he scores, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. And he made it all the way across the court. This is incredible. And the crowd is on its feet. I mean, I'm just blown away. I'm blown away, you guys. Wow. There has been motion indeed from Pluto. They mentioned that at the beginning, so that's the drones. The drones are in motion, setting into place in their final satellite positions, through which a reckoning may be brought about. Oh, a reckoning is a payback. That's what that means. In Southern, it means payback. There's going to be a reckoning, boy. Right? My dad always called me boy. It's in my mind. Sometimes that's what happens. You know, your parents like to do that. Through which a reckoning may be brought about and the will of the Father, Mother, God be made manifest on the earth. That's a big deal. That's the ascension. The reckoning is the arrests. It's the karmic balancing. They talked about that before. People are falling from grace. That was in the dream, remember? That there was this alcoholic guy named Ward, and he was yelling at me. So this is totally a drone prophecy. It's incredible. Indeed, just because February 21st, 1999 has passed, and that was the day before the reading, do not fail to see the importance of this snapshot in time and of where it's heading. And then I said, loud clicks from the window at the exact moment I highlighted this passage. They know they are speaking to us in our snapshot of time through this 25-year time loop, and drones will take snapshots of surveillance photos. This force, centered in the astrological realm, does represent the sudden awareness in human collective consciousness of unity within all those who seek and all those who wonder about the essentialities of the universe. And I put in the note here that this drone scare is paving the way for our collective unity, leading to ascension, because when you get traumatized by something, when you have a whiff of death, that's the part of the hero's journey that leads to major transformation. It's initiation. It's the Christ metaphor of crucifixion and resurrection. We are going through a type of planetary crucifixion as we have these weird voodoo fetish objects scarily flying in the sky. Nobody wants to tell us what they are. And then you find out and it's like, oh, now it's even worse. Okay, well, they know about it, and they're saying that this scare that we're all going through triggers a sudden awareness in human collective consciousness for unity. And so, very much so, that's what's happening right now. So do not be forgotten as a sleeping entity, but rather arise and breathe deep the elixir of life, so that it may fill and rejuvenate every pore and lead to peace and sustainable happiness in the immediate present environment or realm around you. So I think that this might have a prophetic reference in it, because some of the people were saying that the drones were spraying something. I think we have a slide on that actually from the Alliance. And again, I don't know how many of them I'm going to get through because the Yuel reading is really important, but all the slides are built and we'll get through what we can today before the wind kicks up, and we're going to do more on Sunday. So I'll be back in just a couple more days to keep this story alive. Breathe deep the elixir of life so it may fill and rejuvenate every pore, leading to peace and sustainable happiness in the immediate present environment around you. So doesn't that kind of sound like they want clean air and not particles in the air that might have been sprayed? It does to me. So that's another interesting one. There's a lot of these. And do not be forgotten, but rather arise. They don't want sleepers. They want people to awaken to what the world is and what's really going on here. And you got to breathe when you do. This is about meditation as well. What we don't want for you is to repeat your mistakes and indulge in old behavior patterns that you should have gotten past by this point. We don't want you to continue to stumble around in the darkness, bumping into things, cutting your legs and arms in the process. That's another Nancy reference, folks. She stumbled and she probably cut herself and had to have a hip replacement. So repeating the mistakes is what we don't want. There's another prophecy, the Nancy prophecy. It is time for the bruises to heal, and that's what she's doing. That's what I'm doing with my ankle. Fascinating time loop on my own injuries as well in here. For the dark colors to be renewed with their healthier counterparts, so that your bruises are no longer necessarily visible. We understand that you have many as a planetary culture. So, don't we? And this again is very prophetic because my bruises have healed. And it's talking about how all of us as a planet, we've been emotionally wounded and we're going through healing now. And it's going to lead to the expulsion of evil as we know it. It's an amazing future we have. Technology, ET contact, no more evil, no more poverty. Amazing, amazing future. Our only comment is for you to begin scooping up those other selves around you who can be of greatest assistance, and try to teach everyone the basis of world peace and understanding. Okay, so scooping up is what a UFO could do. If it was going to abduct someone, it would scoop them up. In the drone scare, people thought they were UFOs. So this is another drone prophecy. Our comment is to begin scooping up others around you, but then they're using it as a metaphor of like teaching them to be more loving. I love the way they do that. We had a Eva says, David, do you post on Telegram? No, not at all. So anything that you see on there about me is not really me. It's all impersonation. The only thing I have, just for everybody to know, I have an account on X, David_Wilcock. That's the main thing. Now I have some official stuff on Facebook as well, but I don't always post on there. In fact, I usually don't. Frankly, we're under such heavy attack that we don't have the bandwidth to have my small team working more than one social media. So I just had to pick one because I don't really want to be out there fighting all this stuff. We have an amazing amount of attack going on. So we got 8 people on the team now and then 2 other adjuncts, so a total of 10 people working on this now. And they work all the time. So like, and I keep paying them and everybody's happy and, we're doing it. It's even happening right now in the comments, So we have to do that. And so this is a fascinating thing that it keeps referring to, clever little metaphors of the drones, like the drones could scoop people up. And then they go into another metaphor about the cup, the grail. We have a cup before you that awaits your triumphant return. It is the grail, or the knowledge that comes from the acceptance of self as the divine creator. This is one of the great esoteric teachings, that you are the light, you are the love, you are the one infinite creator, the law of one. That's what it's about. That's how you ascend. Recognize that you are, to some degree, to every degree really, the embodiment, and you just have a fragmentary piece of that in you that is slowly awakening back into its true self. That's what it is. It is this deepest meaning of the Grail and the knowledge that it represents, namely the concept that each individual is also the Christ. A far too esoteric concept for many, it nevertheless rings true and resounds unto the deepest and farthest reaches of the universe. Not everything in our pamphlet book comes on a schedule or the way that we had planned it. Remember, when studying the earth change prophecies as given by Casey, through this body that is now reincarnated, and they're talking about me, we do see that the work was being done prior to the advent of World War II in the physical sphere. As you may or may not know, it was through an extraordinary effort of angelic forces that Hitler was stopped in time. And why did I highlight that? Because they're not talking about Hitler this time. They projected that onto 47 in modern times, but the real hidden variable is the one that lost, in my opinion, and now they're on the run, and all these interesting things are happening. So this is an incredible time. And so they're talking, it's like a World War III that's happening now, a very strange shadow World War III. So they're referring to our present. It's like a new World War III, weird situation, extraordinary effort of angelic forces that the negative was stopped in time. Many lives had to be lost once the code was broken, in order that the Allied forces not give away their knowledge of the code itself. Same thing's happening now. The Alliance has all the communications. Entire cities needed to be allowed to be bombed. Remember, this is what's happening. There's, supposedly elevated levels over New Jersey, and they got these things over there, the drones, so that he would not be aware that they had cracked and intercepted his code. Entire cities need to be allowed to be bombed. And I said here, we just talked about how the Alliance may have had to allow things to happen badly in 20 and 22 in order to avoid revealing that the code was broken, as they would then use it in 2024 so that no illegitimate things took place. So not giving away their knowledge of the code, no awareness that they had cracked and intercepted it. That's another prophetic time loop. So amazing. It was a great victory for light and spirit in all senses that Hitler was defeated, even as, and that's talking about now, right? Even as the nuclear events represented perhaps the greatest catastrophes of all time, of recent times that is. Everybody's afraid of it right now, nuclear event. You see that these things have occurred in the past, as has been duly reported in your Mahabharata, Rig Veda, and other religious texts. So instead of becoming concerned about it, use the knowledge as the platform or vehicle. And remember, this is a flying platform, it's a flying vehicle, so there's another drone reference, just veiled in there in the sentence. Use this knowledge as the platform or vehicle through which you can again contact the deepest, most intimate parts of yourself with the aquatic seaquarium, as many subjects within it, all of which merrily float around and are content in their space. In the comedy video I just played you, I referenced dugongs, mate. And you often see dugongs in the aquatic seaquarium. So it's very nicely time looped in there, mate. I could not believe this. This is like so many accurate prophecies that are only very thinly veiled, all nested together, so specific. I already had made the video before I ever saw this. Admittedly, I played it again because I knew this was in here, because I made these slides the other day. But still, wow. These kind of time loops freak me out. So too does your world exist. Like an aquarium now perched in the middle of the living room, of loving forces who are watching you and feeding you with these words, day by day, seeking to never undermine the importance of every small step of progress that you make, but rather to heartily celebrate it. The importance of every small step, if you fall, you're not making your small steps important. It happened to me, and it happened to Nancy Pelosi, so I think it's another time loop there. But they're describing again how our world for them is like an aquarium in the middle of the room, and they watch us and feed us with these words, but they have full awareness of everything that's happening to us. And you got to learn this love stuff. It's, the other religions, the negative stuff is not going to get you to the end. You're only going to get part way, and you're going to have to redo everything. Know then that there will be time for you to transmute your physical vibrations and come from the aquarium, so to speak, into the greater room itself. This is the Ascension. My arm is totally, you can't see it because, oh my God. Like, we're living in an illusion. We're living in a matrix right now. We don't have the technology. We don't have the free energy. We don't have anti-gravity. Everybody's freaking broke. I've been broke. You've been broke. 3 years alone on the mountain in this crazy climate, being monastic. But then look at the gift that came through. I mean, one of the things I said in the time loop is, our first deal, one of the first deals that we're looking at is potentially $300 million. And then they mentioned that exact amount of money. And they said, what we are giving you is worth far more than $300 million or any other amount of money. Whoa, they know about the first deal. Holy crap. That's going to be in the show on Sunday. So check that out, man. We're going to come out of the aquarium into the greater room. And this is the Ascension. That's incredible. Transmuting our physical vibrations so that we become these beings that can project into human form, which they mentioned in this reading. Wow. You will be exposed to an outside world never before thought possible. A world of light, sound, and color, so vast and incomprehensible to your current ego mind that words fail to do it justice. Indeed, we are not capable of describing with language the subtleties and intricacies of living in such a realm of light, sound, and color. Remember, they're all equivalent, the same ratios. Only to comment that it goes beyond your wildest dreams and expectations. Words fail to do it justice. The lights, the sounds, and the colors are vast and incomprehensible to your current ego mind in an outside world never thought possible. So this is the bigness of the Ascension. It's a very big package they want to deliver for us. It's incredible. And normally I would break at this point for Alliance slides, but he hasn't even introduced himself yet as Yuel. So even if I use up all my time, we'll get back into that stuff on Sunday, I promise. But the sun is beautiful. There's no wind right now. It's 3:30. Probably we have about an hour before things are going to get crazy, but I'm going to keep going because you've got to hear this whole reading. It's too good for me to wait for another few days. You got to hear it now. Okay, so we're going to keep going. So this is the prophecy of Ascension, an outside world never before thought possible, light, sound, and color, incomprehensible. Fail to do it justice with words beyond your wildest imaginations. We don't even have language capable of describing the subtleties and intricacies of this new reality. You are entangled with the objects around you. You remember your past lives spontaneously. Like, I'm genuinely weirded out because when I did the Colin Mcer thing, I said something, or he said something, when you spend time in the barrels. I had no idea what that meant. I just blurted it out. It just sounded right. And then I thought about it later on, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're on a pirate ship and there's barrels of wine. And if you drink too much out of the barrels, if they find you in the barrels, mate, you go tits up. And tits up is when you fall down and your chest is pointing upwards. So, Edgar Cayce had 2 lifetimes where he was some kind of a pirate named John Bainbridge. And so apparently I have that John Bainbridge thing running in the background of my mind, and why I popped out with a phrase like, in the barrels, which I had no idea what that meant. And then afterwards I figured it out. I'm like, oh, okay. But I just blurted it out when I'm doing this comedy. And so that's partly channeling. Well, imagine having the full, complete access to all of your past lives. They're available in your consciousness. You know that they're there. That's amazing. Okay, so that's what's happening. When you go through this Ascension, you're in a whole different reality. You have all this new information available to you. As you move closer towards this event, whoa, they know it's coming. The big Ascension event. It's non-catastrophic, no death. Just some people get transformed. Everybody else gets a psychedelic kind of activation. But some people do become light beings. So they say. I mean, again, this is very strange. This is what I've been asked to teach you since 2022. You are also given the knowledge of those learning curves that all must progress through along the way. And you can see that there are indeed many different paths to the one. So instead of letting yourself be caught up in the day-to-day rigors of physical existence, bathe in the light of your true being and of what is so soon to happen. I mean, that right there was one of the things where the waterworks, oops, you got to see me with my stupid sunglasses on. I'm sorry. I had the sunglasses on. Yeah, these eyes. I mean, my eyes after we're almost into 4 hours now. It starts to burn. So sorry about that. Let's go through that again on the right thing. As you move closer towards this event, you are also given the knowledge of those learning curves that all must progress through along the way. And what did I just said? I just said in a previous week, or maybe 2 weeks ago, that, my favorite words are learning curve. And I'm always going through a learning curve. I'm always learning new things. That was said in this show. You can remember that I said it before I knew about this. And then they use the same phrase here. So yet another time loop. But again, the real thing here is, many different paths to the one, many different ways to find the Logos, to find the one infinite creator, to find the Christ consciousness, as Jesus called it. But it is still there. And, you have to reconcile with that. So bathe in the light of your true being and what is so soon to happen. That is a very exciting prophecy. And learning curves, they mention the square root of 3. That's a curve. And so that could also be some level of what they're saying here. But there is an event we're moving closer to. All else represents a transient and fleeting issue that will dissipate, as does dust in the hand, in the advent of a sudden whipping wind or maelstrom. I am unsealing this in the midst of a very intense whipping windstorm, average speed of 27 at 3:48 p.m., and this also refers to the storm. So while I would have been on the air with you, I was building these slides, and there was a horrible wind going on. And while I was unsealing this later on, there was a horrible wind going on. And it actually references the wind in the prophecy, the sudden whipping wind or maelstrom. And it blows out dust in your hand. And I've had snow blowing on the wind like dust. So that's another layer of this. This is incredible. The placards that we carry around give our names. And I think part of this, again, is like the drones all probably have different serial numbers. So that could be one possible meaning of that I thought about. We understand, but they're really talking about themselves, that there are different angelic beings within this group that's called Archangel Michael collectively, and they have different names. We understand this more in terms of vibration than of any physical structure of language. That is why it is not our habit to give names as such. Yet I am Yuel, spelled Y-R-U-W-E-L, who speaks to you now. And this totally blew me away. It wasn't until 2013 that I looked it up for the first time. I don't know how, but I was reviewing this for whatever reason. It was, right when I was first starting to work for Gaia, and I was starting to do my own shows. I just looked this name up, and it actually is the name of a city in Israel in the Old Testament. And it means founded of God. And that was the link that I found at the time. I haven't looked it up again. Maybe we'll do that next time. We'll show you the city on Sunday. So wow, I've never heard of Yuel before. So this is very exciting because the reading itself is so prophetic and it's so dialed in, it's so accurate. You see how every screen almost has a prophecy on it of some kind. Unbelievable. So this is very humbling. So there's all this scary stuff happening. There's drones. There's people giving me an inch-thick subpoena in my driveway with a badge on Friday the 13th in the middle of a windstorm, in the middle of the night with an almost full moon. Wow, crazy time. Right after I unsealed this, right around this time, is actually when he showed up. And then I finished building the slides anyway. But, and the cop he didn't have a placard with his name on it, and they mentioned that. The placards that we carry around give our names. This guy didn't have the placard. He just had the badge visible. And then he says, "Are you David Wilcock?" "Yeah, I'm hereby authorized." Oh, shit. And I said, "What is this about?" And he said, "You just have to read it." And then I just walked away. I didn't say thank you, but I just didn't want him to see me as a threat, so I just immediately left. But then to have that happen right after I'm in tears reading this reading made me realize this is not a big deal. This is all just part of what's going to work itself out, and sure enough, it's going to be fine. We've already talked about it. And, we have an airtight, perfect excuse, case, whatever. I'm not going to violate the agreement. So, anyway, Yuel is speaking. Placards that give our names is, again, like the guy that I just saw who didn't have the placard in my driveway. Depending on where we are, moment by moment, the lay of the land can be seen in your immediate future. You don't say. They're proving it right now, a 25-year time loop. This was done in 1999, and I only found it now. And it's perfect for what's going on. It's incredible. This is a high-level psychic ability I have here. I mean, I've never seen anything like this before. Sorry to tout my own horn, but there you go. As Casey himself often said, you could do the same work that I do if you are willing to pay the price, like living on this darn mountain for 3 years. The price that he speaks of is the ability to set ego and self aside, to then open the way so that there is a passage in the heart to allow your higher self to meet with you. So this is a really important point. Don't be jealous of me that I'm able to do this. I've paid the price through multiple lifetimes of developing this ability. And even if we get rid of the reincarnation narrative for a minute, I mean, supposedly I was Pythagoras, King David, Lucius of Cyrene, who wrote the book of Luke. These are very high intensity lifetimes. King David is the hero of Judaism. He's really the David bloodline. I mean, they tracked his blood because here was an ordinary guy who killed Goliath and became king and, created an amazing religious revival in that country, in Israel, and really had a lot to do with Judaism and everything that's in the Old Testament. King David's all over the place. So that's like no pressure, right? Oh yeah, you're King David, no pressure. Wow. But now, finally, after all these years, like, okay, this kind of stuff, these prophecies, like, whoa, I get it. This is something I built up over multiple lifetimes. I paid the price. I've been there, done that. I've been to hell, got tortured in hell. As a result of what I did when I was King David, I had to go through getting my body ripped apart, mutilated, eaten. And it happened in my case in this parallel life. While I was incarnate, I was getting taken off in spaceships, apparently, and having terrible things happen to me. And we've talked about that evidence. It's a very strange idea, but yet there's tons of evidence of it. So I've paid the price, including going through the darkness. Very, very bad things that happened to me. And so we all are going through that transformation as we're learning to make better lives. The whole planet is going to go through an ascension. And that's the bottom line. And they're using the time loops to tell us, no, you're not going to have some radiation disaster. I mean, there might be a small thing. Who the hell knows? But I was assuming it's not going to be anything big. But yes, you're going to have an ascension. Everybody's getting scared by this right now. And that's going to authorize the ETs, the positive ETs, to do a lot of good things for us. So it's sad that people are being scared, but this paves the way for a major transformation of the earth. So that's the price that was paid, multiple lifetimes of setting the ego and the self aside, in loving this, loving to the creation, to everyone, opening the way to have a passage in your heart, allowing your higher self to meet with you. Isn't that beautiful? I, Yuel, continue to seek this understanding and continue to express the greatest joy and admiration in every step that is made in me along the way. My compatriots also include those others who would be equally surprised at the progress that I might make. Now, I continue to seek this understanding. That sounds exactly like the Law of One, so I want to read that to you. 16.22, January 1981. This was January 1999. Or February 1999, so pretty near the same dates in the year. In previous material, before we communicated with you, it was stated by the Confederation there is actually no past or future, all is present. Would this be a good analogy? And then it says, I am Ra, there is past, present, and future in third density. Remember, Ra is another name for Archangel Michael when he showed up in Egypt. Sorry I clipped off the R there, it's because I was working so fast. Oh, here we go. In an overview such as an entity may have removed from space and time, in the cycle of completion there exists only the present. We ourselves seek to learn this understanding. And he said, I, Yuel, continue to seek this understanding. So that's quoting directly out of the Law of One. That blew me away. And again, they don't want to have any sense of time. In the great completion, there is only the present. We seek to learn this. That's what they will get to when they go from 6th density to 7th density. And then at that point, you create spiritual mass and you collapse back into the oneness. And so everybody ultimately returns to the oneness where everything is the present and there is no time. And yet, weirdly, that already exists, and that's how they can bounce through it like this. But they're not fully aware of there being only the present yet. And once they get there, they've become the creator. So Yuel and others are telling us that they're not there yet, but in the cycle of completion, they will learn this understanding. At the seventh level or dimension, we shall, if our humble efforts are sufficient, become one with all, thus having no memory, no identity, no past or future, but existing in the all. And that is so beautiful. So Yuel just said, I, Yuel, continue to seek this understanding. And then he says this is also just totally chilling. And yet I am aware that a certain city arises into being and form, and it is a city too unspeakably vast and glorious and beautiful to be rendered in the physical terms right now. And this is the metaphor of the New Jerusalem, the certain city arising into being and form. Well, that's in the book of Revelation. And it talks about how it has 12 of this and 12 of that, and there's a 12-sided geometric object called the dodecahedron, pentagonal faces. There's 12 of them. And we argued that John Mitchell, in his book Dimensions of Paradise, said that the 12-sided geometry, the dodecahedron, is what the book of Revelation is talking about. They encode it very cleverly in all these different ways. Well, that's angelic intelligence. They knew that we couldn't decipher the book of Revelation until we had this technology in the present. But there were people in secret societies who practiced sacred geometry, and they understood a lot of these things. And they found a lot of these references, actually. And that's probably where John Mitchell got it from in the first place. So this is talking about the New Jerusalem is arising into being and form. That's the new earth that's transformed by the Ascension. So unspeakably vast and glorious, you can't even see it in physical terms. And that is why he says, when we have a good story, there has to also be a good ending. Well, look at the ending. You know, there was the November event. Now we have the drones. It made people think of UFOs. And it's paving the way for real UFO contact later on. It's going to include these angelic beings because this is what they do. They use prophecy to build credibility. This is one of the most credibly prophetic readings I've ever seen. It's almost line by line. They're predicting the present, the drones, the Nancy thing, all this stuff. It's like, whoa. And then they say that the earth is going to be transformed into the New Jerusalem. That's incredible. And it's a metaphor. It doesn't mean that everything's going to become Israel. It just means that the concept of the Holy Land, Jerusalem originally was, all these things happened there. In Abrahamic religions, there's 3 of them that all were centered around here. So the good story needs a good ending. Well, there is going to be one when we get the evil exposed, people are arrested, trials are occurring. This is all part of what ushers in this new city, the New Jerusalem. When the author writes a wonderful plot with all the necessary twists and turns, and the attendant crises and such, is it not also fitting for the conclusion of the book to be that penultimate resounding moment that ties it all together so beautifully? Well, they say conclusion of the book, and if you look at all the Michael Prophecies as one book, then technically what I'm doing is reading you book 8 week after week now, because there's 7 already on record. So it's like they knew that we were going to be in 2024, that this is the last of the prophecies. And I'm amazed too, because, we only have 21 tapes. I'm already now most of the way through February, so I haven't read the rest yet, but we still have March and April 99 that could have big surprises in it. But this one was so good, I'm like, no, it's getting promoted right up to the front of the line. We'll go back to January 21st next week and do the rest on Sunday. But they know it's the conclusion of the book, folks. And so the author is them, and the wonderful plot with twists and turns is the Michael Prophecies. It is the 7 books and how they plotted out all the history since 2022. Well, I've been unsealing these, and we're still doing it right now. We're still in the time loop right now. And, I'm going to probably keep going right through the inauguration. I would imagine I got at least 4 more weeks of this stuff to go through. Now, this was an example of my conscious mind picking the wrong word. The word penultimate means second from ultimate. And I didn't know that back then. So what I should have said was ultimate, but that's just a translator error again. That's about the only mistake that I made in this whole reading, is I said penultimate because my conscious mind didn't know the right word would be ultimate. I was a little bit too close right there. That's the only thing I've seen in this whole reading that might be a little bit questionable. But again, the ascension is the ultimate resounding moment that ties the whole story together so beautifully, and that's what we're heading into. When we get these arrests, oh my God. When all this stuff starts to come out, disclosure starts to happen, when the beings return, UFOs come back, wow. Then it says, this is so crazy and so wonderful. Prepare to re-enter the physical sphere in a body that is transformed into light. And you will walk among those who have not ascended, meaning everybody who didn't make it to that point, which is probably going to be most of the people. You will walk among those who have not ascended as the Christ itself, as a luminous divine being, capable of miracles, and speaking of the world beyond. Some people are going to live out the rest of their lives after this first wave. There's a first wave of ascension. Garabandal talked about that, the Virgin Mary apparitions from 1961 to 65. It was only at the Loveland, Colorado conference that I had a woman named Jimena who came up to me, told me about Garabandal, look it up, I hadn't. And then when I did and I started to do shows on it, we had supposedly the largest solar event since the Carrington event of 1859 that melted the telegraph wires. So we had just mentioned that in Garabandal, that Archangel Michael and the Virgin Mary said that there was going to be a first wave of ascension. They didn't call it that. Michael did in Michael Prophecies. But they called it the warning. And they said the sun would do something that would cause everybody to remember the fullness of their soul and their purpose here, but only for a little while, and then it would get turned off again. And then everybody would be wondering what happened, and that the society would try to write it off as a mass hallucination caused by a solar flare. But that everybody temporarily trips out and has multidimensional consciousness. That's kind of what Michael says in the books, the same thing as Garabandal, except that I think the metaphysical consciousness stays switched on no matter who you are. And I'm just interpreting 7 Michael Prophecy books. I don't think you go back. I don't think anybody goes back to matrix consciousness after this. Everybody is transformed to some degree, but for some people it's going to be more like this just psychedelic thing, like the equivalent of being on psychedelics, but much more pure and angelic. Whereas for other people, they actually, as it says right here, check this out and look at all the prophecies they gave us to get us ready to accept this. Prepare to re-enter the physical sphere in a body that is transformed into light. You will walk among those who have not ascended as the Christ itself, a luminous divine being capable of miracles, speaking of the world beyond. So the Casey reading said that it's the Christ path or the Christ pattern, and that Jesus set up they kept talking about John 14:12. As I do these things, this is Jesus speaking, as I do these things, meaning the miracles, so shall ye do them, and greater things, for I go unto my Father, Mother, God. This apparently is the fulfillment of this. It's a non-violent ascension, non-catastrophic, a solar hiccup that makes everybody trip out, but some people re-enter this physical sphere in a body transformed into light, and you are capable of miracles. Now, it's kind of wild for me to say this because I have to exercise faith too. I have to be willing to come out here on the public channel, 4,400 people watching right now, which is almost as good as a typical Sunday. And I have to say these things, and, it sounds pretty far out. It sounds pretty far away from reality, like ascension, light body activation, angelic, Christian, Buddhist, Hindu, Vedic, all the different parts. It turns out there was something behind that stuff. We might have mistranslated a little bit. We had wars over religion. But there's an absolute intrinsic reality with absolute beings who can project into human form or project our own bodies into human form. And if you are a Christ-like person, if you follow the teachings of Jesus, if you love thy neighbor as thyself, if you have patience, kindness, compassion, if you are genuinely non-manipulative, genuinely non-controlling, you still have to have boundaries. That's been my biggest challenge, is how do I defend myself when I'm so open and giving? And you might have had the same problem in your life. That's a big deal. So prepare to re-enter the physical sphere in a Christed, ascended body. Dang, that sounds very exciting. And again, they're giving us credibility with all the prophecies to tell us that this is really going to happen. So yes, I do believe it's true. Do not fail to hear us when we speak of these prophecies. Do not fail to understand the importance of what it is that we are saying. Just pause and soak that up for a second. Do not. I mean, they rarely speak with such harsh language as do not. That's an intense, verbally tense moment for them to do that. Do not fail to hear us. Do not fail to understand what we are saying. So, wow. Okay. You know what? If you have a chance to finish the ascension, come back in a light body, and all you have to do is be less angry and less pissed off at people around you, and more self-accepting and more loving of yourself, and don't hate yourself and don't criticize yourself, and learn to live a positive, peaceful, happy life, then that, even doing it for a few months now here at the end, might make the tipping point between whether you stay in just the psychedelic trip part or whether you actually have the light body, which is way more advanced. And if you get stuck in the psychedelic trip part, it might take a while for you to get to the light body. It might not be right away. It's going to be harder. You're going to have to work a lot harder spiritually to activate your light body after the first wave than before. They've definitely said that in the books. So, whoa. I mean, this is like literally the 2x4 upside the head. Do not fail to understand. Do not fail. Whoa, man. Whoa. Okay. Got it. This is real, you guys. I mean, it freaks me out, and I'm tripped out, and I'm just going to keep doing the shows. But man, this is crazy. It's wonderful. All of you have the ability to fulfill the Christ pattern through this symbolic death or crucifixion of the ego in order to allow the ascension to then take place. As this ego crucifixion continues to occur, be ye not dismayed by that which comes up upon the altar of sacrifice to be purified. And that's going to include all these people that you thought you loved and were like your family, and no, mommy and daddy are evil. If you continue to hesitate and falter in chopping off those portions that you no longer need, you will find that they grow into tangled quagmires that will continually drag you down until they are processed as such. And I just caught this one. I didn't even catch this one when I was unsealing it. What do you need to do when you have a hip replacement? You need to chop off the top of the femur and then create a metal ball, and you need to chop out the area in the hip and create this metallic titanium or whatever it is socket. Nancy had the hip replacement. That's a hip replacement prophecy. Falter in chopping off the portions you no longer need. She had to chop off the old bone to make the hip replacement. And if she hadn't have done this, then it would have grown into a tangled quagmire that would have dragged her down. She wouldn't have been able to walk. She would have been in a wheelchair. So that's very interesting. And again, Nancy is being used here, as is my own ankle injury, as a metaphor of how we all go through scheduled events in our lives, karmic blasts that might be very painful, but they teach us lessons that we need to know. The essential knowledge comes from those explorers who have gone far beyond the realms traversed by those of your NASA. You could indeed build structures that would allow you to travel the physical universe far and wide. Ah, another time loop about Stavati building space travel technology. And, Chris's technology apparently has already gone beyond the NASA level, but he did it at, various secret installations, some of which the names you already know of. We can't say them, but you know what it is. So, yeah, he's the real deal, and this is yet another time loop. It's like just every single line, they keep making these time loop references, because that's exactly what we're getting funded for right now, is to be able to break out of this technology where they're suppressing entire groups of physics, as they said. That's what the White House said. Even in this apparently magnificent accomplishment, this hover car technology, including the discovery that we're going to have when we get out there of extraterrestrial structures on the moon and Mars, for example, you still have accomplished nothing. Ouch. For it is in these higher realms that you then discover all of your planets are teeming with life, like Venus, we just talked about that, and they are capable of sustaining higher density frequencies as such. This is very, very interesting. No longer would you perceive there to be a physical space that needed to be traveled through, but rather the boundary lines were weak enough that it could be easily manipulated for your own use. Neither should it be seen as an accident that you continually grow and develop. She had an accident. This is part of the plan of the universe. So, there's a couple prophetic meanings to this. Obviously, migration. You think about that for a minute. A physical space you have to travel through past boundary lines that were weak enough to be easily manipulated. Oh! That's a prophecy about the stuff that's going on at the... Yeah, dude. Think about it. The boundary lines are weak enough that they could be easily manipulated. There's a physical space to be traveled through, and they get two birds in one. Because not only is this talking about people coming up, it's talking about drones in the sky. And if you think about that metaphor of drones in the sky, now let's go back to it again. There's a physical space they're traveling through in the air, and the boundary lines were weak enough that it is easily manipulated for their own use. And then some of these are having accidents, right? So this is a drone prophecy, and it's a prophecy about the South. Unfrickin' believable. This is probably the best reading we've ever had, honestly, in terms of just how strong that contact was. This is before I got kicked out. That happened like a month later in March, and then the end of March is just crap. But then the readings get really good again in April once I moved into my own place, got my own house, or apartment. So wow, 2 prophecies in one. There are watermarks that you may reach at various times, and again, these drones have a certain height in the sky. You could think of it like a watermark, so that's probably part of what they're doing. There are watermarks that you may reach at various times, but understand that it is as the dam in the river. And once you reach the next point, you are not going to go back upstream to a previous dam. So again, the dam is breaking around the drone gate situation. It's breaking around the DS in general. All the truth is coming out. They can't stop the disclosures. And so this again is very likely drone related because the drone is upstream. It's up in the air. And it says you are not going to go back upstream to a previous dam. So it's talking about traveling upward. That's what drones do. They travel up in the sky. And they have various watermarks as they travel, like you would see watermarks on the side of a dam. So that's very, very cool. It's just so prophetic. As you continue to flow with the energy that is coming in, and continue to open your heart in free and loving acceptance of what must transpire, they just told us, this is full-blown ascension coming in, you will indeed become purified and whole in each and every moment. So flow with the energy that's coming in, open your heart, and accept what must transpire. They're inviting you, using me as a messenger, the Yuel and his allies, Archangel Michael, etc. They're inviting you to accept what must transpire. Do not fail to understand the significance. Do not fail to realize that what prophecies we're telling you. This is freaking real. It's very trippy and it's very scary. Now, these are Old Testament beings, and this was the part where, I'm not going to cry now, but this was the part where I started crying when I was reading it the first time. Because all of a sudden, they skip into biblical English. Now, if that bothers you, I'm sorry, but again, these beings were writing the Old Testament too, so they can change it up and talk that way. So it gets very biblical all of a sudden at this point. It's amazing. As the Lord sheweth thee the way to bliss and to unity with all creation, do not run and hide in your sense of separateness from him and her. And it is Father, Mother, God, right? So, wow. We're being shown the way to bliss, to unity with all creation. Do not, they're saying again, do not feel separate. Do not feel like you got cut off or that this is not real. It's true. Instead, let your throat fill with sound as you sing the praises of the one infinite Creator, knowing full well all the while that this one is you, and you are it. Do not fake yourself out with exceptions and define limits on how this world would function. Do not fail to see your unity. Isn't this just such... It's scripture, man. It's beautiful. It's incredible stuff. So poetically worded. You, as the spiritual spark of the divine, having a human experience, have as your destiny the process of discovering self in each of the different densities over and over again. It is a continuous evolution process. And, as we have said before, the universe itself is in a state of becoming and is not solid. So the one continues to grow and develop as its various constituent parts, which would be humanity, continue to rise in frequency toward that home vibration that will realign them permanently with the all there is. That's a tongue-twisting sentence, huh? Understand that at this point, there might seem to be the death of the ego, or the death of any identity that was created before. And that includes clinging to blaming yourself about things that happened before. You're a different person now. You wouldn't do those things now. You're not the same person. So don't beat yourself up when old painful memories come up. Love yourself, accept and forgive yourself for what happened, for what you did, for what happened to you. Let go of it and recognize that you're witnessing the death of your former self as you go through these purifications. Understand that at this point there might seem to be the death of the ego. We're having that now, planetary crucifixion. Everybody's scared. Or the death of any identity that was created before. However, it is our knowledge that there would only be that one identity left. And by your consciousness returning to that oneness, there is the greatest peace and excitement ever made from this. Isn't that crazy? It's wonderful. When you understand the vast complexity and scope of the one, it boggles your minds and the confines within them. Indeed, the realm of the creation governed by your confederation of planets, as it has been called, is almost nothing in size, in terms of size, compared to that which exists. And thus each full planetary civilization, as is yours, presents only one grain of sand on a beach that stretches as far as the eye can see. And now we know that. There's 40 billion Earth-like planets in the Milky Way. NASA proved that. So each planetary civilization is one grain of sand on a beach stretching as far as the eye can see. And yet, too, can you see that this beach is one, that you may walk it and enjoy it at your leisure? You become the beach, become the water, become the sun and moon, and all the divine forces of light. I know that you will never again allow the fungus to grow over you, and those parts that have not yet reached attainment are allowed or forced to rot by the self. All that we speak of can be done when the authors make a steadfast move towards recapitulation of their personal vibrations and away from the eating and digestion of foods that would hinder their progress. So we need to stop here, because when people come back in light body form, they will be able to perform healings. And one of the things that they will be able to do is restore you if you are in ailing health for any of a number of reasons, including something that you might have ingested, and maybe you shouldn't have done that. Maybe now you have a lot of regret about that. And you're like, man, I wasn't as good of an idea as it sounded like when it was being blared at me from every direction. Well, there's going to be some people coming back who will be able to do that healing for you. We won't need med beds if all this is true. And they've said the year this is going to happen is 2025. So they've laid everything on the line. They also said it might take 6 months to get there. That was last week. So that could still be possible. But if you actually order and read the Michael Prophecies, this is book 8, but all the other 7 books are equally as fantastic. Prophetic of Ascension, beautifully worded, scriptural in the way that they read. It's incredible stuff. It's all prophetic time loops. And it's the only product I have right now. I'm not selling t-shirts or anything else. It's just Michael Prophecies. If you read the 7 books, in almost every single one of them, they use the analogy of tainted food or fungus or ugly growth, like fungus or something else that grows, or like, they use the poisoned food or poisoned milk, that kind of thing. They use that as an analogy for the treatments that, were what people were receiving. That's all I can say. I got to be very limited in the vocabulary. So again, if you think about it from that perspective, we as humanity allowed a fungus to grow over us. This represents not only what they gave us, but also the group themselves. They were the fungus. And if we hadn't reached attainment, they created rot. I mean, many people have died. They do not want you to eat and digest foods that would hinder your progress. Food is, again, talking about this very now illegitimate seeming thing that people got. So very interesting, again, prophetic time loop, perfectly in line with the other 7 books. Instead, be alive with the fact that a cleansing is being engendered. As they've said, anybody with this damage, we're going to be able to heal them within 6 months. Let's hope that that's actually true. Cleansing is being engendered. This is also talking about the loss of the powers that were. They're stepping down. This will pave the way for a glorious future, far more beautiful than you can currently conceive of. Isn't that wonderful? The messianic harps that will be played by the angels are indeed referring to the second coming of you, awakened Christ's self. So become your own Messiah. Prepare for your ascension on the Mount of Transfiguration. You will not be found wanting, and you will not be left wondering what it is that you should do with yourself, as the answer will become evidential once you pass into this higher realm. It is painless and free, and it will be the most joyous experience of your life or of any life on earth previously before. I mean, it's staggeringly beautiful. If this is true, it's so exciting, I can't begin to tell you. It made me cry to read this. It really did. So strengthen the liver and do not allow the issues of anger to take hold over you. Strengthen the kidney, be not subjected to fear. And this is a very hilarious prophecy because I didn't realize this, but here we are. I'm at the 4-hour mark on the new taping. 4 hours and 15 minutes here. We're 15 minutes away from when the wind is going to start. And I have to pee really badly again. So if I keep going, I guess I got to take a pee break. Do you want me to keep going? Of course, if I ever ask that, no, please stop. No, you guys don't want me to stop. We'll do some more slides, but I'm going to have to take another break because I have to go pee. And here they are, time referencing that. Strengthen the liver, strengthen the kidneys. Oh yeah, they're being exerted right now. Strengthen the stomach. Be willing to process those pieces of information that are fed you. Strengthen the feet and prepare to walk in truth and support your path. Strengthen the eyes so that you might see clearly and know what is right in front of you. And again, just to be clear, strengthen the feet. I had the ankle injury. They predicted that. Strengthen the eyes. I have to be able to deal with the glare of these lights for 4 hours plus 5 hours. So all this is very interesting, how it's time looped. All of these things come about when you leave the offering of self as the bread of life. Right there is when the tape cut off, and they knew it. That's the end of the reading. And then I started a new cassette. 9:03 a.m. I said, on the last tape, the dictation cut off. I believe it was talking about the raising of the leavening of the bread of life. The reading ended at that point, so that was the end of it. I subsequently slept through probably 2 or 3 REM periods since then. The tape got all messed up. I got the microphone cord tangled in my arm. The tape ran out, and it was just a bad scene. Negative greeting against the tape machine to stop such a high-level connection from coming through. That's what I said. Negative forces attacked my tape because this reading was so high-octane that the tape got eaten. And remember, what happened today? We couldn't get started. I have a 500 over 500 connection, and it would not work. I'm using a cheap old 15 over 15, and we're barely getting this thing done. So, the Michael Prophecies are coming true now. We have many other time loops, and we will resume this next week. Since I still need your help for things like paying lawyers their retainer, Sacred Science, which is my video course on sacred geometry with Chris Beskar, Disclosure, which also stars Chris Beskar, 2 video courses, each of which we used to sell for $333, and all 7 of the Michael Prophecies books. This is like the biggest deal I'm ever going to give you for Christmas. This is the big Christmas gift. It's only $177 at thedisclosure.com. That's 35 hours of video. You're going to have time to see it all. Everything that I'm teaching you today is going to be iterated in these products in a beautiful way. And the normal price is that, and we now knocking down 156. All you have to do is put in this word, and you can copy off the screen if you want, actualization at thedisclosure.com. Now, in all honesty, I think I can keep going. The wind is okay. There's no wind. Do you guys actually want me to keep going, or do you want me to stop? PB Moreland says, I don't listen to too many discussions. However, David and Ishmael are on the top of my lists. What is the Michael Prophecies? Says Dan. Well, that is 7 books that I brought through with remote viewing back in the day, the early 90s. Let's go, David. No pee. No, I do need to pee. Take the pause that refreshes. They just talked about that in time. We're definitely peeing, but do you want me to keep? Everybody says keep going. Okay. Go, 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 go. Are you on any psychedelics when you did these channelings? I'm a skilled meditator and spiritualist. I want to try channeling. Any tips? No. I had been sober for years when I started to do the Michael Prophecies. I got sober in 1992, and it wasn't for 4 years before I actually brought in Michael Prophecies totally, totally clean. Now, you can get insight off of psychedelics. It's absolutely true. But anyway, I have to pee really bad. David is right to ignore Ishmael. I don't even know who Ishmael is. But anyway, I do need to stop and run another fun tape for you guys of, animals. But we're at the 4-hour mark. I did it at the 2-hour mark, so that's totally excusable. And we'll come back and we'll blow out some alliance slides. That sounds good. I'm ready. Go pee back, come back. Everybody wants me to. Also take a dump. Well, I don't have to, Exodia 2014, but thank you. If I did, I'm sure I would try that. But no, I just need to pee really bad. So I'm going to show you another fun video. So let me mute this, and then we'll come back. We're going to actually we're going to do the other slideshow again. So let's load that really fast here. Turkey Reels, it's called. And let me see which one is good. I got to give you something here. So yeah, I think we're going to do the I love satisfied turkeys in the driveway. Okay, so we're going to do that one, and you'll get to watch me. This is something you've already seen before, but it shows the ice flow. They mentioned that it had to be broken up. I finally did get it broken up. I'm going to go take a pee, eat a little food because I'm very hungry as well. I'll be back in just 5 minutes, and you can entertain. Shout out to Tarotina. Absolutely. So anyway, we're going to be back, and now you get to see some turkeys and feel the turkey love. So without further ado, I'm going to mute myself, and we'll be in the video here. Okay, here we go with satisfied turkeys in the driveway. Enjoy this, and I'll be right back in a moment after I've had a much-needed relief of the physical body, as predicted by Archangel Michael. We'll be right back. Thanks, everybody.
All right, well, when you get to be a turkey lover like me, there's a certain point where a lot of them are satisfied. And they're just kind of walking off. And they're very happy. But if I brought more food out, they might. I wanted to show you this too. I fell on this. Thankfully, it was not bad, but I got really, really lucky. I've had to break off all the ice already. Got my ice melter and my shovel here. You got to chop at it with that. I got another ice tool, but yeah,
actually fell on these stairs. Thank God it was really, really an easy fall, and I only really hurt myself on my right elbow and forearm a little bit. But yeah, let's show you this. So now I can walk down it because I've broken it all up and made traction, but let's look. These are turkeys and they're live. And we're doing live filming, and so I'm keeping the crows away right now because the crows will come here and steal all of their food. And that's what we don't want. So they're a little bit freaked out about me being here, but you can see most of them are flocking in the back there. Pew, pew. So yeah, they feel very safe and very happy. You can see they're preening, which means that they've had a good meal and they're like, this is a really good life I've got here, you know? The sun came out, all the snow is gonna melt. We're gonna throw out some more food for these turkeys. We'll give them one more chance, but there's only about maybe 5 of them that'll come running back when I do that. But that's what's so funny too, is when I come out with more food, they're gonna run like little children and they're gonna want the food. But I can't do that in film because we have a incredibly dangerous situation over here with the staircase. And I just gotta always be careful when I walk on it. So I got turkey footprints in the ice that I'm walking on, which is also very dangerous. Yeah, winter sucks here. I mean, this is a big pain in the butt. I had a bear out here last night, you know, and you gotta just chip away at this stuff. And it's, you know, usually you gotta go a little vertical like that, smack it down, and then chip at it. Good luck with that, huh? Meanwhile, the turkeys are here, and they are feeling like they got their daddy back and their home back. The weather is wonderful. It looks amazing outside, except that I got this huge snow plowing induced ice flow in the middle of my driveway. I have a miniature glacier. It has these rays, which are called tractor tires. And the rays of the glacier all converge into this. You can't walk on this stuff. I mean, this is like very, very dangerous, like you're gonna slip. So if I was gonna walk on it or walk the dog on it, I'd be chipping out a path because you can't walk on that kind of slickness unless you've got the right. You can wear these certain things on your shoes that'll make it a little easier. I learned about that in Canada too. So this is the kind of thing that, yeah, you know, you could chip at this and it's like, oh, look at that, it's coming apart. But it's almost like make work, like in Japan when they would have people in banks and they just put pencils from one box to the next and they just keep going back and forth, back and forth. That's called make work. And so doing this kind of stuff is make work. The only reason to do it is to be outside and look at the view and just process eternity from this interesting perspective. I got to shovel all this out at some point, you know, because it's kind of a mess. So that's another thing I'm going to be doing. And then that thing in the middle of the driveway is going to take the longest to melt in the sun because that's not a particularly sunlit area. So there's challenges here. This is really, this ice flow is kind of a big pain in the ass. But we have, every day is going to be sunlight, 47 degrees. So most of this will probably be melted by this afternoon. We'll come back and look at it around 4 o'clock or so and see what it's doing. But it's very restorative to the soul to be at a place like this, you know. You can't get over the fact that you've got freedom and expansive land, and you just have this, the meditative lifestyle of the Tibetan. I'm at 8,640 feet. We're doing it old-fashioned Tibetan style, just solitary living and meditation, and it's been a good life, and these turkeys have helped so much. You know, they're just wonderful little beings. and they are funny, and you can feel their laughter when they're happy, and they all come running up like little children with the food in your hand. I mean, it's great. Okay, you guys, we're going to feed you now. Just giving everybody the lay of the land. In my eternally half-finished porch. Hey, at least we're getting there, right?
Now it's done.
But anyway, we're good. I got to get all this ice off. But I'm going to wait till they're gone and they're happy. But I got to knock all this off so we stop getting all the water drops. But it's just not going to stop. I mean, there's a whole layer of that stuff up there on the roof. The whole entire roof is covered with 6 inches of snow. It's all going to have to come off. So this is going to be a huge mess all day, basically. But I'm ready for it. So yeah, part of what I'm doing is keeping the crows away so they can eat in peace. And we're going to go give them more food and watch how they all come running. All right, well.
Okay. Let's cut back to the camera. I'm back once again. I just keep on working this show because I guess I love the show. I love being on the air. So let's just keep the love going. Keep the love flowing. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate this. I'm going to have to put my microphone back on. But again, what an amazing thing is happening with these time loops. I mean, it's just spectacular. The Yuel reading is like probably my favorite one other than the Christ reading called Awaken Now, which we read a few weeks ago. But Yuel is right up there. And the number of time loops and how specific they are, it's absolutely amazing. Anyway, I got to put the microphone back on, so hang on. My voice is about to get a lot louder. Here we go. Done. We are done. Now the voice is back to the way it should be. Sorry about the low volume, but you know, we gotta keep everything fresh. It's got to be kept fresh, mate, like we do in Australia. Not the spoiled, awful food that you blokes have over there. You Yanks. You think you can bollocks around with a man from down under? He's got the strength of 10 mules, all tugging together in one direction, mate. You with your Pommy accent, you think you can stand before me and say those things? Well, bug off, mate. Bug off. I didn't say the other thing. I said bug off, mate. And once you bug off, then you're going to learn that it's a lot better down under. Just like I told you, mate. I've been trying to explain this to you blokes and sailors. Oh, no. I think I just burned myself, mate. It's fun stuff. And look at that. We still got, there's 4,000 of you losers who are still hanging around. You guys are still hanging around after 4 hours and 4:20. It's almost 4:20. No. I love you guys. People are saying it's beautiful where I live. So do you have any tips for channeling? I'm trying to astral project and have clairvoyant abilities. Any tips on what state I should enter into? Yeah, so there's a very specific protocol that I worked when I was doing these readings. And it certainly didn't involve any drugs. It involved a hypnotic procedure that was informed by studying remote viewing. And the remote viewing protocols, if you want to call them that, they are instructions that teach you how to access your higher self. And in that case, they're using it to remotely view locations. But in my case, I was using it to remotely perceive the voices of real beings who wanted to speak through me, just like we saw in Scripture. And so, yeah, the results that we got off of this stuff are phenomenal. And again, if you would love to see the books and the videos, 177 at thedisclosure.com. And it's that discount code of actualization. I finally got it together. Are you proud of me? I actually got it on screen. Actually did that for you. That's the level of commitment of David Wilcock. I got to sell my own product just a little bit, you know. There's been crazy stuff going on with the company. When we're really close to the end and deals are actually happening, there's like
commission wars that go on, and people whose deal didn't make it to the finish line are really upset because they want a commission. So it's a crazy, crazy time in my life. There's all kinds of moving pieces and things going on. But again, actualization is the code, thedisclosure.com. Thank you so much for supporting us. 35 hours of my very best stuff about Ascension. But right now, in the time that remains, and now what we're waiting on is the wind and how long my eyes and my body can stand to be on camera, but I'm doing okay. Everything's fine. So there's one layer, which is the Archangel Michael layer, and then there's another layer, which is the Alliance. And Archangel Michael supports the Alliance in the 7 books, and so I'm teaching you what it is, and that they haven't revealed themselves openly yet, but they use a system of code to reveal who they are, and that includes posting on X under this particular handle, which you can see right here. And so we're going to get through as many of these as we can, weather permitting. Now, what are these things? This is the posts from the Alliance, as far as I can tell. And they really do want what's best for humanity. They want to see us survive. They don't want to see us destroyed. And they've done this really, really incredible procedure. There's this just phenomenal mass effect that they've created, the Great Awakening. And what that means for all of us is incredible. Because even if you didn't include all this stuff that Michael has started talking to me about since January of 2022, even if you didn't include that wonderful Yuel reading that we just saw, the prophecy of the New Jerusalem, the transformation of the human body, that some people will walk as Christ amongst the rest of us. They will be fully ascended. They will be light bodies. I mean, it's a very heavy prophecy, and it's like, wow, do I believe that? Yeah. I mean, after all the stuff I've been through, yes, I do. So there's that level of the puzzle, and then they projected into human form with Valiant Thor, and he showed up at the Pentagon in 1957, and they wrote this thing called the Plan. And that's a blueprint that explains how they get to the finish line and have the world awaken to who's really been running things and what they were really doing, and how do you bring them to a stop without them destroying the planet. I mean, that's the whole point. They want to nuke the planet. They want to do any number of things. The dirty bomb scare in New Jersey is just the latest one. And again, I don't believe that's going to happen at all. If you watch the first half of the show, if you've come in more recently, we're still holding true at 4,000 people. We're at 4 hours and 22 minutes. Maybe I'll push it to 5 hours like I've done many other times. So what's happening is there's a very elaborate, coordinated intelligence operation going on clandestinely. Only 10 people really know what it is. And they're doing this mass exposure. And, 47 is not what the media has portrayed. He represents a very important figurehead for something that is secret that you don't know about in any open public way yet. And it involves the military. Got to have some funny faces when he... It's real, man. This alliance stuff is no joke. It's military grade communication. It comes from the highest level sources. It is not fake. It is not a LARP. It is not somebody impersonating anything. They've given so many proofs that it's real. But then again, how many people who really absorbed all that have gone as far as I'm going and made a show and talked about it? There are some, and some of them are great. I'm just giving my take on it because I read it from the beginning when it first started in 2017. As the posts showed up, I was on top of that stuff, man, and I clicked on all the links, and I went to those websites, and I read everything they had to say, and it all stopped, for the most part, by 2022. I think that's the last time they did one. And they went dark, and then for a while, I didn't think that they were ever going to speak again, and then they reappeared in this form that we're going to be showing you now on X. And I couldn't be more honored because you got to understand, this is a very complex, very organized, and very powerful organization that is causing incredible changes to occur that steer us into an arrest. And when that occurs, it's on a macro level, and it's going to involve many, 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 and it's going to be a spectacle unlike anything we've ever had in history, man. I get it. The people that might end up being in that, they're probably really freaking out. They're having a very hard time with it. And in these posts, you do sometimes hear about people, and, you know, those are people who are, you know, not going to enjoy this when it happens. And I do feel badly for them. And then for the rest of us, this represents the end of a vast, you know, thousands and thousands of years of extraterrestrial subversion by the unholy six. These evil reptilians that look like they have 6 genders, but they're 6 different types of beings, apparently. Yeah, isn't that strange? It's such a weird narrative that we've got, but apparently this is what's going on. Demons are real, angels are real, and the way that the angels are ensuring that humanity is safe is that they've collaborated with this alliance. And so the alliance makes mistakes. I mean, I've censored them a couple times because they said something that Michael really wouldn't have liked. Very rarely, but I've done it. Maybe once. There was one that I really can think of, like, oh, let's back away from that. It might have happened a few times. I don't know. But for the most part, the alliance is, you can tell that they're Christian. You can tell that they're very focused on what they're doing. It's been a source of great fascination, probably to them, definitely to me, that this has happened, that this contact has happened. I did not expect this. I worked for years to try to get the truth out. It wasn't until 2022 that I discovered what the hell was going on, and that I've been given these 7 books, and that they went so far back to 1999 and 1998 and 97, and they're describing the present. And they say no matter how scary this stuff looks, it's all going to transform into something beautifully positive, something of incredible significance, tear-jerking, beautiful new world, the New Jerusalem. They just spoke about that. It's an incredible, incredible reading. And I hope that there's any others left in this hidden time loop that are as good as that, because that one just, I mean, it took me the whole show to get through it. So these slides represent this group giving you intel, and what I do, I don't skip any of them anymore, unless if they name a particular person, and I think that person might come after me, I might cut that one. Like, okay, I don't really need that trouble. So there was a couple of those too. But, you know, I gotta be self-protective. I have to have good boundaries too. And I don't want to, you know, walk into anything that I could avoid in that kind of a circumstance. And it's been very rare. But all you have to do is go back and follow and read, and you'll see it for yourself. So I report on all of these, and this is the activity of what they're doing to get us to the goal line. They're teaching us what's going on. They're showing us how to interpret the news. And then they also have videos of a certain runtime in length. And those videos point to certain posts that began in the year 2017. So then we read those based on the number of minutes in the video. And this, as it turns out, has become a code that they're using for every single video they post. I have no doubt of it. We've done it for so many weeks in a row now. If you've been watching this show, they keep coming back, and the posts that it refers to are very, very relevant. So I'm going to do all that deciphering for you. I make it easy. I think even the adversary watches this because they want to have the cliff notes of what the heck the Alliance is saying. So my show provides a valuable resource, including to the enemy who's trying to outfox all this stuff. And wouldn't you know, they did exactly what we thought, fake alien invasion, but it's not really real, and it's going to scare the crap out of everybody. Here we are. So they had a lot of slides in the last week and a half. That's how far back we're starting, December 4th. And these slides really got very animated and much more prolific after the health CEO guy got unfortunately taken out of commission, or maybe not. Maybe he staged it. There's that possibility. You know, that's right where we hit the ground running, is when that had just happened on December 4th. And so that's where we're going to be picking up where we left off. Okay, here we go. So now they're saying that the drones are targeting investigating agents. It says that if they're investigating these mysterious drones and UFOs, that they're having sightings of the same drones hovering over their houses as if intentionally targeting them. That was back when, we didn't know what was going on, but it certainly implies intelligent control. Then we come up to where we were, the midpoint of last week. That's where, I missed a week because I had this whole crazy situation unfolding with my ankle and all the other crap going on. Weird stuff happens around the attack of this particular individual. Very unfortunate. What is the weird stuff? Well, it says he was reportedly targeted in a brazen attack by a masked assailant who fled the scene. It occurred just an hour before he was scheduled, to deliver a keynote speech at their annual investor conference. Whoa. An hour before. What was he going to say? How much money were they going to lose? Who the hell knows? And that's scary right there, right? You can dig deep on that in the conspiracy arena. This follows a challenging year for their company, suffering a massive cyber attack earlier in the year, and the cyber attack stole, apparently that's what they're saying, cost them $1.65 billion. They had to pay that much to get their shit back. Unbelievable. The breach also forced the company to pay $22 million in Bitcoin as a ransom to the hackers. Well, we're going to make darn sure that this doesn't happen to us, because that is crazy. That is so crazy. Can you imagine a loss of $1.6 billion? And the cyber attack has been linked to what many refer to as, oh yeah, this is great, a nation-state actor. Well, that's not a lot of money. I mean, it helps keep them running on a very fumes basis, but they probably need a hell of a lot more, and they got to get it somehow. So that's what the implication is. Isn't that freaking wild, you guys? Whoa. We're going to make darn sure we don't get hacked like that, because that's scary as hell. So that's what just happened. He lost all this money. He was going to finally pony up and talk to the investors. Okay, yeah, we lost $1.65 billion. Here's what really happened, everybody. I'm going to tell you the story right now. I know I shouldn't be talking, and I might have had a little too much to drink. In fact, I might have worn the wrong kind of glasses when I was on stage, but I'm just going to disclose everything I know about all the criminal shit that this company has done, and where we were and where we're going and how we ended up paying that $1.65 billion. I mean, wow, man. The poor freaking guy. Can you even believe it? And then somebody tries to shoot him. Supposedly he died, but now it's like, he might have staged it. That's crazy too. This rabbit hole goes very deep, my friend. So now we got 235 on the video. Okay, that's right. We got to check out okay, so that's 155. And this one looks like another one that we saw before. It's code words. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Maybe you can decipher it, but they do seem to reference a phone number, +1. I don't know. Maybe that's an American phone number. A bunker, apple, yellow sky. Maybe that's one of the facilities they're working out of. But they're talking to each other. These are comms. Everything else except for this one makes sense. Then we see that he had threats before this happened. And remember, he lost a lot of money, so $1.66 billion is crazy. The wife of this individual revealed that he had been receiving threats before his fatal attack. She stated that she was unaware of specific details, but the police confirmed it was targeted. The assailant waited for minutes before acting. Let me get my mic up a little bit higher. This comes amid revelations that he and other executives were involved in, insider trading. You little sons of guns. You sold off $117 million in stock during a federal probe, and you never notified the goddamned investors about anything that you were doing. So help me God. That's 117 million smackers, and you can't get that back. It's gone. What the hell do you think you're doing here? Well, it's a good time to disappear, right? That's what's... It happened right before he was set to speak at the investor conference. And spill the beans, son. What's your excuse today? You gotta face the music, boy. Come on, bring it to me. What is it? What did you do? What the hell did you do? Sorry, I don't want to be yelling at Kwan Hong Chan there in Korea if he's asleep right now. I hope he isn't. Or maybe he's awake now. Anyway, just before he was going to speak to the investors, right? Angry Daddy would have been all upset about that. Minute 36, okay, that's 96 seconds, boom. And we've seen this one before about a certain amount of money being sent to a certain group right before departure. And so the same kind of stuff is happening again. I think that's part of the point. It's happening again. And they say, amazing how things start to make sense once you ask a question. That's the entire point of the operation. It's up to you all to collect, safely archive, and distribute this in a graphic in order to make sense with the dumps of crumbs, crumb dumps. It will all make sense. Once this does, we look to you to spread and get the word out. Timestamps will help you validate authenticity. Here it comes. Ready, folks? And scene. Your president needs your help. Whoa. Okay. He wants full transparency. That would include disclosure on UFOs for the great people of this country. Everything stated is for a reason. God bless you, patriots. Your president needs your help. So that is still part of the story here. Then, remember, they just got hacked and they lost $1.65 billion. It's kind of a lot of money. I mean, for our company, it would be game-changing if we ever got that much. It would be completely amazing. Okay, it's a huge amount. On February 21st of 24, they discovered a cybersecurity breach, and we know that it led to these massive losses of $1.65 billion. On the same day, our lovely friend made her second purchase of call options in Blanky Networks, a company that was later chosen to investigate what happened. Did she know that this was a grab the piggy bank kind of thing? It sounds like it, doesn't it? Now we're getting all the context. And remember, the time loop mentioned her by name. And this whole crazy thing is happening now, and everybody's talking about it, and she's apparently right in the center of it? You can't make this stuff up. Isn't this freaking great? I love reporting on this kind of stuff. It's so incredible, and it's like a great thriller, a great movie. So our friend, the CEO, was taken down in the middle of a federal investigation led by the U.S. Department of Justice. And this is before anything happened to her hip, but maybe she was freaked out by all the things happening, or karmic from birth. Who knows what it was? Maybe she was drunk. They implied that in the time loop. 4.7 million views. What? Yeah, dude, that's way beyond the mainstream. They're beyond the mainstream now. This is bigger than mainstream media. And I just get to report on it. So thank you very much. I love the fact that they tie me in all the time. I'm very grateful for them every week. So then we have this individual who threatens that there are going to be all kinds of scratchies and coughies, and you're going to be coughing, wheezing, and dying, and all tainted and destroyed. Oh, and it's going to happen immediately after the new guy gets in. Right. Okay, great. He's the expert, and he warns that a range of things will begin to spread in America, though only after he takes office. Right. Yeah. Sure. And of course, he blames those who refused for this situation. Try again. Now we got 90 seconds. Okay, minute and a half. That brings us to this one. We just need them to come back and confirm, and they say confirmed classified. So the stuff that he's talking about, where he's working from, that's all classified. And we don't know the truth yet. So then we see that this individual was traced when he rode on a bicycle to get away from the crime scene. It says Riley Walls, the mastermind behind scraping city bike data every minute, used a real-time tracker to uncover where this suspected person may have fled. By analyzing city bike movements, he discovered that the only northbound bike leaving a dock near the hotel within 10 minutes of the event was traced to the Upper East Side. The assailant has still not been found despite all his data, but eventually he was. So here's the guy. Remember that face for a minute, because I thought they were trying to tell us something at first. He looks very similar to the guy who did it, and that freaked me out, and I'll show you the comparison. Anyway, before we get to that, what do we got? 246, that's 166, and that brings us to this one. And this is actually pretty huge, so we're going to tear through it bit by bit here. Repost to the correct thread. Expand your thinking. What are patterns? How are patterns formed and isolated? What are data sets? What is a map? Twitter, repeat, important. What action are they taking effective mid-December? And interestingly enough, we're now in mid-December, so it's a good time loop they created by doing that. What is the purpose of this action? And again, I don't know exactly what they're referring to. You can research this for yourself. Possible test to understand public or government response. That could be about the drones. When was this announced? When did events in Saudi transpire? Who controlled a large portion of the X stock? Oh, okay. Got it. So this is a major revolutionary change. Why is this relevant? Expand your thinking. And again, if I tried to philosophize on each one of these, we're never going to get done. What is the real purpose of this action? What is the SS? Who is the primary person they protect? And that would be, of course, Secret Service. And that would be the president. What action are they taking effective mid-December? Well, again, that references the present. Would he be able to use X post-action? Well, that's a good question. That's why they're asking it. What is the known action? Well, maybe that's the drone thing right now. Maybe it could turn into an EMP. Who the hell knows? I hope not. Why is the MSM ignoring this action? Well, we know the answer. What transpired with his X account a short time ago? Reread the crumbs. This is necessary. 2 scenarios in which they both lose. He was advised by the SS to terminate the use of X for new website cookie tracking policies and spyware. He was silenced on Twitter due to these new policies. Direct message failure. He refuses to be silenced. Bad actors are gathering metadata and targeting, and they were just talking about using bike data to find this guy. Small example of the ongoing silent war. Very interesting. It is a war. It's like a silent World War III. Options, regulate. How do you solve this? That's what they're saying. Problem is the time it will take to complete it. The solution? Well, we know. It's arrests and that kind of thing. So it says, Patriots, get the word out. Jason Bourne, Deep Dream. Pretty heavy post. Pretty amazing. Then we have our friend Tim, who just so happens to have just been running, and he just so happens to have posed with this photo. And it says, what was he doing with this particular CEO, Brian? Oh. There was all some kind of weird, inside, strange stuff going on here, right? 1 million views? You betcha. Then we find out there was a message on the bullet casings from this event. Law enforcement says that a message was inscribed on casings found at the site. The exact message was not revealed, and we'll get it in a minute. It's going to show up. The situation is becoming increasingly complex. 10 seconds, and that brings us to this one about the investigation that is apparently still ongoing. It says, remember, the FBI and military intelligence have an open investigation into this particular organization. Why was it dropped? Well, they don't want you to know. Who was the director during this crisis that occurred in another country? Apparently the same guy. How many kids disappeared? How much money was sent away under the disguise of relief? Oh, it's getting dark, isn't it? Getting scary. What countries donated big money and why? Well, they all have these networks. How much was owned? How much was owed by accepting? When she lost, how would this be repaid? This stuff is going on now. The 1.65 is what they seem to be alluding to. What did he do with cash just before leaving? Was it a repayment for those who might have gotten... Yeah, it was. Again, good people were forced into bed with this evil under personal and family threats. Could you live with yourself helping to cover up such evil, despicable acts if you were given a safe way out? These people do worship Satan, and some of them, unfortunately, are openly advertising and showing it. Got to change things up a little bit just for the... It's the right thing to do. Change the wording a little bit. It's part of the game. Okay, so now we're going to get the message. That was fast. The next day, the 5th, here it comes. The shell casings found at the scene were inscribed with the words deny, defend, and depose. These words are similar to the title of the book, Delay, Deny, Defend. So let's just look at that like this. You basically got the same two words, deny, defend, side by side, and then delay is the only one that's different, and it's changed to depose, and it's put at the end of the sentence instead of the beginning. Okay, got it. That's how my mind thinks. So the shell casings were inscribed with deny, defend, and depose. These words are similar to the title of the book, Delay, Deny, Defend, which examines strategies used by insurance companies to avoid paying for claims. Number 1, delaying the process to frustrate claimants. Number 2, denying coverage by citing policy terms. And I know all about this stuff, man. I knew a guy who was one of these agents. Number 3, defending against claims in court in order to avoid paying people. These strategies are used by almost all insurance companies to increase profits. I had a roommate who started out as an insurance agent, and he essentially told me, we just never, it's just not going to happen. If there's any possible way we can avoid paying the claim, we're going to avoid paying the claim. And he admitted that that's what it was about. So it's nice to see this showing up here. Okay. So isn't that weird that this particular story, it says there had been some threats. I don't know the details. His wife said this. I just know he said there were people who had been threatening him. And then again, it's the same. It's about the shells are the title of a book about how to stop paying for claims. So did he use symbolism, occult symbolism, if he staged it, which is what they say later on, to write those words on the shell casings because he's got to tell you what he's doing. It's symbolic. It's magic. And maybe he wants to get away. I mean, you don't see him actually bleed out in the video. He goes off into the distance away from where the camera is. And, maybe that was exactly what they wanted. So this is a really strange thing, isn't it? So he titled, the bullets were titled after this thing of how they avoid paying for claims. Very weird, right? 24 seconds, and then they say, any person making statements they are not seeking re-election was put in submission. Yep, that's a very strong warning because they're using military law, and it doesn't necessarily have to be public, but if you break the law, you're going to be held responsible. And, this is serious, and it's legal. For the betterment of the country, not all will be prosecuted, and all will do as they are told. You will see more of this occur, not normal, yet disregarded, and even on the D side. Okay, then we see this photo of him without a mask, and it's like, man, that looks a lot like that other guy, Riley. It says New York Police Department released a photo of the suspect without a mask. And I said, you remember that face? And here he was over here, right? And there he is. So then, oh, isn't that interesting? The nose looks the same. The jaw looks the same. The smile looks the same. The eyes look the same. Everything. But, his name is supposedly Riley Walls. And he was the one, remember, the guy who actually figured out where the guy was going. He tracked his city bike movements. Same guy who apparently was then deceased. Right? So if the guy who tracked the movement and then the guy who did it look exactly the same, but no, it's apparently two different people, so I was wrong, but that's just the conspiracy rabbit hole that I went down before I finally got some air. So the real guy got busted at McDonald's, and we know he has a different face and a different name. Luigi. So the photos are bizarrely different. That's another thing they pointed out. Maybe because there was more than one person involved in this. So if it went sideways, somebody else would, clean it up, man. You're the cleanup guy. If he screws up, I got to be careful how I say this. If he screws up, you got to clean it up. It's incredible how much can change in just one day. I've come across every possible argument, whether it's different backpacks, lighting, or photos on different days. The only conclusion I can reach, and this is the Alliance, is that the system has deceived us for so long and to such an extent that we can no longer trust anything they say. So here it is, folks. Okay, the straps on the backpack are different. The face looks totally different. It's kind of sort of the same hoodie jacket, but there's pockets on the one on the right that might not be exactly in the one on the left. The hood part looks the same. But, he's got a string coming down on the right there that isn't visible on the other side. Maybe it's hidden. But it may be the same jacket or not. But the backpack is completely freaking different. And the face looks very oddly different as well. Everything, the skin tone, everything. So it's pretty weird. 2.9 million views. Then we see that this particular country is banning the Satanic Temple, labeling it an undesirable organization and accusing it of promoting violence and supporting extremist activities. Meanwhile, in the West, some schools welcome the temple into children's lives. Well, I wouldn't be having my kids in that school, I'll just say that. Never one to mince words, he has long condemned Western values as some sort of perverted religion, and he openly describes it as being criminal in nature. Which society would you be raising your children in? Well, I'm going to stay here. I don't know about you guys. I'm staying here. Okay, 58, because it's all going to get better. Post 58, here we go. They are once again trying to sweep important questions under the rug about their top aides, ties to Muslim groups and to SA, and roles in other things. The mother, perhaps, recognizing how offensive these ties will be to voters, concerned over future attacks by radicals professing allegiance. No evidence that she or her family had ties to this group, and that the staffers who spoke of these were conspiracy theorists. To debunk the evidence, Media Matters pointed to a Snopes fact check, where the sole source was this senator. Same guy who met other people and saluted him as my hero in 2011. They roundly criticized Representative Michelle in 2012 when she and 4 members of the House Permanent Select Committee, Intelligence and Judiciary Committee cited this woman in letters sent to the IGs of DOD, Department of State, Justice, Homeland, and DNI, warning about this infiltration. So this is very important. Obviously what they're saying is whatever happened to this dude with the shooter is directly tied to this, or else they wouldn't have put it in here. So why is this relevant? Well, I just explained it. Okay. That's what I think is going on. But again, we got to decipher this ourselves. So the next one is December the 5th. We got 4,114 people still watching. Thank you guys for hanging with me. This is going to be very entertaining. These are really interesting. The lawyer says that this death is tied to an investigation. Okay, well, that's scary. What kind of investigation? But remember what we saw about all the missing money. This particular individual suggests that the CEO may have been eliminated because of an insider trading investigation. Remember, all that money disappeared, $1.66 billion, plus another whatever it was, 22 million or something, 55. Or no, they did Bitcoin, 22 million in Bitcoin. Ouch. Could I have that, please? No, it's gone. Oh, crap. He speculates that if the CEO was under scrutiny, others involved might have feared he would expose them to save himself. Well, that's a speculation, but I think the guy didn't really do anything. I think he's okay. That's the point they keep making later on. If anyone has insight into this topic, this is the guy. Okay. 1.1 million views, again, bigger than the media, 44 seconds. Before he departs on Friday, and I assume, that might have been last Friday, but it could also be this Friday. We'll just keep an eye out. He'll be sending an important message. God bless you. Yeah, there's big. I think that probably there was some really cool stuff where he pushed back against the drone madness. He said they know what they are. Don't fall for this crap. Everything is going to be okay. That's probably what they were telegraphing here, but there could be another one coming up. I don't know. Then we see that there's preemptive stuff going on. And, he's abusing the privilege. He's set to do this with Faust, Millie, Liz, Adam, and several others. They're all getting to be apparently walking away. But again, it's like if you can invalidate the contract, then that voids the agreement and the protections in the agreement. And so if this whole thing that just happened for X number of years in the past, 4 years, let's say, if that's all determined to be illegitimate, then how do you rate the legitimacy of their orders? How do you rate the legitimacy of them doing something like this? Well, it's yet to be determined in actual law, but I think I know the answer based on what they've talked about. Let's just leave it right there and keep on walking away, boy. Just walk away from that one, David, very quickly. Big Health is now concealing names and photos of their own executives because of all these people that want to troll. Well, welcome to my world, dude. I've been going through this for a long time, and it does suck, and I feel sorry for you people. I really do. I'm very sorry. This is nothing anybody should go through. They quietly removed the executive leadership page from the website, a move mirrored by several other companies. They are now concealing their names and photographs of top executives to make it harder for the public to identify them. Well, yeah, again, I've lived through this for a long time, and it sucks, man. 37 seconds gives us one of the most amazing ones from the beginning, where it's really honoring everybody who's in the Alliance and fighting for the Alliance, like myself and many others. They are the true patriots. We will never forget. Let these coming days, ooh, wow. And we got the drones going on. There's about to be something happening at the end of January. This is exciting. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the Republic from those evil, bad actors who for so long have sacrificed the good people of this land for their own personal gain. Fight the good fight and let justice be served. And believe me, I think that's what's going to happen, folks. We're heading up to the 5-hour mark. Does anybody want me to stop, or do you want me to keep going? Angry Daddy. Anyway, I think you guys probably want me to keep going. We can go a little longer. Everybody, okay, continue, keep going. Keep going, keep going, go, go, go. Yeah, so everybody's fine. Don't stop, keep going. I guess it's going to be kind of weird that it's going to be longer than 5 hours, but whatever. The wind has not started yet. I'm in this beautiful, let me drink a little more water. Every single one. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh, you guys love me. Thank you. You really love Daddy. You really love Daddy. When the chips are down, he's there for you, son. Whether you like what he has to say or not, you got to face the music, boy. I have to do this with my mouth to make it sound right, because it's reflecting off of this piece of skin that I keep directly over my goddamn teeth. That's how you get the sound. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay. Enough said. We got it. Thank you, guys. Let's keep going. Or, yeah, the cigarette thing, right? I say you better keep going, son. Keep going. This is your time to be on that goddamn camera. You get your ass out on that stage. You figure it the F out. You get it done, boy. I am not playing around. You keep the cameras rolling. You keep the live stream flowing, and you entertain those people. I have had it. Now you get back on that stage right now. God damn it. Never gets old. Apparently I did this as the jester. King David was the first jester, so this is a reincarnational ability to make fun of my father, which might have been my father back then too, for all I know. He was with Edgar Cayce. He's great comic material. Okay, so moving right along, and we're going to bypass 5 hours. I'm going to keep on going. I've peed. The wind isn't happening, and I've got so many of these slides to get through. If it becomes 5.5 hours, it's all right, man. I'm just going to deal with it as it happens. Okay, done. The Vox Populi, the great unwashed have spoken. The great unwashed have made clear their proclamation that the show indeed must go on, dear brother, and thus shall it be so, though mote it be in the eyes of the Lord. Boom, it is done. Continue forth, dear soldier, and produce content. All right, we're doing it, man. We got donations. I'm getting money. Roger Zubarak just bribed me with $20. He basically is bribing me to keep going, which, okay. Thank you, Roger. I'm a little bit punchy. We're having a good time. Look, I'm so excited. I mean, every day counts. Who knows if there's going to be something that's happened by Sunday. I'm just going to keep on rocking, and we don't have the wind, so right now it's peaceful, but we're already past the deadline and when it was supposed to start, and thankfully it shifted. Maybe that's an Archangel Michael thing. I don't know. Anyway, next in list. The results overturned in this particular country. A stunning turn of events. Left-leaning High Court overturned the election results with no clear explanation. This, of course, is Romania. And we have Georgescu, who had scored an unexpected victory, publicly stating that the European leaders are being controlled and that what happened in 2016 was an anomaly in their matrix. He also suggested that oligarchs are running various organizations and are connected to widespread disappearances without any trace. A private jet from Florida landed in this country just minutes before this constitutional court called an end to it. Whoa. There's big shakeups going on in the world right now. We got to remember this, and it's happening all over the place. Canada, that's even more recent than my slides. Crazy. Post 156 is the 2 marks, and that's them trying to take him out. Those are the crosshairs. We already learned that, so that totally fits the code. And then Kim broke her foot. Sounds familiar. Same thing happened to me. I feel really sorry for her. She broke her foot and now has to rely on crutches to get around. You saw my video. So this is another reason why I had to put it in again. But she's keeping the cause of the injury a mystery. Who remembers when she injured her fingers earlier this year? Bad things seem to keep happening. Well, there's lots of different ways you could read this, and I leave that to you. So, did this guy, oh, there it is, did he set everything up? Was he behind some stupid plan? All of his own stupid idea, thinking he's going to get away with this, and nobody's ever going to arrest this dude that did it. Oh, yeah, you're so amazing. No, it's all coming out in the open. What happened to the 1.66 billion? And where is he drinking Mai Tais and smoking a cigar in the middle of the Caribbean with all that stolen money? God damn it. People think he's gone. He's really not. I have had it. Daddy has spoken. Okay. Hired a hitman. The guest suggested that the precise knowledge of his whereabouts and timing seemed almost too perfect and raised questions about whether the incident was staged. I'll give you 1.66 billion reasons for why he might have wanted to do that, son. Let's just keep the math nice and simple and clean. So you get more angry daddy as it gets later in time, and there again, there's our buddy. So it's like, oh, wait a minute, the guy that was tracking the bike movement, I mean, at least they might have been friends. Who knows? It's crazy, right? So now we got the videos on there. The seconds on the video gives us 112, and this is one of the holy smokes ones. When I read this, I was like, oh, damn. Okay. So here it is in wide view form. And now we're going to zoom in, starting on the top. Important to archive. Above and next drops have the high probability of shutting down the entire board. Well, that might be talking about that there could be some power disruption or maybe the economy. I don't know. But why did they pick this one, you guys? Think about it. A high probability of shutting down. And we got this whole drone scare going on. There's something up there that could cause weird things to happen. Maybe. I don't know. It is being safeguarded for these transmissions, but is not 100% secure. Who owns this board? Maybe it's the military. Why is this platform being used? Apparently they have control over it. What recent events almost occurred, and why is this relevant? Stay alert in main U.S. cities, sporting events, and other conservative gatherings. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And we're already hearing about drones, so maybe they're going to try other stuff. There was a weird event recently. Repeat, stay alert in main U.S. cities, D.C., uh-oh, sporting events, and again, this is why it's the holy smokes. Okay. Yeah. Other conservative gatherings, more of these things are imminent. It no longer matters at this stage. Snow White, Godfather 3, above will have context as the news unfolds. Ooh. Summarize and paint the picture. This is critical. So holy smokes, right? Because they're saying stay alert in the major U.S. cities and other conservative gatherings. More events are imminent. So yeah, they're so mad that if you're in a group right now, they might come after you. So just, you might not want to be doing events right now. I'll just say that very politely. Okay, so now we have this accuser, and the first word is spelled a little differently. You might notice. I gotta do my thing, you know. The other people gotta do their thing. I gotta do my thing. I might spell things a little bit more creatively in order to provide comedic entertainment. So that's what we're doing. And we got a donation, Sunflower Heart. I've had it too. No, that's enough. I can't believe these people are in love with the killer. Well, son, you've never loved a killer before, but whew, it's a whole new level. Let me just say that, son. We don't want to talk too much about your mother, though, because, you know, I've heard that it traumatizes your child if you say negative things about that son of a... I have had enough. I've had it. Anyway, I'm sorry I got out of control again, son. Please forgive me. We won't talk about your mother that way. Not right now, at least. Angry Daddy launching his own drones of laughter. And they have beams of delight that beam into your heart. Isn't it something? It's amazing. Isn't that sad when a whistleblower is forced to use a real name? That's what we got here. The identity of one of these people has now been unmasked. Her name is Anna, ex-wife of a star of football, the NFL, Evander. Well, she filed this as Ms. Doe in 2023 December, and now she got screwed by the system, and she's got to use a real name, which is very bad, because that means anything, she's going to have to be in protection, basically witness protection. The allegations date back to the early 2000s when she was still in high school, and she went to a recording studio, and then things happened that we don't discuss at all. David, your singing needs a lot of work, son. I think you really need to amplify your talent, because, boy, it just doesn't deliver for dear old daddy. Okay, 2.3 million views. Yeah, that's huge. And then we see yet another country. All this strange stuff is going on. This was in Syria now. This military situation is ignited. And the people that are doing it were most likely funded by your friends. Your friend. They're your friends, David. I want you and all your little friends. I gotta have the glasses ready. This is a good one. I want you and all your little friends to get the hell out of my house. Oh, that never really happened, though. This is purely comedy. So none of these things actually are real. They're just hypothetical daddy situations that may have happened but may not have happened, if you get what I mean. The truth is always sandwiched between two lies, mate. You got to eat two sandwich if you live in Australia. You don't really know what they're telling you, mate. It's all bollocksed up. I should have had me glasses on, mate. If I don't have them, it's not good enough. We got to keep the glasses right in front of it so that if I need to speak, you better be ready to jump and run, son. You better get those glasses on your face right away. Oh, we got a donation. Okay, hold on. Again, I've been following, since I heard you on Coast to Coast AM, my pendulum has confirmed you as one of my teachers. Well, I thank the pendulum. I'll be quiet now while class is in session. There's so many ways I could have worked the pendulum, and made fun of that reference and, tied it to other things, but we're going to avoid that. I think that your best bet right now, son, is you keep this crap completely PG-13. That way you don't have to answer for all the crazy stuff that comes out of your mouth when you're not in alignment and you haven't listened to dear old daddy. Because if you just listen to what I say, none of this crap would be happening to you, son. Wow, I caught it in midair. Can you even believe that, boy? Wow, it's getting late, man. It's getting late. You guys have kept me here. You say, no, keep going. Well, yeah, but you know what? Angry Daddy's going to have to do more of the talking because you get tired and he comes out. What can you do? Don't let them get you. I can't say that. Juanita Thundering. Don't let it get you down, mate. Bless you, David. Jacob Westwood donate. Love to all. Marina Doctor said, I have had it. I think I'm going to stroke out. You boys drive me over the edge. I've had enough. I love the Elton David glasses. Oh, I guess we got two choices for Elton David glasses. These are considered the gay glasses. You could wear them way down here like this. It's from classic in John Lennon kind of inspired this, but then it gets bigger. It's like a Janis Joplin kind of thing as well. So that's one type of Lennon glasses or Elton glasses. And then we got the drunk glasses. And when you talk, if you have the drunk glasses, it's important that you try to get the words come out of your mouth in a way that is coherent to the listener. Because sometimes people aren't really listening to you, man, and that kind of bothers me. I've spent my life, I've gone around all these places. I want people to listen to me, man. And if they don't, then, I just feel like I'm a little bit overtired, and sometimes I got to wear these glasses, and I feel like I'm a little crazy. But it's okay, because I'm doing what I do. And fuck. Yeah, that's what happens, man. People get crazy. They wear these glasses and they get crazy, and so the glasses are a prop that allows me to act like I'm not sober and do really funny things that make people laugh, because drunk is one of the funniest things there is. If you ever want to do like a wedding speech, and one of my friends texted me while I was doing that one, like WTF. I didn't read the whole thing. I'd have to pull that up. But, well, there went my coffee, says S. Klingon in the house, LOL. God bless you for making us laugh in these scary times. Saturday night's all right for fighting. Hi, David, we love you. Thank you. Drunk glasses, LOL. It's okay. I like the violet John Lennon. Oh, Luigi was just indicted. That was said by RFS 001. Gotta find a cool home, says, thanks for informing us, helping enlighten the earth. If you want to connect, we can offer to spread enlightenment in Europe. We should build a global network to lift the frequencies. LOL, absolutely hilarious. Gary Hayter. Leslie Berry, I love you so much. Thank you for the good laughs. LOL, I've been following you for years as well as Corey Good. Thank you for everything you are doing. I'll be donating soon. Marine Doctor, thank you. She's the mother. She says, let's get back to the slides. You're absolutely right. He's going to need to pee again. And this whole incredible sequence of playing these stupid animal videos, or you guys have now asked for him to make fun of me. I'm not very happy about the idea of David making fun of his own father. This is unacceptable. I've had it. I have had it. All right. Sorry, Marina, we got to get back to work. We got to do this right. Julia in Georgia. My daughter said I act like a teenager. Goofy, I say it must be a Gen X thing. Then she hears you and says we must be related, but our birthdays are 10 days apart, so maybe humor is in our charts. I think because of my age and growing up in the 80s and the 70s, this kind of comedy just comes naturally to me. There's lots of funny examples of people who have tantrums as part of their comedy. I think Chris Farley is the king, but John Belushi also was really good at it, throwing himself around in funny ways. But Chris Farley's really my favorite comedian of all, because he's like this very immature but very dangerous guy who gets way too angry. But when he does, he has a tantrum and he turns into a little child and he becomes very dangerous. And I just think that is incredibly, incredibly funny for reasons that we don't need to discuss any further for the purposes of confidentiality and ongoing lack of self-disclosure, mate. Here we go. Back to the slide, David. Keep it real, mate. Yeah, they're all the characters want to talk right now. All of my inside people. I have inside people. No, I'm just joking. I mean, this is comedy. Come on. I'm making fun of serious topics. I don't have any dissociated personality while I'm doing this. I'm just being funny and using my voice, mate, to make strange sounds of accents that happen to be particularly desirable to me at a certain time and place. Okay. I had a lot of friends who are Australian, so I'm really good at that one. Use what you're good at. If you want to do comedy, use what you're good at. That's the whole key. Don't try to learn this. If you haven't been around Australians, don't try to do a Colin Mcer. But if there is an accent that you can do, that's the one you go with. Your comedy is built around what your capability is. If you have the capability to insult and impersonate somebody in a funny way, then maybe you go with that. You just got to make sure you don't cross certain lines, you don't get yourself in trouble, and that's the art. That's one of the arts. It's really easy to make fun of somebody if you don't care about what you say. It's a lot harder to do it ethically and on a upscale level, mate. All right, 235 seconds brings us to this. And this is, where is he? What is the purpose? Who fired and when? Oh, well, they're talking about that again. Okay, that's interesting. And actually, I just noticed something, so let me cut back. I realize that because it's after dark, it's now applying a tint on my screen. So we're going to turn that off so that you get eyeball blazingly bright colors, mate. And it goes back to that. It looks the right way instead of some other way. Perfect. That looks a lot better. All right, so now there's an award for the arrest of this guy. That's before they got him. It was $50,000 for any information leading to his arrest and conviction. I'd say that's a nice chunk of change there, mate. We might put it in some cake boxes and store it away in the closet, along with all the other ones we got before that, mate. I'm speaking a bit out of school here, but you know what I'm saying, wink, wink. Okay. Yeah. They always want to talk. I don't know. They're Uncle Jack, man, you're taking up too much time in the show. Could you just get out of here for a while? God. Okay, December the 6th. And then that one didn't get as many views, but, you know, some of them do, some of them don't. Then we have MIA, and she is apparently, I remember seeing her in something. So if you've ever followed music, she's out there. And, whoa, did she have some things to say. New claims against two individuals accusing them of telling her she had to get through plastic surgery. Oh, you know, your nose, whatever. I don't know what it was. It's sad. That nobody should have to go through that or be subjected to being told they have to do that. Participating in other things I like how you're so sensitive on that word, boy. You don't want to say anything, do you? Daddy's wisdom I programmed into you is serving you very well in this situation. According to her, these rituals had so much fun. She could be in black goo. She could wear hats, all in the name of selling records. Declaring that she's had enough, she says, I'm coming for everyone now. I have had it. I should probably just keep the glasses on. At this point, the characters want to speak to. They want to be included so that this is more fun. Let's just keep the glasses on. I don't know. No, I'm not going to do that. Anyway. You better get those glasses when I need to say something, boy. So help me. 10 million views. Dang, 9.7 million views. 9.7 million views. Well, all right. Wow. Okay, that's like bigger than any media. That's so kind of very important that we pay attention to this stuff, you guys. That actually is huge. And we have 50 seconds bringing us to this one, which we've seen so many times. I mean, I've had to read this probably 15 times or something, and I can't really read it, you know? So you just have to kind of look at it yourself. And it's talking about cash. And remember, there was just a $1.66 billion thing. And then it's saying, you know, could it be handed off to other people? Were planes carrying it? Did it land in one place? And then, you know, who could be held hostage and controlled with miniaturized devices? Well, that's what the first round of the drone scare was. Why are wars so important? Who benefits? Think of a powerful entity. Don't think of a single person. Okay, we got it. So no coincidences with this next individual. Steve is the president and general manager of this individual's studios in Atlanta. And whoa, he died in a plane crash. It was a single-engine plane. My God. This was a massive film production facility built on a former military base, and it stands as one of the largest of its kind in the U.S. As I know, military bases can be gigantic. And then if you build on it, it gets even bigger. It was founded by this filmmaker and actor. He campaigned for her in October, along with several others who all happened to love a good party. Ouch. There are no coincidences. And now his general manager just passed away. Well, you know, I don't know what this is yet, but is it possible that this had to do with his set that looks like the White House they talk about later? And maybe they were using it part of the time, and maybe they don't want any loose ends. That's one good speculation. I think you're on the right track, boy. You keep going on down that conspiracy rabbit hole, and dear old daddy's going to be waiting down at the bottom with a paddle to whoop your ass. Don't you look at me with that tone of voice. God damn it. I have had enough. Are you laughing at me, boy? You better not be laughing at me, son, because I have had it up to here with all of your bullshit. Okay. Whoop-hoo. Okay, let's get those glasses off quickly. Get the glasses off quickly. It could be very dangerous. Oh, it's sad when people get whacked, though, isn't it? I mean, my God, like, yuck. But maybe they don't want loose ends. I mean, they say there's no coincidences. Okay. 121 seconds brings us to another one that we've seen before, but it's still worthwhile. Why were these acts that recently occurred so critically important? I don't know what they're talking about. So, you know, you have to guess for yourself. What assets were in place near this area, and what assurances were made to protect them? Who shot down the blankety blank? Well, there you go. We're talking about drones, and somebody wants to shoot them down. Okay, so that could be relevant. Declassify speech, 11.5. Was it really from this country? How would we know? Why is it relevant? Who are the puppets? Well, we've answered that. Who are the puppet masters? Who pulls the strings? Well, you don't really get to see those people. What provides power? What if various things can be set up? How are JFK, Reagan, and 47 different? Why did he surround himself with family, much like 47? What if it was bought and paid for? How would this be possible? Why are there no laws in place in certain things? What would you need an ID for? List, compare, and laugh. What is the argument for not allowing any of these laws to happen? Why are certain individuals important? And then why would the other thing be important? What did he say on the campaign trail last year? And what was he encouraging? Yeah, isn't that interesting? They wanted this to happen. And now there's going to be all this stuff going on. Who owns sizable stakes? Who decides? Okay, you can see where this is going. And there's all these strange things happening in the world right now. Why are some important counties still being manually brought up? God save us. Then we see that Michelle skipped the ceremony for Notre Dame, which means our mother in French. And it says she was on a cruise during the fire and was absent from the reopening ceremony. Where was this individual today? And again, there is no, I believe that she is a full-blown woman, so, but I get they want to, anyway. So somebody pointed this out. Now, Notre Dame just burned down, and so she looks a lot like she could be wearing the same kind of glasses that Uncle Mama had there. Well, Uncle Mama never wore those. That's Danian. But I wore the drunk glasses, but she's got this drink in her hand, and it's like, whoa, man, because she skipped out on this ceremony, and then obviously this is intentional. I think they did this on purpose. If you look at the necklace, it says the word burning. Okay, so did she actually wear that necklace while she skipped out on the ceremony after it was burned? Well, if so, that's pretty squirrely stuff, man. That's pretty symbolic, squirrely stuff. Again, I don't know if this is true. I'm going on what they're saying. That may or may not be what they're saying, but if you did wear that necklace, that would at least be in very, very poor taste. Let's just keep things really, really calm here, son. We're not going to talk about anything else. Okay, so then more scuttlebutt on the guy whose pilot just died. Now they even talk about this set that they've got. One of the few major studios to stay open in 2020. They even had their own replica White House. Isn't that funny? What if it was actually implemented in some way? I wonder. In October of that year, he visited the studio for a campaign event, and there might have been other things too. They might not have even been allowed into the real one. They might have been using that one to fake out the real one. That's entirely possible. No loose ends. Earlier this year, oh, here it comes, they did an $800 million expansion, but then it was paused with concerns over the rapid rise of AI supposedly playing a key role in the decision. It was announced today that the president has passed away following a plane crash, and they already spoke about that. Wow. So were they pretending to be in some other place when they were really here? And would he have spilled the beans, and is that why he disappeared? And this comes out to, what was it there? 1.3 million views. Wow. 60 seconds. Says again, you can count the people who have the full picture on two hands. Of those, less than 10 people, only 3 of them are non-military. Why is this relevant? Game theory. And it says outside of a potential operator who has been dialed in with orders specific to his or her mission, nobody else has this information. Operators never divulge. So again, I think those people less than 10 know about cosmic top secret clearance and have access to all these amazing technologies from the reverse engineering. Now we find out 97% of people have forever chemicals in their blood, and we are going to stop pretty soon. We're coming at the 5.5 hour mark. So we're just going to do a couple more, and then we're going to be out of here. So hang in there. We're almost done. Across the U.S., farmers are raising alarms about their land being poisoned by these forever chemicals, toxic substances lingering indefinitely in the environment and in our bodies. The crisis is so pervasive that the chemicals are now found in 97% of human blood. Farmers are discarding milk tainted with these chemicals, which have been linked to cancer, severe health problems. In some cases, the cows are even euthanized to stop the spread. For some families, this threatens over a century of legacy, with roots dating back to 1914, putting the future of farming in jeopardy. Well, one of the things we've got at Stavati is this amazing new way of feeding cows, and the beef comes out much better, and they grow much faster. So I'm still very happy about anything we can do to get that implemented on a larger level, because apparently the meat is much better, the cows are much healthier, they don't fart anymore, and you can actually leave the beef out on the countertop for a lot longer and it doesn't rot or go bad. That's another really cool thing about it. It has probiotic activity in the meat that keeps it from going spoiled for a long time. It's really cool. So we can regrow the cattle herds a lot faster if everybody started using this technology. That's one of the things I hope to do. Thank you for the donation, Leslie Berry. I really appreciate it. We lost another 100 people or so, but again, we're at the 5.5 hour mark now. I'm going to go just a hair longer because you guys asked for this. So 1 minute 58 seconds brings us 1:18. What family was permitted to leave immediately after? Who authorized it, and why is this relevant? Well, that would appear to be, the guy who they accused of, that his family was actually here, his own relatives, and then they whisked him out when this happened because, we don't want those people here anymore. BLs, Okay, was anyone else permitted to leave? I don't know the answer. Was it a private plane? So some persons of interest might have left. What can private planes carry versus commercial? What airport did they arrive and depart from? You can read the rest. You can read the rest, mate. And how did these two groups connect? Specifically, what did they deliver? Yeah. Okay, think like the movie fantasy, right? Why do select senior officials have foundations? And what are they doing? Are they money laundering? What are they buying with their money? Why is this relevant? I think you can see where the dots connect here. What other people were arrested? What are their backgrounds? Are any connected to another group? What do you need in order to prosecute senior individuals? How do you avoid any public misconceptions? Well, that's what we're seeing it unfold now. How do you justify counter-political attacks to the mass public? Well, this is what they're doing. It is a counter-political attack, I guess. Why is information so vital? Well, we're learning the truth now. Is the country divided? Why does the media portray us as if we were divided? Well, they're trying to stoke that narrative. Then we see that the president of Syria might have had his aircraft brought down by particular entities. Some entity might have brought down his aircraft, which vanished from radar after an abrupt turn and erratic movements. Reports suggest the plane may have crashed. Then this war room shared a cryptic message reminiscent of another crash earlier this year, and they say that this region is now controlled by the same individuals who went after someone before. So sure enough, they picture this plane. Dang, that's 2 in a row, right? 2 different plane events. So things are crazy right now. And then back in 2008, he warned that this kind of stuff might happen. He warned Middle Eastern leaders that after removals and executions, they could be next. He even cited the example of how they were close allies of people in the U.S. and predicted that one day America might hang us. Yep. The warning was laughed off. He dismissed the idea that any end was near. Today, no one is laughing, and only this one country remains. So then we have 50 seconds bringing us to this one, which I think we just saw. Yeah, we did. So this is the same one we already saw. And so, we don't need to keep reading the same thing, but that's good. It gives me time to move faster. Okay, so we see that there's been a secret war going on since 2012. Behind the scenes, it's all coming out now. He's been secretly at war with this organization, openly accusing them of fueling rising rates, and even called it an epidemic. Fast forward 12 years, he's taken it a step farther, making appointments to lead investigations into these subjects. So yeah, that's new information. We didn't know that he was behind the scenes working for the Alliance or whatever it was back then, but now it's kind of coming out. He's probably had these affiliations for a long time, and we're just learning about it now. I still don't have any wind, thank God. So we have 146 seconds. We're almost done, leading to post number 146. And then they say, warning, this is not a game. Direct attack today by New York So, they could be talking about the drones again, maybe, I don't know. But it could be other things too. I mean, they're talking about who is doing the attack, and you can see it has to do with clowns. Do you believe in coincidences? How many coincidences do you need before you believe this is the biggest insider drop in the history of the world, and pray? Then we see that he was directly involved in the events that have taken place, apparently. He just announced that they were directly involved, backing the rebellion, including various groups. He reveals the plans to support something new happening and wants to use more taxpayer money to build it. We will help ensure stability, he says, protecting any of our personnel against any threats. We will engage with all groups to establish a transition away from this regime so they can be independent and sovereign. We will do whatever we can, including through humanitarian relief, but it could be other things as well. Wink, wink, mate. You know what those other things are. I don't have to get specific, do I, mate? 1.8 million views, and this is crazy, 371 seconds, brings us to a new one, post number 371. Why did this link that they posted from that place turn up 404, as in you can't see it, 2 days after? Expand your thinking. Do you believe in coincidences? Okay, let's go back and read the other one again. So their direct involvement is what it's talking about. The military is participating in this. Very quietly slipped under the radar while everybody's distracted by flying voodoo fetishes. It says, why did they make the links go 404? Well, yeah, because they're trying to cover their tracks, so that's what they're talking about. They don't want anybody to know about this. It disappears very quickly. Expand your thinking. Okay. So then we see that he defied their will. Remember, he already stood up to this other group. Now he's defying their will in 2017 over the same issue. A bombshell was dropped that they were locked in a fierce battle over this. They, the company, had a number one priority to remove this particular individual, but then he decided to defy them. That's the same thing Kennedy did. Rejected their plans to remove him, and this sparked a volatile clash. This is why everything switched as of 20. Dang, man. Dang. This is good stuff, you guys. Thank you. The Alliance, they are on fire this week. 119 seconds leads to this post. It says, what is money flow disruption? List the billionaires. What family activity goes back to pre-World War I or II? Why is this relevant? Okay, well, yeah, there's people that have been... It's all the same insider groups, David. They all come together. They've got big plans, and they speak easily, mate. They speak quietly off to the fringes of society. It's like they were inside a big beehive, mate, and the activity inside the hive is not known by those on the outside. It's brilliant, mate. The deviltry of this conspiracy boggles me mind. Yeah, okay, we're going to keep going a little bit longer. We still got everybody. Everybody's here. Thank you for being here. So why did this family recently break silence and make an attack? Whoops. Let's go back to that. Did this coincide with the arrests that we saw in that particular country on November 4th, 2017? And that's when everything got overthrown and the swamp got taken out in a major way. Who audits the billions that are being paid for various things, such as environmental policy or war? Where do they go? And to where? What funds were recently gotten rid of? What is the underlying theme? Money? Of course, who controls this group? How did they accumulate assets in excess of $5 million? What was the net worth they had before they got into position? They're on the take. They're on the take, mate. It's cold, vigorous in the old speak. Reconcile. Why is this relevant? Snow White, Godfather Third. There you go. And then this individual made, very unsavory comment, apparently. If you watched the video, I didn't have the time. But he openly expresses enthusiasm for the destruction of Christians. Okay. Yeah. Says it's a good thing since it weakened enemies. And he admitted that there is an expansion occurring, sidestepping the question of who's really who. The lives of Christians would be nothing more than a game of chess. It's really sad. Anybody in our community, if they get exposed like this, it's like, oh God, really? Okay, so post number 208. Once again, we got to start with 07. 4.9 billion in government subsidies. Why? And then the answer in 208 is this Traverse Management Company very important. Maybe they're implying the same healthcare company and that the $1.66 billion, I don't know. But anyway, we'll keep going. We're almost done. Yeah, you can read that. He's the star rapper and entrepreneur, and he's, had these problems occurring. And she's calling herself Jane Doe and said that it happened, at some point. And they say he's even worse. Wow. 1.7 million views. Then he's intimidating people. We see this. He's trying to intimidate her from the attorney. We hear about this. There's bullying and harassment. And in the past, he alleged that he has powerful friends, ... So then they both have this super sketchy sweater on, like, whoa. It says both of them have had horrible things that they've done. Symbolism was their downfall. And they got this weird thing on there. Now look at the views, folks. This has 23.7 million views. That's way bigger than anything else that I know of. The mainstream can't touch that. It's incredible. Where are we on time? We're 5 hours and 40 minutes. Let's do a couple more because it's going to tie in some things we had in today's show, and then we're done. So the CEO worked with our buddy who slipped and broke her hip. He was working with her to secure grants. Well, maybe they secured something else. Maybe they were behind that cyber attack that lost a whole bunch of money. 1.6 big ones. At the time of his passing, he was embroiled in a federal lawsuit for, you can't even make this up, insider trading and fraud. Meanwhile, she made a suspiciously timed trade in Palo Alto, and they were investigating the breach of the data that led to all this money disappearing, and it was a call so that she was betting for them to collapse on the very day that they got hacked, and that would cause them to lose value. So that makes sense. The mainstream media says that this is not worth investigating, and the guy is still on the loose. Wow. 41 seconds. What a coincidence. The mountain that housed these various things collapsed. Unbelievable timing. So this again is talking about how the Alliance is taking out special operators who are trying to do mean and evil things. They don't want that stuff to go on. I wonder if critically important materials scientists and makers were inside when it happened. Again, this is talking about if the team is covert, then nobody knows they're missing. If it's all under the table, you can't complain about it, because to complain about it would be to admit that they existed, which you cannot do. You get it? Shocking. No global news agency suspects we had nothing to do with it. Wink, wink. Enjoy the crumbs. So lots of groups are being taken down right now. And I think the shooter originally should have gotten away, but they didn't let that happen. That's my guess, at least. So then we see discrepancies in this particular area. It says they're significant, and it raises doubts about integrity. The number that exceeded was 309,000 something. And then while there were we can't really talk about this stuff. Woo! All right. You can read it. But, there's strange things going on. Yep. So 2 minutes, 120 seconds brings us to this. Why, by coincidence, would there be an attack or a mental health type of attack within a short time? And that's what they're doing, right? They're attacking our mental health, freaking us out about the voodoo in the sky, as the reading said. Why would they do this shortly after they have negative news, which is happening all the time now? Do you believe in coincidences? They think you're stupid. Puppets without power. They want what your stuff is. Why? Because they have no power left. And who funds these various groups? Who's connected? Why is it important that they control the narrative? Do most people investigate for themselves, or are they followers, simply following? Why is the media so hostile? And who controls them? Why each day do they push a particular topic? Is this coordinated? Yeah. Who sets the narrative? Well, it's this inside group. How do they communicate to the media? Well, we know it's inside channels. What do we have, at least that you know of, that would allow to collect data? Think of various individuals Who sets the narrative? People from the U.S.? Who can violate this rule? Who cannot? Why is this particular admiral so important? Who wanted him fired and why? Why wasn't he replaced when 45 got into office? Why is that relevant? And who can declassify? Oh, so some interesting things are getting ready to happen, folks. Then we see threats after the acquittal occurred here. Immediate threats were issued, and one of the movement's founders made public vows and said that he wouldn't be safe. Yeah, you can read the rest. Yeah. Okay, 77 seconds brings us to a huge, huge one. And this is reposting something else. Follow her and how she's connected to this company, this country. Why is this relevant? And how does it have to do with Islam and various groups with offices? Maybe they're doing some unsavory things with cash. Okay. Yeah, you can read all this. This is so long. I mean, we just got to get through the show. So why did he send billions out? Well, that apparently just happened again. And planes departing with cash. They keep talking about this, so obviously there's more of this going on now. And they're very concerned about this right now. How was, we talked about this in the country. How was he greeted compared to other former U.S. presidents? He was given some type of very honorable greeting. Why is this relevant? And then down here, it actually says what attack took place. I think this is why they put this in. What attack took place in this country as operations were undertaken? Flying objects. So they're talking about an attack of flying objects. Oh, that's what we're expecting to hear about, the drones, right? So I think that's part of why they did this. Questions provide answers, Alice in Wonderland. And finally, they got the guy who did it. This was on December the 9th. And his name is Luigi, and apparently he just got indicted. Somebody said that. He had a manifesto condemning this industry for prioritizing profit over people, and da-da-da-da-da. So then we have post number 52. Review the financial disclosures when he submitted pre-election campaign. What is the salary? And they're talking about this again, that the money they make is much greater. So this all fits the pattern. The net worth reconcile. We saw this one before. So yeah, again, the point is focus on how much money people are getting. And apparently that's what all this healthcare stuff is about is, the cyber attack caused all this money to evaporate. Okay, one more and then I got to break because I got to pee so bad, to be honest with you. The X feed from this suspect, they had the whole thing screen captured, and he reveals interactions with numerous accounts, including prominent people on the right, a hatred of mainstream, and he was completely silent on anything about what just happened, interestingly enough. And so then they got the two crosshairs, which means, yeah, this is the guy. So we're going to keep on going from there, but I got to stop, you guys. My bladder is demanding that we bring this to a conclusion. Wow, 6 hours. Yeah, we did it. Even though I actually got knocked off the air, I did more than I've ever done before, and we started like a half an hour late. So the real time here is 6 o'clock. The time that we've been running is 5 hours and 47 minutes. And so I want to thank you guys for being here today. Gotta find a cool name, says David. Know that if you ever need a friend to talk to, emotional support, healing, or anything, I offer you my friendship. I'm not a crazy fan. I meditate every day for 10 years. You are not alone. Well, thank you. That's very heartwarming. I know I have a lot of support out there. And anyway, we're going to get through these slides. Let me just make a little mark here that shows that that's where we stopped. How much did I get through? Oh my God, there's so many more. There's so many more. Yeah, this past couple of weeks, there's such a huge inundation of slides that I was like, what am I going to do, man? How am I going to get through all of these slides in one show? Well, we got as far as we could. We'll do more on Sunday. If we got to chip away at it again, maybe I'll do another show. Maybe I'll give you a Christmas surprise, mate, from Dan Under. Anyway, I want to thank you guys for being here and watching this with me. We hardly lost anybody. We're still hovering around 4,000. That's incredible. I got to pee so bad I feel like I'm in a goldfish. Maybe the glasses would be appropriate once again because I have so much urine inside my body that it's like it's swimming around as if there were goldfish in there and they just had their own thing that they needed to do. Anyway, you guys love me. I love you guys. Thanks for being here. We're a family. This is fun. We look at really, really terrifying, upsetting things, and we laugh and we learn to realize that, okay, I kind of had to drop off in the middle there, but the point is, when we go back to, when we go back to that Yuel reading, this is very, very exciting stuff, you guys, because everything is coming into focus. There's drones in the sky. They are being labeled as unidentified flying objects. They tried to do the whole thing we told you was going to happen. And we know that it's the end of the line come late January. So whatever we're going to see the next few weeks have a very high level of peril. Maybe they found the material. Maybe there's not going to be any big disaster. I don't think there will be. But it's a very intense time. So then Yuel and Archangel Michael predicted so much stuff in that Yuel reading. It blows my mind. I mean, we're not going to read it again because I already did it. But, you know, it's stunning. And there's so many prophecies. I could do a whole new show just reviewing all the prophecies and what happened. But we're not going to do that. Wonderful live stream, says Sophia Johansson. David, I love your podcast, says Curious L, because you help people learn critical thinking and how to research on the spot. America's treasure is what you are to us worldwide. God bless you for all your hard work. Well, thank you, guys. It's really great. Looks like you've been drinking from the same bottle as KH. No. There's other stuff in that one that I'm not going near that stuff. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, we've done 6 hours. Can you even believe that? He just keeps on talking and talking for 6 frickin' hours. It's 5 hours and 50 minutes right now. We better end this. Let's make it 555. What do you say? All right. So over to our favorite global peace meditation. Please don't hang up the phone, folks, because we need you to participate in this stuff in order to better aid our own collective ascension and being safe. So let's close your eyes, put both feet flat on the floor. I need it too, man. Take a nice deep breath. Doesn't that feel good? Just let yourself breathe. You can't really breathe with a bladder like this, but you don't have to deal with that. I can do it. Keep yourself so perfectly relaxed. Just let yourself glide into that feeling of really nice, deep, energetic relaxation. Take a nice deep breath and let it go. Close your eyes. Breathing in more and more stillness, more and more of the glory of this moment, the everlasting presence of what Yuel was describing, the Christ. Imagine how clever it is that the universe designs a curriculum where you can become like the Christ. You can have an ascended light body just by being nice, just by being kind and being willing to help people out and have patience and let go of the desire to manipulate, to hurt, or to torment other people. Learning that you don't get angry at someone else about something unless it's your own issue. Just breathing all that away. Take nice deep breaths, breathe all that away. The judgment, the fear of the future, the anger that you might have, the sadness, the loneliness that you might be feeling. And just let yourself go deeper, deeper into silence. Following the path of your breath as if it was a long corridor. Breathing deeper into that stillness of consciousness that is the Christ awareness. Feeling that awareness, the tingling, the revivification. Such a beautiful thing to feel that alignment coming back into view now. Feeling yourself being transformed, feeling yourself going through a very, very profound and wonderful, magical awakening process. For in the grandest sense, you are the light, you are the love, you are the one infinite creator, and this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be, and nothing and no one can take that from you. From this place of stillness, we take this healing energy, easing conflicts in the world, making sure there won't be any disasters, visualizing a successful timeline, positive outcomes, no big negative horrific disasters, breathing out all that stress, all that fear, all that chaos, breathing in peace, love, harmony, happiness, and thanksgiving. In the name of Jesus Christ. So it is. Amen. There, you see, you can't diss me for not occasionally invoking the name of Jesus Christ. There you go. We're at 5 hours and 54 minutes right now. This has been very exciting. I'm thrilled to actually come back and do another one a few days later and pick up right where we left off, because this is it, man. We're in the final shoot. Amazing things are happening. This is a very, very exciting time to be alive. Spectrum Now says, I am grateful, thankful, and love you, brother. Donna Alger says, thank you, David. Sandra Stocco says, I love you. I love you too. Thank you so much, everybody. We love everybody. Thanks, mate. See you on Sunday, says Angela. Yeah, you guys are indulging. You get 6 hours right now, and you're going to get 6 hours. Well, no, you probably get 4 hours on Sunday. That's 10 hours in 1 week, and it's all free here on the internet. So, again, we're out of time. It's 5:55. Thank you guys for watching, and we will see you on the next epic show. Time loops coming. There's a lot more. We will see you soon. Thanks for watching. See you on Sunday. Bye-bye for now.